by the act of omission, he's indicating like that's a clue. That's like, look here, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But moving on, if you want to spell out his name is spelled out in the form of Aleister Crowley's smoking pipe. And the way we start is we go to the perpendicular symbol, which translates to an R. And at this time, he was going, one of his nicknames at Mare Island Shipyard was RR.
Hit that subscribe button.
His father worked out
Let's
there too.
get started.
And, maybe it was partly for that reason, but also he's always had an affinity for the symbols RR.
So I have,
including the what do you call it? There's like a cattle brand on a Daisy Red Rider.
Richard Nolette on Patriot Pride. I'm restreaming their stream of this interactions with Richard Nolette. It's some interesting stuff, a lot of stuff we probably don't understand, but hopefully he's going to get to some information. So just a hangout, we're going to listen, and I'll try to answer questions if they come in and all that stuff. But the biggest thing is we want to watch his Patriot Pride and Richard Nolette, because I think they're going to. I have an idea where they're going with this, so let's watch and see.
We move as in the left-hand path up and to the left. That's what that that line, that slash there indicates. It's one way of indicating the left-hand path. But those are his first and middle initials, Richard Roger. And then sort of to complete it, we just use the symbol in the center, which is RRN. He also went by RRN, but that's only part of the story. To spell the whole last name, we go 2 spaces over to that. Yeah, that one there. And what we do here is we use the face symbol and the translated symbol together to get the first 3 letters of my last name, or his last name, our last name, I guess you say. So that right there becomes NOL. And from there, we move back down to the position, which is the upside down T.
Let's go this one.
Right there. And then we follow the left-hand path, which is just straight to the left. And the E-double-T-E complete the name spelling. So what you have there is just a simplified pipe shape. It's a upside down triangle with a line going to the left, which is supposed to represent the handle of the pipe.
You want me to bring that picture up real quick, Richard, of the pipe, just so people can.
We don't need to see their chats.
Sure.
If that's the case, I mean, we'll be watching that. So
let me bring that picture up real quick, just so people can kind of, and we'll give them a glance at something else if you want to that kind of looks the same if you want to real quick.
Okay.
I'll be honest, like he's doing a great job explaining
subscribers
stuff.
now.
I'm just confused.
Thanks to all of you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, my dyslexia is not helping them.
That's all right, Mike. It's not meant to be easy. It's meant to be very as confusing as possible. So
so here's the pipe you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's an older picture, a picture of Aleister Crowley in his later years, but that's what the Meerschaum pipe looks like. And
I got a Meerschaum
actually
pipe.
This whole theme of pipes carries all the way over to the Nancy Guthrie case with
There's a
the
Meerschaum pipe right there.
With the shape of the lake.
Yeah, so guys, that's if you guys are not familiar,
dang,
that's
crazy.
That's Rose Canyon Lake there.
That is
So-
crazy.
The shape of that pipe.
Yeah, so pretty interesting, Richard. That's pretty interesting. So,
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Thank you for having those images ready too. That look really good. Thank you. But by the way, before I forget to mention, a lot of what they do has a lot to do with place names and the meaning of place names, and numbers are very, very important to their everything they do. It's all a part of their religion and their magic. These are satanic people, but they consider themselves, well, the female form is called a witch and the male form is called a warlock. And that's what they consider themselves. And before I forget or get sidetracked on my thought here, Nancy Guthrie's home address is exactly 36.6 miles from Rose Canyon Lake. And that was one of the big reasons that they decided to put her body in Rose Canyon Lake. But also, I believe the shape of the lake obviously has a lot to do with it too, because it's carrying on. What they're doing is they're continuing on the theme that started all the way back in 1969 about their affinity for Aleister Crowley, and they're basically paying homage to Aleister Crowley is basically the godfather of modern day Satanism. He was the person that did a lot of research, and he basically brought back a lot of the ancient ways, including something called the Key of Solomon, and it has all kinds of magical diagrams, and a lot of it is tied into numerology and numbers. And numbers are very, very important. Numbers and geometry, I think they call it infernal geometry, which is basically geometry. Satanic geometry is what it means, basically.
I got you.
So,
okay. So back to the Z408. So basically, the word or the name of your father was put in here in the form of a pipe, right? So that's kind of what we correlated those photos to. So so what else is in this one?
Well, in this one, I did not look for other than the name right there. I did not look for victims or if he had. I'm just being completely honest with you. I didn't do much of a more thorough search on that one. My research almost immediately took me over to something called the Scorpion Cipher, and that one I've thoroughly researched. This one here. This one I've thoroughly researched, and believe it or not, there are probably over 100 victims listed. Well, let me rephrase that. There's more than 100 individual men and women victims listed here, but there's also at least one of the two bombings that they did on airliners that are listed in this cipher. So the Lockerbie, believe it or not, they're responsible for the bombing of Lockerbie Pan Am Flight 103. And that right there alone took, I believe, 270 lives. So not counting them, there's an additional probably over 100 victims listed in here that they, like individual men, or I don't know why I said men, mostly women and children. I don't think there are any male adult victims listed in here. Everybody is under the age of 18, unfortunately. I guess, do you mind if we begin, if I begin describing some of this too?
Certainly, please do.
Okay.
Can I ask one question, Richard?
Yeah, sure.
What got you went to that cipher? What brought you made you decide to go to check this cipher out? Was there a clue in that first one that made you go to the second one, or like how did you come about this second one?
That's a good question, Mike, and I don't remember exactly how it transitioned. I did start researching a lot of the Zodiac sites and came across this one, and it just visually it was appealing to me, and I don't know, it sucked me in, I guess you would say. But yeah, if I remember, it's been a long time. It's been it's been close to 4 years since I started working on this one.
Okay.
I'm trying to adjust my microphone. So
I believe I was just cruising through the different Zodiac sites, and there's one called zodiacciphers.com. It's run by a really brilliant guy from England called Richard Grinnell, but he has hundreds of the correspondences and different ciphers, and this right here is called the Scorpion Cipher, by the way, and it's it's never been authenticated by the FBI as being an authentic Zodiac cipher, but it entirely is a Zodiac cipher.
I'm trying to cut out that computer over there.
What was I going to say? So I would like to give it a little bit of context. This,
yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. This cipher was sent to the host of America's Most Wanted in approximately 1998. My father, Dick, had been in correspondence with, what's his name, John Walsh. He had been in correspondence with John Walsh for many years before he sent this cipher. This was like his masterpiece, and it is sort of like a masterpiece as far as ciphers go. It's a very complex cipher, and believe it or not, each symbol here can represent 12 or more different meanings. The word is called polysemous, which basically just means when a symbol has more than one meaning, it's called polysemous. But more than anything, this is just it's a work of art on one hand, but it's also it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen on the other hand, because it lists, like I said, most of the victims are women and children, and just the carnage wreaked in this thing is like, you would not even believe the horrible acts that are described in this cipher. And I've spent over 10,000 hours deciphering this. And hopefully we get some time to go through some of the things.
Certainly, yeah. So let's just take a minute, just catch a breath and get a drink if you need to. Let me do some housekeeping stuff real quick, and we'll go back to this. Yeah, certainly. Okay. Again, guys, thank you guys so much for being here. We really appreciate everybody tonight. So interesting, right, Mike? This is
yes. Once I can get past, I'll be honest with you. So, like, just the way my mind works,
yeah.
When I start looking at a bunch of stuff together, my dyslexia just totally takes off.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm having to really like try to hone in, and then So it's
I get it.
I mean, I'm super interested in it. It's just like, and I think that might be one of the reasons I am interested, is just like I can get down with this second one a whole lot better than I could the first one, because it's more about symbols, and and symbols don't seem to bother my dyslexia as much as numbers. And so I'm ready to jump in. This one.
Well, real quick, guys, if you're here for the first time, please make sure you hit the subscribe button. We got a lot of people in here, so just all we ask is you hit that like button. And guys, go over to Richard's page as well. It's Monterey Spike. Give him a subscription. He's doing. We're proud of him. He started doing videos on his own over there. So make sure you go over and check him out. Hit the sub button for him, and like his videos as well, guys. So again, thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate everybody being here tonight. So we're back at it, Richard. So we'll start.
Okay, cool.
We'll start however you want to. The floor is yours.
Okay, cool. Thanks for giving me the breather. I sort of needed that.
Yeah. So
everything in the ciphers, by the way, is the key to solving any cipher begins with something called pattern recognition. And what that simply means is well, I guess at the how do I simplify this? You guys have probably solved like a jigsaw puzzle before, right?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, Adam, I'm just trying to simplify it for everybody. So it's been a long time since I used to really enjoy jigsaw puzzles, but basically the first thing you do is you look for any of the straight edge pieces or the pieces that have like similar color, like whether it be a landscape puzzle, you look for the sky, you know what I'm talking about? So one of the first things that you want to do in trying to solve a cipher is try to get your foot in the door, so to speak. And the way you do that is finding similar or identical symbols. And here in this cipher, one of the most obvious ones is what looks like a musical note, but it's supposed to be a combination of different meanings. But one of the meanings is a musical note, but the other is I believe to be the boot of a sadist. But on line 3 to the right hand side, you'll see the musical note 3 down. Yeah, and then to the left hand side on the 5th line down, you'll see it repeat again. Right there. And then once again to the just a little bit down to the right, right there. So these symbols have a lot of different meanings. Taken together, before I forget to mention it, one of the things they're supposed to represent is you draw a triangle, you draw a line between each of them, and you get a triangle pointing to the left. Well, what that represents is the left-hand path, which is, their satanic religion, but it also is supposed to represent a simplified airplane. And it's sort of hard to see, but you remember how last night I was talking about Kevin Collins?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying,
well, his name is spelled in this cipher. If you look to the, you remember that symbol at position 8-6, which is 8 down and 6 to the right, sort of in the center of the cipher. It looks like a right there. That it looks like a magical collection device. Right there, it looks like a TV antenna.
This one?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that right there.
Right.
So if you go to the right, you'll see a letter C. You'll see a letter right right there. If you go down, it spells the word Collins. It goes C-O-L. That's a backwards L, but then then it's supposed to shift over to the right. That becomes another L. And it's difficult to explain, but the INS is completed on the line just right above that, where you see the letters. Yeah, they see the C. The C is actually supposed to be a sideways N and then an S. But what this represents is Church of Satan, but it also represents St. Agnes Church. These letters here represent the spot where Kevin Collins was abducted, which is near the school that he attended, which was St. Agnes Church. So it's completed right there, but I'll describe that more later on if we get to it. Hopefully we will. But what I wanted to go back to was the hand that you have right there is right over that L. You see the L is backwards right there?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, you can spell Lockerbie, but it's very difficult to actually spell it. They've made it that way because they published this cipher only about 10 years after they did the bombing, and obviously none of them wanted to get caught, but it spells Lockerbie. If you go up, that's supposed to be an L, an O, a C, and then, believe it or not, that represents a knife, but also a letter K right directly above it. Then you move to the right, but that circle right there, believe it or not, it looks nothing like an E, but the only way that it represents an E is by the position from left to right, believe it or not. It's A, B, C, D, E. If you count from right to left, it's the 5th character, which is an E. Then they finish, basically you go to the R up above, but then the B, I,
anybody else figuring out this here information? Now you know why all those hieroglyphics are found in the cave. Nobody's found the information because we ain't figured out how to put the man that's standing next to the horse with the arrow headed this direction over to where the rice fields are to get food so we all can survive. That's why they're no longer in the cave. They all died off because they didn't follow the hieroglyphics or something. I'm to the point where I think you can just flip the image upside down and other, like right side up and bottom to top, and look at it and maybe get a new message. Because I'm seeing some words there. There's like a word there. It says OVHLIM, but I think it says chili in there. Maybe I'm just interpreting it wrong. I'm just saying. We'll go back to listening.
symbol represents the 9 and the 9-3, which is September 3rd, but it's finished with the characters at position 4 and 5 below, because the birth date of that person is September 3rd of 1945. And I'll show you what it connects with. You guys aren't going to believe this, but if you go to, if you see the stylized B right above the musical symbol, to the top right, yeah, right there. So it's going to spell out bomb. This is a B. Then you go down to the right in the circular, that is an O. And then in that box back to the left is a concealed M in the shape of an X. That's supposed to be an M. And then the word bomb is completed with that B to the left, right there. So that is indicating who built the bomb. And this person, he's from your guys' area. Maybe I shouldn't say anymore, but he's related to Dick, and his birth date, that is his birth date, is the 3rd of September of 1945. And like I said, he's a computer genius, and this is indicating that he is the one that built the bomb.
Okay.
So
Richard, can I ask one more question while I'm trying to follow this?
Yeah, no problem.
So when you you spelled that out, so you went from the B up there to the top, right up under the musical note. From that point, let's just say from that B, I can go in any direction as I'm trying to solve this, right? So then we went B, and then we went to the O. Once we get to the O, it can go back either side to side, up, down, diagonal to come up with the word. Or does it run in a strict pattern? Like, do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, if I'm trying to solve it, would it be like I'm solving a word puzzle, right?
Yeah.
Like, I can't go and that's what I'm trying to figure out, to how we solve this.
So that's a great question, Mike. You can count in any direction, left or right, up and down. Like, you can do it any which way. They like switching directions all the time. So. Okay.
I'm just trying to follow, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So
we try.
Before I forget, I'd like to describe. I really need to describe a lot more what the musical notes represent. The one over to the left-hand side is at the 5-12 position, and that's one of the positions that represent the man that I called my dad. That until 18 months ago I thought was my biological dad. That represents the 5-12 position, which is his birth date of May 12th.
So let me tell everybody, Richard, real quick. When he says 5-12, that's 5 down this way, Mike, and then 12 over this way. So it can be in any form.
Right, but like trying to create the word. I just want to like if you're doing a crossword puzzle, you can go up.
It can go in any direction.
Yeah, but it's you're not able to go. Almost like a zigzag type thing.
Yeah, but in this,
that's what I'm saying. So now I can follow a little bit better, because I'm going, where, how is he getting it to be able to? Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Okay, Richard. I just wanted to tell everybody when you say 5-12, kind of what that means. So
right here in the back
didn't
of the
interrupt you, but go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Those are really good questions. Thank you.
I'm not seeing it. I'm still stuck at the
so before I forget, I'd like to finish explaining a little bit more about the third musical note, which is down to the right-hand side. Yeah, just up a little bit at him. Yeah, right there. That's at position 7 down, and then 4 over from right to left. And that represents the year that the youngest member of this professional kill team was born, which is 1974. And the symbol right to the left of that's the alchemy, an ancient alchemy symbol. And what that represents is the gold. So, and it's also at position 8, which represents August. So that's August of 1974. And my brother is the golden child, because he is the one that was selected to follow in his father's footsteps, and follow the satanic path and the human sacrifice path and all of that. And anyhow, long story short, that represents him. But
I think you were
furthermore,
I'm just saying,
if we can go, well, all of these together they also represent the home address, which is 4012 Heather Lane in Napa, California. And
verified. That is his mother's address.
In this cipher, they've been making ciphers for 36 years, which they have been saying that they're going to kill me. But this year it's got incredibly serious because, like I said, my brother showed up at my door, and I have that on videotape. And we haven't spoken since 1995, so he was only here for one reason. But by the way, I do want to mention, I'm sorry if I repeat myself on this, guys, but I have not been suicidal for many, many years, over 12 years. And I just want I want it on the record that I'm not suicidal and I'm not homicidal. But there are still 2 remaining targets left in the Burger Chef cipher. And that includes myself, and that includes my former doctor. And they say that they're going to murder her and basically leave her remains in the field that I live across from, where I take my dog every day. So just in case anything happens, I have never murdered anybody. I have no plans to murder anybody. I have nothing but appreciation from my former doctor, because she helped me in it for a long time, and her and I together put in a lot of work for a lot of years. And I have nothing but respect and admiration and thankfulness towards her. So I just needed to state that. Thank you, guys.
Certainly. Attention.
But
just my thoughts.
Leaving off where I was starting to describe, this is a threat to me, and one of the things that they've done a lot of things to try to push me to unaliving myself throughout my life, believe it or not, guys. And one of the things that I'm firmly believe that they did was I believe that the man I called my father, I know this is hard to believe, but it's not any harder to believe than, like, if they're serial killers, this is very a tiny thing for them to do. But I believe that the man I called my father, one of the ways he tried to push me over the edge was, I think he paid people at my high school to start calling me, demeaning word that they called me throughout high school was zero. And it was something that started when I was a freshman and continued for 4 years. And I don't know, it's been a hard life for me. And that was just another thing that toughened my skin. But to be honest with you, it was not easy high school is hard enough without having people yell across the quad at you, zero, you know what I mean?
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, I can laugh at it now, but at the time it was anything but funny is what I'm trying to say. It was very painful, you know?
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. But going back to why I shared that, these lines are all coordinating to numbers, okay? And once again, I'm not going to explain the death threat to me in here because that would take too long. And I'd like to focus on other things, but line 2 down is a zero line. All the lines in between the musical symbols are quote unquote zero lines. So the line up above the musical line is a zero. The line right there, the 4th line down is a zero line. And in these lines, they mention that I am one of the people that is box bound. Remember how I explained that spells out box where your hand is, Adam?
I see box.
And on the right, it says bound. Well, that was their plan for me also.
Bueno,
but long story short, this represents a zero line. The line below, right where your hand is over, that musical symbol, that's a 12 line. And then once again below that is a zero line. Right there, yeah, that's a zero line. That right there, that symbol that you're on right now, that diamond shape, that is supposed to represent different things, but it's supposed to be a C for Charles, CHAS, which is my biological father, but it's also supposed to represent a DNA. That's supposed to be a DNA symbol, because one of the main reasons that Dick wanted to kill me was in the late 80s, he not only killed my biological father the day I was conceived, but he also, in 1987, murdered my biological grandfather in order to get DNA and prove his long suspicion that I was not his biological son. So this cipher was made 11 years after he did that. So he's basically, that's one of his quote unquote kill lines where it says CHAS, but I don't want to get sidetracked. That more than anything, that goes along with the 0. And then one more down is the 4, because from right to left, that symbol is at the 4 position. So if we take all of this together, everything I just described from line 3 down to, what is that, line 7 down? Line 7 down.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually, well, we don't really need to count line 2. But from line 3 down to line 7, what you get is 4012 repeated from top to bottom and from bottom to top. And that corresponds to the home address, once again, 4012 Heather Lane in Napa, California. And that's what that is supposed to represent. But I think I just need to finish with that one more thought. They're also aligned on the 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th line. And do you guys have any idea what that means?
I don't.
3, 5, 7,
okay. Well, it means a couple different things. First of all, it's has to do with Masonic, something with Masonic, basically the course of learning. I don't know exactly how to describe it perfectly, but they have different levels of achievement. You know how they have the 33 degrees?
Yeah.
As you go up, there's supposed to be some quote unquote ladder of learning. And in their coursework, the number 357 describes that ladder. So that's a part of it. But more than anything, this whole cipher is a record of many, many murders, but also a threat of death on one person. And that person, unfortunately, is myself. 357 represents my father's 357 Colt Python Magnum. And that was what Mike was supposed to shoot me with on the 4th of July of 1999.
No idea.
So,
wow.
I mean,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I'd like to move on to something else if we could. I've been avoiding some of the main things I'd like to talk about, Adam, and I'm just a little guy. I don't even know what I'm doing on here, but you know the whole story about David and Goliath?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, I just I've always been a fighter throughout my whole life, Adam, and you know, lately I've heard rumors that my mother may have passed away, and I tried my whole life to be her best friend, and it's a long story, but I found out in the last few years that she was never my friend. She was always my secret enemy, just pretending to be my friend. And she's one of the ones that signed off on all of these things, these plans to take my life, is basically what I'm trying to say. But before I forget, I don't want to say everything negative about her. There is some good. I just realized lately that I did get some good from her. She taught me how to fight, and she taught me to never back down. She was this little short, like 5 foot tall Irish woman, and when she got mad, she had incredible strength. Like she could kick down 2-inch thick double oak doors with a single kick. And one of the things she taught me was to never back down. Like in I think I was like in 3rd or 4th grade, and I might have been running my mouth. I was always a little meek little kid, but I'm just trying to be honest with you. Maybe I said something like, "Oh, the kids were talking at school," and I was never a fighter, so I don't know why I would have, but there's always a chance I said something that I shouldn't have. But they said, somebody from across town was the baddest kid in town, and they said, Steve Hatton, like, you watch out for Steve Hatton. And I might have said, I can take him, but I don't know why I would have, because I was this scrawny little, like, I looked like a white Ethiopian back then. Like, I was malnourished and I could not fight. So I had no business saying anything like that at that time. But there's always a chance that I did, or maybe the kids just wanted to see some action. But I don't know. For some reason, long story short, for some reason, he showed up at my parents' door as I'm watching cartoons after school, right? And the instigator said, Steve Hatton is out on your front lawn. Come out and fight him, right? And I closed the door and I said, I'm like, no, I don't have any interest. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And my mother overheard the whole thing. And in 2 seconds, I'm telling you guys, we had a courtyard, and now it's all barricaded. Like, you can't even get to the front door, because obviously they've been hiding a lot of stuff. Like an iron gate that goes all the way to the rafters, and it has a courtyard that's about 15 or 20 feet out, and all of that is like, has a high fence, and then this big steel security gate that goes up about 8 to 10 feet tall. But back then it didn't have any of that. And I just want to wrap this up. Sorry for rambling.
No, you're fine.
But basically, in short order, I was being pushed out through the courtyard and into the front yard. And like, thankfully, I thought, as you guys were going to bring me on, quote unquote, the stage tonight, I think I remembered her doing that. Like I appreciate you guys having me on tonight, but I'm not really a people person. I don't know. It's just thinking of a lot of people watching me sort of makes me nervous. I've never been a people person, and I'm not looking for notoriety or attention. Even though a lot of people seem to think that, but anyhow, let me not get too sidetracked.
Well, I want to say this. I don't mean to cut you off, but that's a good segue into what I was going to ask. And you may have said it earlier, but and that's completely understandable. A lot of people are not, they don't feel comfortable being in front of a large crowd. But I do think it's important. I mean, tell everybody. So why are you doing this? And you told me about this, and I know we spoke last night, because first of all, you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, definitely. There's nobody that will ever come before Jesus in my religious beliefs.
Amen. And
Thank you.
So remind everybody again. So why are you wanting to get this information out there?
Wow. Thank you so much for doing that, Adam. You're bringing me back on track. More than anything, I don't want this to keep occurring, and I don't want anybody, adult or children, to die because of my family of origin. But more than anything, I don't want any more children slaughtered. And hopefully I'll wrap this up really quick, my little story here, but I'd like to describe some of the child victims in this before we're done tonight, hopefully. But there's some very famous child victims that are hidden in this cipher, and what was done to them, especially Kevin Collins, honestly, I have survivor's guilt, especially considering Kevin Collins, because they say that they held Kevin Collins for 8 years and 8 months on the family property, and it's a half-acre property, but it just makes me beat myself up. Like, if that's true, how did I not see one single thing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it seems almost impossible that they could hide somebody even on a half-acre lot for that period of time without me noticing. But at the same time, I try to forgive myself, because day to day I was just trying to survive in that place. I literally grew up in a war zone,
Yeah, certainly. And we talked a little bit last night, and you had a little bit of guilt of how you, like you just said, how could you not know this was going on all these years? But you can't blame yourself for that. I mean, and we don't want you to do that. And so,
what I mean, certified, right?
Oh, thank you.
Certainly. And so you just started kind of putting all this stuff together once you started studying the ciphers and understanding what has gone on in your life. Is that right?
Yeah, that's completely right. And like I was telling you, one of the victims that we'll get to in a little bit, Adam, I did try to reach out for many months last spring and summer, and like I told you, I got no response, not even a phone call back, and
well, tell them who you reached out to. You don't have to say specifically, but what organization did you speak out to?
Well, I mean, I'll just say it like it is. Okay. To the Boulder County Sheriff's Department, and I left multiple emails and multiple phone messages, and some of them were very calm and collected, and like I would have thought somebody would at least give me a phone call back and looked into it. So it really perplexed me. And now that I know more about the involvement of law enforcement at all different levels in this 63-year-old conspiracy, I just wonder, I don't know, it just makes me wonder if those people in Boulder actually want to find the answers, or if they're working on the wrong side. I guess that's pretty much getting to the point, right?
Yeah, certainly.
But yeah, if I could just finish up that little story about my mother pushing me out through the courtyard, though, I'll just wrap it up really quick. I was only in 3rd or 4th grade, had never been in any fights, didn't even know how to throw a punch. But long story short, she threw me at this guy who was ready to fight me there, and I never had even met the guy. I didn't know the guy's name, or it was the weirdest situation. I guess he liked to fight, but I immediately found myself, once again, I was super scrawny and had no business being in a fight. But long story short, I punched him in the mouth and nose one time, and just caught him just right. And I didn't even jump on him or anything. It was just over with one punch. And but it taught me a lot. Like, it just taught me not to back down. It taught me, like, if I need to, I'm capable of defending myself. And anyhow, I guess I just wanted to say that most people, at least on some day of their life, they're not entirely evil. And even though, to be completely honest, my mother might have been the most evil woman to ever live in the United States, and the man I call my father almost definitely is the most evil man to ever live in the United States. I still tried to see my best in both of them, and I don't know, I don't want to get too deep into this, but a lot of times I was their emotional, I was almost like their doctor or their therapist. I was also the confidant for both of them. I kept both of their secrets. Just imagine a little kid, like, it's really unusual. Have you guys ever heard the term parentification?
What was it? You broke up.
I was wondering if you guys heard the word parentification.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Okay. It's basically when a child's childhood is robbed from them because they have to become a little adult really early. And that was the way I was with them. Like, my mother, I don't know, I might have been 6 or 8 years old, and my mother would tell me things about, like, adult stuff. Like, she had just had an abortion, and, like, you were going to have a sister, but your father hates girls, so I had an abortion. And how is a little 6 or 8 year old supposed to deal with something like that? But I compartmentalized everything, and I kept both of their secrets. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I shared that.
Yeah, no, you've dealt with a lot for sure, man.
Thank you. Can we get back to the cipher, guys?
Certainly. Yeah, let's do that.
Definitely.
Okay, cool. Sorry, that was my fault. I don't know. Maybe
No,
it's.
hey, we love learning about you, man. That's okay. That's what we're here for. So you're perfectly fine. But so yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
jump back on. Yeah, let's jump back on
biggest
the
thing here
Scorpion cipher.
is, you know,
Okay.
these guys are trying to get him
I
to
guess I'm
talk,
afraid to describe
trying
this, but
to
obviously
get his
most people have
trust and
probably
all that
seen
stuff. And
that red line going from the top to the bottom.
for every time that he goes on
So
somebody's
I think we should
stream and states information, people can go back and validate that by watching Patriot Pride stream, watching Sleuth Intuition stream, and all that stuff, and they can validate if he's saying the same stuff.
Believe it or not, guys,
You know, I have to stop and think about the fact that could you guys
the main reason
imagine
I wanted to do this whole presentation
this
is
guy
for
used
the
to be a real
children that have
estate
been
agent?
murdered
Can you imagine him
over
trying to
many
sell your
decades
house?
now. But also,
I mean, do you
I'm
just
sure
wake
you
up
guys
one
have
day
heard
and
a couple different words.
you're this
You
way, or
guys
has he
are
been like
familiar
this
with
all
the
his
term
life? It makes me
conspiracy
wonder
theory,
because
right?
things that he's saying based on his childhood,
Okay.
I think he was probably
That
experiencing
word was not invented
these
by the
things,
CIA,
you know,
but it was
as
popularized
what
by the
that go?
CIA after the assassination of
These things
JFK
that
on
as a
November
child.
22nd of
So it's
1963.
pretty wild.
And ever
Let me turn
since
it back up
then,
just a little bit.
they've used it to demean people and to basically label anybody that has any conflicting idea of what happened on that day. They stamp with the term conspiracy theorist, and that person is, from that point on, is deemed incredible. You know, they're not credible anymore, and they're not worth listening to. So in describing this here to you, I'm taking a big chance, but most of the things I'm talking about tonight is information that I've gleaned from the ciphers themselves. It's, you know, aside from like things I was just talking about, like my family of origin, when I talk about the ciphers, this is all information that
are crazy. Blows my mind.
It's in the cipher. It's what the cipher is saying. If I'm trying to, I hope you guys are getting the drift of where I'm going with this. It's not what I'm saying. It's everything is supported by the numbers, the coordinates, and the message that is told by the cipher itself, you know?
Yeah, certainly.
So you're saying you're just reading in the messenger of what the cipher says.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Thank you. Sometimes I don't know, I just stress out. I am not looking at the numbers or anything, but I just picture a huge amount of people watching and listening to me, and
hey, it's just you and me and Mike. It's just you and me and Mike, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I was just gonna say sometimes I fumble looking for the words. Like I don't know. I'm more of a writer than anything. I'm a top level writer, but verbally, I think in large part because of a lot of the trauma. I struggle. Sometimes I struggle verbally, and especially if in front of a large group of people. But I'm gonna go back and pretend it's just the three of us. So hopefully I can chill out here.
Yeah, you're doing great, man. But let's take a break, take a breath like we did before, and
okay, cool.
Let's shout your channel out again and everything. And so, just
Thank
again,
you.
guys, thank you guys so much for joining us. I know this is great, interesting to me, Mike. So I'm sure it is to everybody else. Again, we can't really see the chats, but thank you guys so much for being here with us. Again, if you hadn't hit the subscribe button, please hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and go over and check out Richard's channel. We're so thankful he's here with us. Go over and check out Monterey Spike on YouTube. Give him a subscribe and check out his videos and like those videos as well. So again, just thank you guys for supporting us and Patriot Pride and what we're doing. We're here strictly to try to help military families in need. So thank you guys for that. And we'll get back into it, Richard.
Okay. Thank you, Adam.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So basically that red line tells the story of what happened on November 22nd of 1963. And I have to preface this all with describing the man that raised me, Dick. He and I have always dealt with our depression or any of our struggles, our emotional struggles in similar fashion. We have been overeaters. I don't know if you guys probably heard the term depression eater. Anyhow, my weight sometimes, like my regular weight is like around 260, but sometimes it's ballooned to like close to 330 pounds. And that's because in the past, I've used food as a coping mechanism, but in more recent years, I don't do that as much anymore. But the reason I'm sharing that is Dick's health suffered really tremendously in his 40s and 50s, primarily due to, well, genetics and overeating. In his early 50s, when he was about my age, he went in and almost died. He had to have a quadruple bypass heart surgery. And that was in the early, let's see, that was a few years before this cipher was made, to tell you the truth. I'm estimating here, but he was born in 42. So I would say around 94 or so is when he had his major, where he almost died from a heart attack. So I believe one of the major reasons why he made this cipher was, at the time, he thought that his health was in serious decline. And I'm pretty sure he was thinking that he didn't have much more time on the planet, and he wanted to leave, even if it was in encoded fashion. He wanted to leave his secrets behind. Does that make any sense to you guys?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. So one of the biggest secrets in this whole cipher explains a lot as far as why the FBI has never contacted me and never wants, like, you guys remember, everybody remembers the interview I did with Sleuth back in April. It's been 2 months now. It was some very scary topics that I talked about, and I don't know. I just felt it was necessary to at the time, I thought that was my one and only chance, and I felt like I needed to share the whole story and even the graphic parts. And sorry if it scared people, but I believe in sharing the truth is what I'm trying to get to. And if the cipher said that these horrible things were done, what's the point in not sharing that? Like, I just don't see what the point would have been,
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was nervous, and honestly, I was jacked up on a little bit too much coffee, probably. But anyhow, I'm sort of, I guess I'm both apologizing and not apologizing. I'm sorry if it shocked people. Maybe it should have had a trigger warning with it for sure. But all of that stuff, I believe that all of that stuff and a lot worse was done to Nancy Guthrie, and that's what the Burger Chef cipher describes. Like, even if you
write that down,
even if you look at it on the surface, it has the words "we kill" on the top left corner, and it just has a lot of very descriptive things that make it unquestionable that these people are very sadistic, and the things they do are very, they're very horrific, and you can't describe. There's no way to describe them nicely and politely. Like, and how do you describe acts that are really just beyond comprehension and totally insane and still sound like a sane person? It's a pretty fine line to walk, if you know what I mean.
I understand.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. So I think I'm avoiding again, because what I'm doing one of the big reasons I wanted to meet with you guys, and thank you again for this opportunity, is I want to describe about the FBI's involvement in this whole conspiracy. There is a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theorist or a conspiracy theory, and it's one little thing. It's called the truth, and you can spin it any way you want, but the truth is still the truth.
Yeah, certainly.
So, if we start to the lower left corner, where you see that stick figure in the scratched out line. By the way, I didn't really describe what that scratched out line is. That scratched out line is line 14 down, which represents my, I was born on the 14th and I was supposed to be killed. So technically, one of the things that represents is myself, but it also becomes, in the cipher, it becomes what's called a wild card line. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but basically, line 14 down that's scratched out can either be used or unused in counting. Well, mostly you're counting from the bottom up, but sometimes it's used and sometimes it's not used. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just had to make sure I mentioned that it's the wildcard line. But so for the first character, which is that it's supposed to be a gun, in the scratched out line to the very left, you see that stick figure to the very left. It's a circle with a stick like pointed out. Figures. That is at position when we count the line, when we count the wild card line, and we count from the very bottom right corner. That is at position 36, 36 back.
Shit, now you just
so if
it's 36 back.
Basically, you start for the very right corner, the very bottom right corner, and you basically count all the way back 3 rows of 12. That's position 36. And what that is supposed to represent is the 36th president of the United States, which I believe was, am I getting it right? Johnson? Is it Lyndon B. Johnson?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I think I'm getting it right. But that is supposed to represent him. And I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I have researched. I'm coming back to this puzzle after not looking at it for like probably 8 or 9 months, guys. So sorry if I'm a little rusty on it.
You're fine. And it was Johnson. You're correct.
Okay. Well, the symbols above and below, I think, are supposed to represent him. If you see the B on position 2, like to the left corner. Well, to the left corner, right there. Yeah, that one. In this case, I think one of the things, it represents a lot of different things, but I think that symbol combines with that right up above, just to the left of the figure. I believe that's supposed to be an L and a J, both of those. You see that? I don't know if it's a lesser or greater symbol. You see that little arrow that points towards the figure on line 3 up on the first, to the left, or 4 up actually.
4. As I say, it's 4, not 3.
Right there.
That's a lot.
Yeah, believe it or not, that's supposed to represent an L and a J, and it's supposed to be combined with that B, but he left it very confusing because he's trying to. Once again, he's trying to make it as confusing as possible. But what makes it clearer than day is when we draw that line from the figure, from the stick figure up to the H. If you could show them that, Adam. Can you show them the whole?
Yeah, Adam, show them.
All the way up through the H.
I don't understand your
ciphers. So I have to explain more about what's going on down the bottom.
No justice.
Once again, it's really important that the wild card line is understood, because in the first case, we count it, and that stick figure becomes a 36, a position 36, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the second instance, we discount it. We don't use it. So the line up above the figure is at position 35. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
35. Okay.
And that is supposed to represent the 35th president of the United States, which is JFK.
JFK. Got it.
And right above the figure is that symbol represents the 2 different things.
If he says
sideways, it represents the letter H.
Heel.
I don't know if you guys can see that.
Which, am I on the right symbol here, Richard?
I need to turn the page, man.
Can you envision that being a sideways H?
Yeah, I got you now.
You just got to envision.
Okay, but just as importantly, that symbol is also the upper part of the satanic cross. It's called the Leviathanic or Satanic cross. The whole cross has a figure 8 below. This symbol is on the top, and then there's a figure 8 beneath it. Okay.
Bro, I gotta go clean my glasses.
So
I ain't seen this shit.
What it's indicating is
not even that way.
It's basically saying that the assassination of the 35th president was ordered by the 36th president, or that he was involved, but also a man with the initial H, which is up above the figure. Like, once again, you got to picture it sideways. That H represents J. Edgar Hoover. Okay, the longtime leader of the FBI. He was the person that ordered the assassination of JFK. Believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Because they didn't see eye to eye.
Okay.
So if we follow that line up, you'll see that it passes various symbols. I think if I'm not mistaken, if we're counting from the bottom, Alex, that musical symbol, is that on line 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
Okay, so in this case, I think that represents position 6-3 is what it's supposed to represent for the year 1963, and basically saying that was the day that the music died, because it also represents a musical symbol and it's been crossed out, you know.
Right.
But then as we go further up, it goes through the the box figure, I don't recall what that means, but maybe it's black and white, so it's probably the day he went from life to death. But then the symbol right above that, what looks like an LB, I believe in this instance it represents different things when different things are described, but in this particular instance it represents LBJ once again.
Okay.
And then going up as we cross through the flag, it represents that the order was, this was a government ordered hit. Okay, once again ordered by J. Edgar Hoover. And going up on the next line, once again, I don't know if that just means life to death. The black and white, I have it all researched and I have like tons and tons of notes, but I haven't gone back to the cipher in about 9 months, so there may be some things I'm forgetting is what I'm trying to say. But as we go up, the figure above, that is a figure of Venus, which as we get into another victim, it becomes very important later on. But in this case, it's at position 6-6. So once again, all of this is saying a lot of these symbols are repeating the same theme, which was that it was a satanic sacrifice. The man who did this and probably the people that ordered it, they're satanic, and they saw this as a satanic sacrifice. Obviously, that wasn't the sole purpose. This assassination basically opened the floodgates to allow the Vietnam War, and it allowed a lot of people to become very wealthy. Unfortunately, there was a heavy toll on all sides. From things I've read, some accounts say that over 3 million people from all countries involved lost their lives because of the Vietnam War. And you know, for the United States, it was a very horrific thing also. A lot of soldiers didn't come back, and if they did come back, a lot of them were never the same. They either got Agent Orange or they got PTSD, and unfortunately I know way too much about that, so I almost wanted to swear here, but I've made up my mind not to be angry or swear during this presentation, so sorry guys.
This is getting freaking
Thank you. Sorry guys, but so continuing upward, the X is supposed to represent the X that is on the road in Dealey, I don't know how you say it. I'm going to say Dealey Plaza or Daily Plaza. It's spelled Dealey, I think. So maybe it's Dealey Plaza.
I think
but
so, yeah.
In Dallas, the last place where the car was, where Kennedy was shot in the head, there's an X still on the road to this very day, and that's what that is supposed to represent. Then as we go up further, the next letter is supposed to represent a very weird shaped J. That's what that's supposed to represent. And then as we go next row up, believe it or not, in that box, it's hard to imagine, you guys, but it's supposed to represent a K, but just picture a K facing
Okay, I was like,
basically,
you tell me
it's on. Let's see how.
Tripping the hell out here.
Well, it's supposed to be turned on its side, I believe, like to the right. Like if you took the whole box and if you turned it to the left, you would be able to see a K much easier. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like he repeated this theme in the Halloween card too. He made a really very I don't know how he came up with it, but it was a very hard to decipher symbol that uses this type of K, but he only uses dots in the Halloween card. And I don't know if you guys, if your viewers enjoy this presentation, maybe we could get to that another time. But but what I'm saying is the Halloween cipher the Halloween card is basically a small like a small cipher that I could explain in probably 45 minutes. It's a lot easier than this cipher. But nobody really knows that it's there's a lot of things that are hidden in the Halloween card that including the symbol that indicates he was responsible for the assassination of JFK. Once again, he uses the same type of way to hide the K, but it's all set up. If you look at the Halloween card, it's set up with 4 dots in a pattern. You remember the order of the trapezoid?
Right.
It's set up in the same sort of fashion. It's set up in a trapezoid shape, but very few people would ever figure out, like, all you have to do is connect the dots, but in a different way. You just go straight across on the top 2 dots, and then out at angles like the triangle is in this figure here. Before I forget to mention it, that triangle is also represents a lot of. It's a magical symbol. It represents. You see the square with the same thing we were just describing, where there's a upside down K inside of this box.
Yep.
That triangle, the triangle shape is very important to the Church of Satan, and it represents a lot of different things, going back to the foundation of the United States. You guys are familiar with like the all-seeing eye, and then it has a lot of different meanings in the Masonic church, but also, have you guys ever heard of like the third eye, as far as like a lot of, not Christianity, but a lot of other religions believe that there's an eye that's is basically positioned on our foreheads, that it possesses a lot of wisdom and some people say it can see into other realities or other it has a different kind of wisdom, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Mine ain't there.
Well, I guess the most important thing you guys need to know is that is another affirmation that once again, it goes back to the Church of Satan, and that this whole thing ties back to a satanic sacrifice. So right above is the letter F. So altogether we have JFK in those 3 letters.
That means we're food.
The one that's covered, you can't really see Adam, but that's a very angular, weird shaped character, but it's supposed to be a J. Yeah, right above that.
Right.
Technically it's right. Maybe you are right. No, you are right. Yeah, you're right. It's supposed to be right there under the red.
Mm-hmm.
But the most important symbol is the H up above that the dot is in, and that is the person that ordered the hit. Once again, it's JFK or Hoover, which ironically is the name of my dog, by the way. But if you go over to the left, the very left of this line, you see that one little dot off to the side?
Yes.
It's hard. Yeah. No, to your left, Adam. All of these things are very hidden. You have to go to the very top line, and then all the way over to the left, basically off the chart.
Yeah.
that little dot is a number 1, and the number 1 is there because
that's a vote.
Everything started with J. Edgar Hoover's order from the man I called my dad to kill JFK. But the one, Hoover was born on 1/1, the first of basically day 1 of January 1st of 1895. And all of these numbers on the first and second lines correspond to well, I can't say all of them. There's corresponding symbols that match up with Hoover's date of birth, is what I'm trying to say. And this little section over to the left represents J. Edgar Hoover. And if we go to the skull symbols, you see the skull symbol on the top fifth, the very top row, the 5th character over from left to right. Yeah, that half circle just to your left, that half circle represents a skull. Do you remember how a piece of Kennedy's skull went flying off when he was shot?
Right.
So that represents part of the skull, but it also represents at the position 5, it's the birth date of JFK, which was May. And if you go down to the second row, the 9th position, you see right where your thumb, right to your left, you see the skull shape with the hole in it, right there. That's a position. That's a second row, and that's the 9th position. And JFK was born on the 29th of May.
That'll be the 4th position.
And there's other symbols in there that affirm everything, but those symbols are the most obvious ones as far as that this was an assassination.
It's over in the Sorry, section.
It's okay. I got you.
An assassination of JFK, but I think from this point, if we could go down to the 5th line down, it gets even clearer, though.
Okay.
So if we go to that once again, that musical symbol over to the far left. Once again, that symbol represents a lot of different things. It's a musical symbol, but I believe it's also the boot of a sadist, a sadistic serial killer. But this whole line tells us the story about like that's one of the symbols that Dick represents himself with at 512. But the badge just to the right of it, a lot of people. There was a very poor picture taken the day. Somebody took a picture of towards the grassy knoll on the day that all this happened on the 22nd of November 1963. And that picture for a long time has been called Badge Man because it looks like he's wearing a shiny badge. And what the FBI and CIA did was they made all of this was heavily planned by multiple law enforcement agencies, and all the way to the point of making custom cast metal badges. And anyhow, Dick has always had that badge, and on this line, he is calling himself Badge Man right there, on the 2nd position, right there. Yeah, thank you. So moving on to the 3rd position, that's a clock, and it's set at about 12:20, and Kennedy was shot right around 12:20 or 12:30, but they obviously got there a little bit before, but that's indicating the time. Then if we move one position more over, that triangle indicates, well, once again, it indicates a lot of different things, but
kids, here's my message. Don't do freaking drugs, okay? I don't know what happened here, but don't do drugs. Because this will screw your mind up. And don't try to figure out no ciphers. If you just want me to know something, just tell me. You write it down in hieroglyphics like this right here, we ain't doing it.
School book depository, the grassy knoll, and I think somewhere towards the highway in front of the limousine. But this triangle is connected to, that is the car, the limousine that JFK was riding in.
Which car? I don't see no damn car.
Right to the fifth position. But these two symbols
black Lincoln. Yep.
represent the address of Elm Street.
Y'all see the wheels?
Where Kennedy was shot. And the address is 498 Elm Street. That's where the X marks the spot in Dallas on the road.
Is that where?
And you can look that up. But this, if from left to right, that triangle is position 4, but it also is 9 from the opposite direction. And then the car is at position 8. So those two symbols together represent the address, which is 498 Elm Street. And moving down further down, it's hard to see, but right below those double E's 2 lines down, see those?
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, one is supposed to be an E and one is supposed to be turned sideways to become an M. And that Z shape up above, I believe, is supposed to serve as the L. So those 3 letters there are supposed to be Elm. I know it's hard to envision, but I believe that's what it's supposed to represent.
Has anybody ever sent this dude to a damn doctor?
And then moving on back to the same line we were working on, Adam. You see the X?
Because I wouldn't be able to deal with this, y'all.
I'd
be like, you are fucking.
I'm trying to remember what
crazy,
position this is at, but what's most important here is.
I'm sorry, I cursed.
Him shooting Kennedy enabled him to do whatever he wanted for the next 63 years, and he's not only. The FBI and all law enforcement agencies have not only looked the other way, but they've actually participated in convicting innocent men, believe it or not. One of the first being an African American man from Napa. His name was Willie the Woodcutter, and he was one of the first that was convicted for one of Dick's murders. I think that was around the year I was born, 1971. But he murdered a college girl up in Angwin, and believe it or not, guys, he's had close relationships with law enforcement ever since he was a teenager. One of his best friends in Maine was a longtime Maine State Police officer. And he was also he's been a member of the Masonic Church since he was a teenager, and he has the skull and crossbones tattoo on his forearm, and it's all blurred because it's been there for it's probably been on him for 5 or 6 decades. You know what happens with tattoos.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is my father's connections. I don't know if I should keep saying that. I'm so ingrained that until 18 months ago, I thought he was my biological father. So sorry if I referred to him as my father, but he's the man I'm named after, and he's the only father I ever knew, But
just to be clear, so you're saying that he had something to do with JFK as well?
No. Do you mean the cop in Maine?
No. Your father.
What I'm saying is my father is the one that made this cipher, and he's the one that shot Kennedy from the grassy knoll. Is what I'm saying, as crazy as that sounds.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on. Freaking crazy.
I thought that's what we were saying, but I just wanted to be clear if that's what.
Can somebody get Patrick and you said a crayons?
Okay. Yeah. And by the way, I want to restate that. I'm saying it, but I'm only saying that because that's what he put in the cipher, and that's what the cipher says. So I want to be specific about it. I didn't because all of these symbols support what I'm saying, and I'm not pulling this out of my
Right.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Sorry,
it's really pegged down.
I
turned it way down.
So basically, you're saying your interpretation of this cipher. That's your interpretation of what you're saying. It isn't you saying it. It's the cipher that's what you're reading, right?
Well, it's a little bit of both. I mean, obviously the cipher can't speak for itself, but
so you're just reading the cipher out. based off of your opinion?
More than that. Yeah, no, more than anything, I'm going by what like I said, I've put over 10,000 hours of work into this, and this is what the cipher says. Dick is not going to come up. Yeah.
Can I ask you one more question?
Sorry, I had it turned down because I thought it was.
I was sitting there when you were
picking up
doing
my
all that.
computer.
So
yeah, no problem.
Let's say we have that triangle. We have just a triangle up there on the cipher. Could that triangle represent more than one thing if you're reading it from a different direction?
Yeah,
or
definitely.
Does it always have to be whatever it was based off of how you started reading?
No, that's an awesome question, actually, Mike. The symbols change according to the story being told, and you remember how I said that word polysemous?
Yes.
I think it's a Greek word. The etymology or the origin of the word, it just means many meanings. So each of these symbols can have 12 or more different meanings. So
I'm trying to get one story. I don't need 12
it was
letters.
Designed
12
intentionally to be confusing, to be very confusing.
It is not confusing at all. We all understand it, Richard.
The symbols mean different things in different situations. So I don't know if that completely answers your question.
How do we know which situation to be in?
A lot of this cipher, though, you have to have some sort of understanding of the history or the crime. Like, as I went along, I had to do a lot of research on cold cases and what exactly is he talking about. And sometimes there was a lot of more supporting information too, by the way. There's a case of her first name is Amanda.
I can read that, Patrick.
I can't remember her last name.
I have a message for you.
There was a body found
whatever it
in
is.
in a levee, not far, like within an hour of my parents' house.
Cipher for it.
And it took them 20-something years to identify her body. It's Amanda Deza,
Yes.
Deza. I think it might be Schumann Deza, Amanda Schumann Deza.
This is Richard Nolette from
what she was known as. They didn't know her name for 20-something years, but what she was known as for many, many years was the lady in the refrigerator. And believe it or not, I was shocked as hell when I saw her story and the pictures that went along with it, because I'm 90% sure that was her refrigerator. I can't tell for sure about that, but the blankets that she was wrapped in were my brother and my blankets from our childhood, believe it or not, guys. And there was a very distinct blanket in there. Well, two distinct blankets. There was a bright blue one, but there was one with I don't know if you guys are familiar with some of the things they do at the rodeo, like calf roping, that type of thing.
Yeah.
They had scenes of cowboys do like roping calves. It's just like something that you get a child's like cowboy themed sheets, but I definitely know that those were my blankets, and it was just, it's a little more disgusting when you see something that's connected to you.
How about now?
In a case like that,
Sorry, I turned everything down earlier, trying to get it to stop picking up my computer.
And I'm just trying to look
the
at
noise
these
y'all
symbols.
keep hearing from my mic.
Where you said that little DNA triangle,
the hard drives are it's a badass computer.
You see where you have the box that has the two dots.
So I turned a bunch of stuff down.
Okay,
trying to eliminate
go
that
over
for you.
right for where the hand
can you hear me
is.
now?
You got a box with
Am I
two
good?
dots.
Yeah.
Well, that means something different. Like, because that to me, that's a square and it's got two dots in it, right? But then I see another one.
Square,
you go down a little bit. If you'll go down 2 lines, you'll see another box with 2 dots in it.
Yeah.
Could even though they look different, could they mean the same thing? Because it's a box with 2 dots, or does it have to be the box all look similar? Does that make sense? I'm trying to figure out how to break codes on this cipher stuff.
Yeah. Well, in this case, sorry, I got echo there. In this case, they mean different things. But the like for the symbol where the hand is right now, that too combines with with the symbol to the right of it, and that indicates the birth date of my best childhood friend who they murdered in the house at Heather Lane. And he was born on the he was born on August 26th.
I'm guessing it was a male.
The two combined with the symbol to the right, and
taking a guess there,
and his last name was Heine. And in this case, the symbol that the hand is on is supposed to also represent the letter H. And
Heine's
I
not
think
an
I
H.
mentioned it before.
It's a J.
That symbol is one of the symbols that Dick chose to represent himself, and it goes back to the
this is the most psychotic thing I've ever seen.
Periodic table, right?
I'm telling you,
what we called it.
This dude got a hold of some good shit, and it ain't never worn off, y'all.
Thank you, Adam. If you want to focus in a little bit, it's on the right-hand side.
Mike is the
very right-hand side.
The guy underneath the word pride.
RN right there.
He's part of Patriot
RN
Pride.
represents the I guess they're called elements. Radon, and radon is an invisible but highly deadly killer.
Y'all get it?
A lot of people don't realize it, but it kills thousands of people every year, and it's an invisible gas, radioactive gas that's in a lot of houses. So the reason he picked this was that it matched up with his initials, for one, but also the position 8-6, he's made it work. A lot of the child victims align with that position at 8-6, and including one that we'll get to, which is John Benet Ramsey. John Benet Ramsey was born on the 6th of August, and that's one of the reasons that he picked radon. And the symbol itself that he's chosen is different. The symbol does not represent radon, only the position, if that makes any sense to you. Do you guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You gotta listen to what he's saying.
Okay, because he put the position it's at position 8 down and 6 over from the left to the right, because he wanted to represent himself as the element radon. But the symbol itself is from the alchemy symbol for it's modified. The ancient symbol for Uranus looks a lot like that, but it just has the uprights are a little bit curved. And by the way, he was also a star football player, and I think
it's Richard Nolette
this may also
on Patriot Pride that I'm restreaming.
He might have made it more looking like an upright because of the football connection that he has, because he's been a lifetime narcissist. But one of the ways that he got great attention was he was said to be a really brutal football player that played
Alex
both
finally
offense and defense, and he enjoyed knocking people out with a
large baggish jaw,
or
because
what do you call it?
Something's not right.
Clotheslining him under the chin, and my family does not play fair. Like just imagine it. Any way to winning is everything to them. So and playing by the rules or fair play usually does not come into play. But I don't want to get off topic, guys.
Well, you don't
think of a doobie.
Yes. Sorry, guys. It was hard. It was incredibly hard for me to find all this, but it's also incredibly hard to describe, and I wish it could be more entertaining.
Wild, ain't it?
But it's a little.
That's
honestly, it's a little bit boring, I guess.
Well, it's very interesting.
Could you imagine him trying to say your damn house?
I enjoy speaking with you. The amount of time and effort and energy you put into this is amazing. So, and I think everybody's enjoying it. So
and again,
we appreciate what you're doing. And just
I'm not speaking on their behalf.
Okay,
doesn't mean that they're believing him. They're trying to get the information.
So if we go back to that line, the 5th line down, I just wanted to wrap up a little bit.
The information as best they can. Mike there on the right,
there where the X is under the red,
up over his head.
You're at the right spot.
Former law enforcement.
So once again, the X with the arrow over there, the X represents the victim in Dealey Plaza, which was JFK.
Yeah, he'll eventually
but
get to
moving
his
forward,
connection to
X
this.
represents any victim in the whole cipher, or any victim that he's taken in his whole life, especially after JFK, because a lot of things were promised to him after he assassinated JFK. One, him and his family were supposed to be very wealthy. Secondly, he was allowed to get away with killing. He was basically any kind of mayhem or torture you can imagine. They told him, for your rest of your life, you will not have to worry about being arrested. You can do whatever you want as long as you keep it on the down low. I hope that makes sense to you guys.
Certainly,
I don't know what's Zaga. That's why I asked. Streamlabs
but
is
yeah, that X,
moderator.
like I said, it represents Kennedy in this situation. But moving forward, it basically it represents any victim. But I think it also represents like his free pass. I don't know if you guys have ever heard the term. It's a Latin term, quid pro quo.
Certainly, yeah.
It's basically trading one thing for another, and he traded his marksmanship in for a life of being able to do anything sadistic to anybody that he wanted without having to worry about any ramifications whatsoever.
Gotcha. Okay, so that kind of brings everything together. Why he's been able to do the things he's done, and nobody's really.
Don't worry about it
on him, I guess you'd say.
Listen to what it says.
Yeah, definitely. And I know it's really hard to, maybe impossible for a lot of people to believe, but this is how it is. Moving forward on this line, I guess the only other thing I want to mention, I guess, we've already discussed the triangle, which is there again. In this case, I'll get to it, in a little bit. It represents the top of a house, but also it's at position 8, which represents my brother Mike is represented by that triangle with a dot in it, and also that if you see the thing that looks like a staff, like a spear, like further down, you can see it on line 8 down, Adam, like a little bit further down.
8 down, you're 4 north,
there.
2 to the left.
Just to the right right there. Your hand is over it. The hand is right there. That spear. So Mike is represented by that spear, which is a Masonic symbol, and also by the triangle, which which once again goes back to a satanic. It has satanic and Masonic meanings to it. Before I forget to mention it,
who's so sensitive? Quit being sensitive, folks.
Believe it or not, guys, all the way back to the 40s and 50s, and I don't know about to modern day, probably still exists. A lot of people have one idea about the Catholic Church, and then they think a totally different thing about the Masonic organization.
Streamlabs' name is a bot.
They're really intertwined and connected.
Streamlabs deal.
And it was even worse back in the 40s and 50s and 60s.
And it still tries to
the world was a much smaller place back then, and especially a really rural place like Maine. Everybody knew each other, and what I'm trying to say is that Dick's family, his uncle was a very personable person, and he made connections everywhere he went, because he was to be honest with you, he was a narcissist for one. I believe he was a psychopath too, and I believe that he and Dick's mother got Dick into Satanism at a very early age, and also into killing people. And the first person that I believe they killed, and the cipher supports this, is a little boy that was 12 years old in 1954, the July of 1954. He was conned into getting into the car in Gray, Maine, but his body was found I don't know, a week or two later in a river by Auburn, a place called Auburn or Lewiston, Maine. But his hands were bound, and his head had crushed in. He's listed in the cipher, is what I'm trying to say. He's the first victim in this whole cipher. Yeah, it goes back. But moving forward back in Maine,
sounds there
in this cipher, the second victim that Dick killed was in 1957 or 58, and the end of the year, I think the end of 1957, I believe. It could be 58. It's been a while since I researched this, but there was a dairy farmer from the neighboring state. What's it called? I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if I can remember I don't know if it was Massachusetts or it might have been Vermont. I think it was Vermont. But
wow.
He was murdered in his barn, but they found him with his hands bound and in the river too. But they didn't find him until the spring. Anyhow, he's listed in this cipher as well. I think it was Vermont.
And
but the third victim that is listed in here was a man that was he was killed in a place called Falmouth, Maine, which was a few miles from where Dick's grandmother lived. And Dick lived in Saco, Maine. But that man was found on I think a day after Dick's father's birthday in June of 1958.
Audio test.
And he had been beaten severely. But the interesting thing about that you guys need to know is that I've seen pictures of the wall, but that man was on the wall. Some of the symbols in this cipher match up with what was written in the victim's blood on the wall of that gentleman in Falmouth. He was brutally.
Sorry, I had to go verify that.
I guess his head was beaten in.
Coming through there.
But the person that killed him wrote some of these symbols, these very same symbols on the wall, and he's mentioned in the cipher. So, what do you guys think are the chances of that?
It's pretty crazy.
It stops because it's only
before
so many
I forget
seconds.
to mention it, Adam, I just
Every
want
time
to
we
wrap
get a new
up this whole
subscriber,
Kennedy bit.
You're going to hear the Marine Corps hymn.
Before we move on to, hopefully you guys have a little bit more time. I'd like to talk about a few of the child victims. The only thing I really want to mention is how the FBI and the CIA are mentioned on the top right. Position, you'll see the Zodiac symbol appear twice in this cipher. Thank you. That position is 1122. Once again, it's the 11th position from left to right, and it's the second position.
I went to verify. I could hear myself because people were saying they couldn't hear me.
That's because 1122, which once
audio
again
turned up on
is
that
the
stream.
22nd of November of 1963.
YouTube to verify I could hear myself.
To the left, you'll see the symbols, which indicate the FBI. The red line's going through.
Once I turned that off, now you don't hear the multiple streams.
That's
I'm sorry.
That's an F, that's a B, and that's an I. And once again,
I see it, y'all. FBI.
That LB.
See it right there.
Honestly, it doubles as far as the two meanings I remember right now.
That's as much as I can decipher.
That represents Lyndon B. Johnson, because the FBI ordered it, but Lyndon B. Johnson knew what was happening and had everything to gain. He gained position, wealth, and power. He literally became president because Kennedy was shot in the head. You understand what I mean, right?
Okay, I'm going to turn this down a little bit, and I'm going to sort of explain this for anybody who's new to this whole thing. This guy is Richard Nolette. If you've ever heard any of us talking about Richard Nolette, he went on Sleuth Intuition's channel and discussed all this same stuff. He says that Nancy could be found in the Rose Canyon Lake in 3 pieces, in 3 body bags, and sunk to the bottom of the lake because he says his father is the Zodiac killer, and he's explained all this stuff, and he's explaining stuff to make people understand this cipher here. And inside this cipher, it has multiple crimes. That red line you're seeing on screen is November 22nd, 1963. It's talking about the hit that took out John F. Kennedy, and he's explaining all that right now. But in these different ciphers that he's produced and shown,
once again, an L and
holds the answers to John Benet Ramsey's death,
but that's the 2-9
to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance,
the date right.
And he's telling about how his family, his dad and his brother, his dad's supposed to be dead, but his brother is
supposed to be combined with another
involved in this.
His Lake Berryessa attack is mentioned throughout the cipher.
And Lake Berryessa, which I know where it's at in California, and he's originally from Napa. This guy,
because that was where he wore the hood.
It's wild. I'll tell you that much. Try to follow along.
Photo from the Church of Satan. It's on their website still, and it shows the man I called my father, Dick, he's sitting with his back to us, to the right of the official founder of the Church of Satan.
You're right,
called
Anton
LaVey. But they're at a play which is called the Witch's Sabbath, and it was like a Halloween play that they did. But there's a small woman popping out of the casket on the stage,
Anton LaVey,
and she's supposed to be the witch coming out of the casket. And for years,
Bible, I guess
they've misidentified her as Susan Atkins,
Anton LaVey.
It's my mother.
No,
what I'm
thinking of Nada Seville, which is Satan lives
her
backwards.
Hair, her eyes. Susan Atkins had brown eyes. My mom had blue eyes.
That's what you're talking about.
It's very obvious to me that was my mother. But long story short, what I'm trying to get to is standing behind her is this enormous towering guy to the left. He's standing behind her, and my mom was only like 5 foot tall. This guy looks like he's 7 foot tall.
Could you listen to him fully, Saban?
But he's wearing the same
Imagine
hood
having to listen to the whole damn story to get
the man
I
called my father used in the attack at Lake Berryessa. And if you look at it, you can even see the flat top. It looks like sort of like one of those graduation, the cap they give you for graduation. Right. Well, just the very top of the hood looks like that. And the victim at Lake Berryessa, the surviving one, Brian Hartnell, that's how he described it. It had a flat top on it. And there's just very few hoods that are built that way.
But what's crazy is he knows people's names and specifics.
I forget how well
pretty wild about that.
I think all of them have a more rounded shape, is what I'm trying to say. This one had a very distinct flat top to it. And like I said, if you go to the Church of Satan website,
multiple notebooks to figure this shit out.
Witch's Sabbath, and it's just so weird to see all of them in one picture, and including the hood that was used in the attack.
Yeah,
but
very interesting.
But
one thing I wanted to ask you, I'm going to cut you off.
Interesting.
I don't want to sidetrack you, but do you want me to show those photos yet, or do you want me to wait?
If we could wait, that would be great, Adam. Thank you.
See, that's wild.
I would like to show this where the CIA is mentioned in here, though.
Certainly.
Up to the top right, it's hidden, but it's still pretty clear. The C is right there on the third line, right there, and then the I is the same I in the center of FBI. Right there,
it goes at a diagonal.
And then the A would be in just the dark, right there. That's supposed to serve as the A, but that arrow going back and forth.
Okay,
what he's saying here is that the FBI
find the word nanos in there.
Zodiac symbol is at the position 1122, and then over to the right you see the death head symbol on the second line to the right side. That's supposed to be a death head symbol. It basically represents each of the victims he's ever taken. What he's saying here is that what he did for the FBI allowed the creation of the Zodiac, and basically it allowed him to do all of the things that he's done, which once again, there are dozens and dozens of
bring me some shit over here, honey.
Listed in here, mostly women and children.
Dude's got us all jacked up.
What he's saying here is,
bring a couple rocks.
Basically, sorry, I got a little stressed out.
We can tell, Richard.
Tell me what's the Latin term I just used? Quid pro quo.
Yeah.
Quid pro quo. That's what he's saying right here. So we had a deal. You guys agreed to it, and this is basically.
I want to see somebody standing on their head looking at this thing upside down, because there's words I can see them.
You
I'm
allowed
just
me to
telling
do a
y'all.
bad thing for you, and now I get to do whatever
Somebody
I want.
screenshot it. We're going to turn this
Believe
shit
it or not,
around
that's
later,
what-
and we're going to look at it.
Those two areas are saying right there.
Because I think
And,
two guys are sitting on each side of the
if you
table.
go
One of
down
them's
to the
drawing their
bottom right, I think
ideas,
we'll
and
wrap
another
it
guy
up
was
with
writing
this,
his
Adam.
ideas.
I mean, as far as just the JFK part,
Y'all see
you'll
him?
see the zodiac symbol repeated once again at the or maybe
Yeah.
I should maybe I should also mention over to the left is also on the same same second line down all the way over to the left, but the second position in.
H.
That all, yeah, thank you. That also is 1122, and once again, that's Hoover. The gun is supposed to be a letter J up in the left corner. So, and those like sideways, those are supposed to be E's. Those sideways.
No, sir. That's
yeah,
an
those
H.
right there. Those two things.
Yeah.
So
I can
together, the gun symbol
that's pitchforks.
and the sideways E and the H, all of that is J. Edgar Hoover.
No, it's not. I
There
don't
are
see it.
further confirmations, but like I said, it's been 9 months, and they go across the top two lines though, but they all align with the birth date of J. Edgar Hoover. But more than anything, the whole line that passes through the whole cipher tells the story.
Right.
And
The hell
I know
you
it
say?
sounds ridiculous, but this
Getting close.
This was a
really
man
close.
that thought he was dying once again. The man that raised me, Dick, he literally had, you know what they do when they do open heart surgery, right?
Right.
They don't give you a fucking piece of paper and a pencil
what they call
to
it,
draw this shit out. I can tell you that much.
Your chest, your whole chest bone is cut open.
Here,
and,
start writing.
And he almost didn't survive the heart attack, and he
stick,
like
berry,
I said, he had to have a quadruple bypass, and his health went downhill from there pretty quickly. And I think he thought he was running out of time. But
sorry.
So the only other thing I want to show related to this is once again the lower right corner, the zodiac symbol is being repeated again.
Zodiac.
Right there. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're done with that. Sorry it's taking so long, guys. It's like
hey, we're here to listen, man. That's what we're here for. So you take your time. You're doing great, man.
Thank you.
So I'm telling you that.
So from this point on, I'd like to go to the John Benet Ramsey, I think.
See,
okay. And
here
you
we
still
go.
Want to hold off on the photo.
Alex,
right?
you out there listening?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thank you for asking, though.
Certainly. Yeah.
So John Benet Ramsey, the Ramsey home, the address has changed since the murder occurred. I guess I have to start with she was 6 years old when she was murdered in the early morning hours of the 26th of December of 1996. And taken together, those numbers are supposed to represent the most unholy number in the Satanic Church, which of course you guys know is the 666, the 666, you know? So
where's that at? I don't see it.
One of the years that they love to murder people more than any other year is whenever a year ends in 6, like we're currently in right now. That's one of the reasons that the whole Burger Chef was planned for this year. And once again, the Burger Chef, eventually you guys, if your viewers aren't too bored with this,
no, we're not, dude. Not at all.
They'll want to see my explanation of the Burger Chef cipher. I've done a few videos of myself, so on my own page, so
certainly,
people can.
We are gonna have to go check
people
that
can
shit
go
out,
over there
I want to see him
and check those out
instead
too.
Of just his picture and
I've
his
done a
voice.
pretty thorough.
I want to see his face
a few
and
thorough
his expressions
examinations of the Burger Chef cipher over there. So.
Because you can see, imagine what mine looks like.
To this,
can you imagine what he's going to be looking like?
So the address on John Benet Ramsey's house, the Ramsey house, has changed since 1996 because it, of course, has a major stigma with it. Even recently, the current owners tried to list it for over $7 million and weren't able to sell it because, you know, her murder is a really famous murder and a lot of people don't want to touch the house with a 10-foot pole, you know? But in this cipher, this cipher was made.
Wild,
I don't have the exact date on it, but it was around 1998. Her family home is represented by those 3 symbols on line 5 down and 6 down.
He'll be out there with a damn mower cutting this shit into
the triangle above the 2 squares. Yeah, right there. Thank you, Adam.
That means John.
And once again, if we count from right to left, the 2 shapes, the square on the right and the triangle will align with the number 5. So if you, I don't know, you might want to count just for the viewers, Adam. I don't know, or just show like we're going from right to left, from like that, from the right edge over to the left.
In which position are we going in?
Well, you're in the right position, but I just want to do it. We start over to the right, and so we count over from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and both of those both of those symbols, the square and the triangle above it, are at positions 5 and 5. Right?
Crazy stuff, right?
Okay.
Lori says, "Oh my God, I watched this for hours. My brain is scrambled and 0 miles in every direction." Right. Please tell Alex to live.
So that ends up being position 7.
Cheryl says he has no, and this is pretty interesting. Listen to this comment from Cheryl.
Taken together, we have
he has no issue graphically describing the taking of life.
It's further enforced
there is
by
no
the R
remorse
to the right
in his
of
comments.
You see the R?
And he previously brought up the young Native American girl slaughtered in Arizona and Nancy Guthrie.
Further to the right represent
those are things that I picked up on too.
Which are Church of
describe
Church of Satan,
death and horror.
That represents COS is Church of Satan.
And
okay,
doesn't even phase him. He can just straight up tell you.
It was
just like he's talking now.
15th Street. I should have checked all this out before, but I've gone through it so many times. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Up above on the 5th line, once again, where the triangle, which represents the top of the house.
To you. Okay.
If we move to the left, that represents 2 different things. It represents the Roman numerals X and V.
You hear the frustration whenever he can't get it out of his mind what he needs to tell.
To be confusing, but that's still a V. XV represents 15th.
Who is Kevin?
The street was 15th Street, so that's 755 15th Street. But once again, like I mentioned before, X represents the victim. Also,
you really want me to read it? I'll read it. Lori would like
represents John Benet Ramsey.
I seriously want Alex to motorboat my brain back into place right now after listening to Richard Nolette for the last few hours.
What he's saying
she just wants to.
Is that all of this was possible
sensation,
because
I guess,
of what happened with that car and the triangle? You see how it points to the car and the triangle?
This is Richard Nolette. Right. He's explaining.
So he's
you got to listen.
Saying
we can't explain
because
it.
Of what
Only
happened
Richard can
at 498 Elm Street back in 1963.
This cipher comes from the Zodiac Killer, which he claims is his father.
Murder the girl at 755 15th Street.
Twisted stuff saved on his YouTube channel at one time. Looked but didn't dare
from
open
here we're
anything.
gonna,
I heard he
the symbols are going to mean something different.
Bell bottom.
The square on the bottom of the house to the left.
That's right. No hate at all.
If we
fun.
count from right to left,
we're just making jokes here and there because this is wild and fascinating, but wild.
Other way, Adam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
6.
Brittany. Seriously,
that becomes a 6. And the
listen, what he's saying, and listen and figure it out.
The figure there is the alchemy symbol for Venus, and that has a lot to do with it has a lot
being
of
close to your anus or something.
I'm tired now. I can't remember all of the meanings, but more than anything, what you have to know is it represents a female victim in this case, and you know about all of the ideas about Venus and beauty and all of that. And John Benet Ramsey was a beauty pageant contestant. Everybody remembers that.
Right.
But also in this case, most people don't know that the pentagram symbol, when drawn out, the pentagram symbol is supposed to represent the figure of man. It's supposed to represent a human figure, believe it or not. And so that also comes into play in this meaning of the Venus symbol. And if you look at, I think it's called the Venusian man, It's like an ancient drawing. I think it was done by Michelangelo. It's supposed to depict perfect human proportions.
I understand.
And
fried.
Anyhow, that
burnt,
is tied to the
spent.
Pentagram in different ways.
Ain't got
also.
nothing else left.
So
Lordy.
all of this is satanic, basically. That figure there is at position 6-6. And if you combine it with the
I was a few
the
minutes
house, when we recount the
like
position
30-40
of
minutes late.
the square on the left,
It's
that
starting the
6
stream
is combined with the figure, which is at position 6-6.
It's wild.
So taken all together,
if you have to go to Patriot Pride to watch the whole thing,
a satanic
I understand.
sacrifice. Okay.
But you'll be just as lost as you are sitting here right now.
There's a lot more information.
Zodiac gets some crazy stuff.
Whole Ramsey family is depicted on.
But that's what he's claiming. This Zodiac killer cipher.
I think it's the 5th line down, or is it the 4th or 5th line?
He has the ability to read and understand it.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4th line down.
The understanding of what's being said
in this situation, we have to count from the bottom up, and the reason we do that, I don't think you use the wild card line in this position. In this instance, I think you skip
Frankie,
the wild
I'm on
card
fucking
line.
page, jackass.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah,
catch your stat on his own page. Where the hell you think you're at there, buddy?
And the reason
he goes to their pages and talks over everyone.
Right there, yeah. That whole line applies to the Ramsey family, and the reason that everybody is on the 12th line is this represents the 12th month of the year, which was not only the month that John Benet Ramsey was murdered, but it was also the
don't let the door hit you or to get lower.
Both of her parents were born in December, believe it or not.
Saban's gonna go motorboat Lori so she can come back.
Well, I guess I'll start with what it says. On the left-hand side, you see the word box. I don't know if you can see that. Sort of hard to see. I've looked at so many times, I see it right away. Yeah.
Is that why?
Thank you, Adam.
Do an interview?
Yeah. So right there's the word box, but in the dark letters of the first two characters, are the letters J and B. And I know it's a little hard to see because the J is not rounded like we would normally do. It's sort of squared off. It's angular J. But those two letters are supposed to represent John Benet Ramsey. And what it's saying is John Benet Ramsey in a box like a casket is what it's supposed to say.
Factual. It really makes me wonder.
But also to the right-hand side, we have the word bound. And what that's saying is that John Benet Ramsey has been killed and she's box bound, which, to me indicates a casket.
But I can see the word bound there. Y'all see it when he says the word bound? Y'all see the
symbols in this cipher have much more than one meaning.
Bound.
And in this case, John Benet Ramsey, I still haven't researched it, but from my older research, I believe that her hands were bound.
Has refused to talk to him.
What they're saying is that she was she was killed by being strangled with the what they called a garrote, I guess is the word.
Trying to go through this just to get your answers.
But I think more than anything, what they're talking about is her hands were tied. And I hope I'm not getting that right, but most of their victims, they usually bind their hands and their feet.
Kick me out, Frankie.
Then they proceed torturing them. But let's not get into too much of that today, please.
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, Frankie's a troll. I don't see no. But if there's a mod in here, I'd tell him to assist.
It means box bound, but also
hold on, there's some mods in here.
Like it means a casket. Sorry if I'm repeating myself too many times, but it also means that like her hands were being bound. And before I forget to mention it, one of Dick's favorite means of torturing and killing people has always been rope, and he was a rigger general foreman at Murr Island, and his whole life he's enjoyed working with rope, and it's sort of ironic that was his profession for almost 30 years. But I just thought I'd mention that.
Wow.
But on this line, part of it is obscured by the red line, but I'm glad we got that red line in there if we needed to talk about that. But on this whole line, everybody in the Ramsey family is represented. John Benet herself is represented right where your hand is. That character represents her, the second part of her name, And the first part is would be the J, which is represented to the left under the red line. And those positions, those symbols are at positions 8-6, which represent her birth date, which was the August the 6th. And I want to just quickly explain back to the radon symbol, just a little bit lower, Adam, the one that looks like the TV antenna back on a little lower down, right there. Once again, that's one of the positions where Dick represents himself, and a narcissist always has to be in the center of attention. So of course he's in the center of the cipher, but the primary reason he put himself here was, once again, he wanted to be represented by the element radon, which is a silent but highly deadly killer that kills because it's something nobody knows it's even there usually until it's too late, you know?
Right.
So in this case, he's also picked it because it matches up with John Benet Ramsey's birth date. And it's hard for me to describe because I'm not a part of their religion, thankfully, but
I agree, Lori. That's a hell of a question.
In sacrificing their
when
victims,
you stop and think about those kind of things.
You heard the saying where he said in his first cipher about collecting souls for his afterlife. They don't believe in God. They believe that they themselves are God. The current iteration of the church that they belong now is it was formed by a man that came out of the Church of Satan, the original Church of Satan. His name was Michael Aquino, and Michael Aquino was like a psychological warfare specialist with the military, and he also formed a new church after the Church of Satan, which is called the Temple of Set. And that's what all of these guys belong to right now. And there's law enforcement involved too, including one of the people that are assigned to kill me, which is a person from the Napa Sheriff's Department, whose name will remain unnamed, but let's just call him Officer W. He graduated from high school with my brother Mike. He's one of his he is his best friend. They're like,
so I tried to turn it down a little bit right here. Let me put my microphone down here to see y'all hear me. I'll put it right here next to my face. I know y'all are going to hear me now,
tonight, but I believe
I have it up here above me so that it's not like sticking out my camera view. So I know you can hear me now.
Dick, and there were 3 people that were hands-on, and that would have been my brother, my nephew, and Officer W.
Okay.
So he talks about some wild stuff. So here,
the guys.
So thinking of that, Lori, I think it was Lori that asked the question: if Dick Nolette, the Zodiac Killer, wrote this information back then, how is it involved Nancy Guthrie? Because just like,
well, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a really good question. So thank you.
So, but yeah, we're good.
Just like with John Benet.
Still people watching?
She was chosen because the cipher told the killer to choose her. Same thing with Nancy Guthrie. Basically, he's saying that Nancy is chosen because the information is in the cipher. Not that the cipher is written to include Nancy Guthrie, or it was written way before Nancy Guthrie was taken and is no longer at her house, but it had to fit the narrative, and the information is in here that says go to 5820 North Camino Escalante type thing is what I'm saying. Not that he specifically said that, but that's how he's addressing it all, as the cipher tells the killer where to go. Make sense?
We help out military families. I'm a member of a Gold Star family, so everything is dedicated to Ryan King, my nephew. So we're just here to create some awareness for Patriot Pride, so that we can help as many Patriot families as possible. So again, thank you guys. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't hit that. Hit the like button, and you guys go over and check out Richard's page. It's Monterey Spike. He's doing a great job over there. So go check that page out and give him some subscribes as well. So so we're back, Richard.
Can you hear me now?
Cool. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks for that subscribe. Y'all hear it?
Again, I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me. I appreciate being given the opportunity to talk about this.
And
before
Toby.
I forget to mention it,
here, Toby. I appreciate you.
I don't have any goal. I've never had any goal of becoming a YouTube big shot or honestly, even monetized. It's never been a goal of mine. I'm just trying to get my truth out there. And I don't know, more than anything, like we were talking the other night, I want to get all of these people were silenced, and the ones that really hurt me the most are the children. And I'd like to be able to get their truth out there. There's absolutely no reward in the John Benet Ramsey case whatsoever. But one thing I do want to mention on here is I was reaching out to the Boulder Sheriff's Department many times, phone call, repeated messages and repeated text messages for many months last year, and never got even one return phone call back. And what I'm trying to get to, Adam, is I just have to wonder if somebody had done something or taken me seriously back then. I don't believe that any of the victims only one of the victims in the Burger Chef cipher who was murdered in 2020, my best friend.
Frankie.
Other than that, I don't think any of the people that have been murdered this year really, I don't know. It's just more than unfortunate is what I'm trying to say. I wish somebody had given me a phone call at the very least,
Right. Yeah.
So
I've got the power of my damn channel. You come back and talk shit, I'll boot your ass out of here for good.
Thank you.
You want to be a normal human being?
I hope as you're seeing,
come back and be a normal human being.
As you're seeing this, that one of the reasons that they put these into all of the information into this format goes back to another word used by the CIA. It's used by other people, but it became more famous when used by the CIA is the word plausible deniability. I'm sure you've heard that word before, right?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, so
that's tough.
If anybody took this to court, a good lawyer would probably easily be able to just say, basically, so what? This is all coincidence. I don't care if that line tells a story. I don't care how many things line up.
Right.
I don't know for sure that it would pan out that way, but that would be my first instinct, that a good lawyer would just paint it as quote unquote coincidence,
Yeah, right.
So
just for the record, this ain't the JLR channel, so I'll boot you if you want to get crazy with your comments. I don't know if I finished. Oh, well, I haven't really finished talking about the John Benet Ramsey. Thank you for that little break, though. I appreciate that.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
So I just want to finish describing the John Benet Ramsey thing. And what's really sad is I believe that one of the main reasons, there's a couple of main reasons that they targeted her. The dates align.
Where's your
three
apology?
Reasons, first of all.
You really want an apology from me?
With all of the 666.
You want to hear my apology.
Remember, numbers and dates are at the very top of the list, as well as place names for when they schedule their attacks and why they do their sacrifices. But also, secondarily to that, these people are horrific pedophiles. And so, of course, they probably watched the videos of John Benet, and that was one of the reasons. But another reason is John Benet's father was very wealthy, and to add salt to the wound, so to speak, with these people, shortly before she was murdered, he had sold his company to Halliburton.
Do what you need to.
And Halliburton was one of the companies that really benefited from the Vietnam War. So can you just imagine the people that basically kicked off the Vietnam War by taking out the president that wanted nothing but peace?
You're welcome, Lori.
Kennedy is also represented by that peace symbol, by the way,
want to come
on
and have
6th line down.
A good time. When people start making comments
and I don't know if you guys, if you know, Adam, but the peace symbol is it technically represents denuclear.
We'll let them handle it.
I always get that.
And if I had to step in,
I always have a hard time saying that word. Denuclear. Yeah, nuclearization. Thank you.
You got it. Yeah.
Yeah. So just imagine
for the record, I just made Bell Bottom Blonde a moderator
in
because I do know her. So.
The light colored pockets of that symbol. And I suspect that's how he pictured.
More of you come hang out, and I get used to your name. See you on X and all that good stuff. I'll make you a mod too if you want to be a mod.
You know, like
sometimes you don't ask. Sometimes I just
they call the trust in you. I think they call the bottom of the bullet the head stamp. So just picture that being a bullet, and it equals JFK on one hand because he represents peace, but also
I'm sorry,
Dick saw his initials there because he goes by well, now he goes by Dick, so just picture DN there. Anyhow, I just thought I'd share that, but sorry if I got off topic there.
No, that's okay.
Let's go back to the Ramsey thing. I guess I was finishing up with the jealousy factor.
Are you talking about Streamlabs? Streamlabs
was really jealous of the Ramsey family,
so especially the father, if it says something to you.
Because he had just increased his wealth. He had gone from being wealthy to incredibly wealthy because he sold his computer firm to Halliburton earlier that year or the year before. And a part of the ransom note was that he mentioned the ransom amount equaled the amount of bonus that John Ramsey had gotten. Well, it's not ironically, it was done for a specific reason. And it all ties back into him selling his company and becoming an incredibly wealthy man. And
she's here now, and I have multiple other mods. It's just they can't be at the same place all at one time. They got so many other things
Kennedy,
they do. So
which was half of the.
Give it a little time. You hang out. I know your name,
because the man that I called my father.
The good side.
I mean, one thing I have to say for him is he was an incredibly hard worker and got up before the break of day every day, and you could hear his little Datsun diesel pickup go off into the distance, and come, in the wintertime, come back after dark. But for almost 30 years, he worked his butt off at Mare Island Shipyard.
You said something crazy, and the chat bot got you. It wasn't me. It was the chat bot.
The chain of command. He became a general foreman.
A thing. So
before that,
you get used to it.
His hands were enormous. Like I have big
just be damn normal. Just don't say crazy stuff. You know how, and you'll be all right. And you come back anytime. Work with
heavy stuff.
You haven't given me a reason to
do hard stuff with their hands every day, like a trucker or something.
To do anything yet. So
hands is what I'm trying to say. And that was none of that was part of the deal, is what I'm trying to say, Adam.
Lori says don't mod her because all the shitheads will be immediately blocked.
Basically,
so I mean that's just what you used to. If you have a YouTube channel, let me know. I'll gladly come over to yours and give you your stream and your comments. I'll drop some crazy ass stuff in there for people that want to come in here and hate. I'm not down for that. This is my channel. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. Is that simple? I'm sorry. Out.
I don't want to cut you off there, but
so like it or not, I mean, my channel, my rules, my friends, we don't want to hear that crap. So go drop it somewhere else. If you don't like that, go ahead and say something. She'll show you the door.
And this cipher is their confession that of.
And make sure you refrain from using foul language, because that Streamlabs bot will smack you down if you type them.
He says that Mike was the killer.
B24CPN. My question reference Nancy
that triangle that is the top of the house is.
Did I answer it?
You see what I'm talking? Yeah.
I think
that represents
hopefully.
Mike. Okay, it's at. I think it's a
I try to answer questions,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm trying not to listen to
that represents Mike throughout the
Richard.
cipher.
So he got me counting over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I'm like,
one of the symbols that represent John Benet Ramsey.
But
right directly above.
I'd like for him to get something that we can relate to. And none of this cipher for me is something I can relate to, because I'm still stuck up there in the top left with the flag up.
That murdered John Benet, but that B also begins the word both. B, the box above it is actually an O in this instance. And then the F.
I was just simply stating this guy is giving everyone circles and runs around. What's your point, bro? Doesn't respectful question.
Be both. What he's saying there is
that
Mike,
whatever. I mean,
Mike
you
was
know,
only 14
Miss
years
Cheryl's a
old in
mod now too. In case y'all don't see that wrench by her name, she'll take care of business too. Just saying.
Family member that lives in Alabama built the bomb.
Which point do I have to figure out a puzzle?
Young Mike and my mom are the ones that put the bomb on the plane.
You need some sweet tea.
Plane. I don't know exactly where they did it.
Because whatever you drinking has done got you riled up.
The mother and the son.
If this is your normal,
put the bomb. And by the way, that
I'm sorry.
Ends the is the last word. Well, it's the first and last word of the word bomb, or actually, it's the last letter. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, what the hell you want me to do about it? How is that being rude? It's been 3 hours and we're still trying to do a Rubik's Cube. You realize this lady's been missing for almost 130 something days now?
Describing this whole thing in detail would take literally a year, and I'm just trying to.
You realize
some of the most important.
It's not me controlling him. He's on somebody else's show that I'm showing here.
Once again, he's saying that
your options are
responsible for both John Bonet
to watch it,
putting the bomb on the
if
plane,
not,
is what he's saying right there.
Go play damn Nintendo or something.
With John Bonet,
you probably don't need the internet because it's going to offend you for everything you do.
Parents are represented on this line.
I mean, it's that simple.
Patsy is represented at the squared, the angular or squared off P.
I'm kind of a bish and vulgar, but I try to be nice.
Right there. So that P.
Feel free to be bish and vulgar.
5. So remember, we're on line 12 up from the bottom. So
I am too.
In December of 56.
Not a bish.
So
because I have
symbol right there represents
the cake
Patsy.
in the bowls.
I think that's her name. And right to the right of it is the Masonic. The Masonic.
Right, Bria? It is intriguing. And it's confusing as hell.
Those two.
I think it'd be very interesting to see if Dr. Gary Mercado would sit and just listen to everything this guy says and give us
box with the X in it with
the answers.
2 dots. Technically, the X and one of the I's are supposed to represent the number 9.
I appreciate you commenting and all that good stuff, but you know, whenever you make them sort of rude ass comments like it's something I'm doing and you know, here on my channel and all that stuff, I understand your frustration because we get frustrated too. We've been frustrated for a long time about everything, but we're trying to figure out and learn something here. There's more to it than just what this guy's saying about this cipher. He talks about things that when you really stop and listen to it, and it makes you wonder, could this guy really be involved with stuff? Because he has information that other people just don't have. There's hidden stuff in there, and eventually somebody, just like Adam here with Patriot Pride, who's listening to the guy, building a friendship, building a rapport with the guy that he can tell him anything. Who knows? One day, if it come down to it, he talks to him off the air also.
Right there, yeah.
You know, he talked about stuff and all that stuff. He's clearly said that he has spoken to him last night before he's on the show.
But this is
you give him enough time on the show for him to spit out what he wants to spit out. There may be that phone call when you're sitting there talking about, you know, something, and he says something, because I can promise you, when you're talking to Adam, you're being recorded.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, so
no matter when you're talking to him,
that's position
and
7.
Something could be said that could be very useful in not just this case, but another case.
You have to go down to the bottom right of the whole cipher.
You don't just
and you see the staff. You see the
discredit someone just because you don't believe in everything they're saying. It's hard to listen to this.
Yeah,
it's very hard to listen to this when it's way over your head and you don't understand what he's saying, or if you even believe it's real. Type thing. It's not in our minds. We seem to be logical here.
So once again,
he obviously, to me, sounds like he has something going on.
From the bottom up, it's 4 lines.
But you got to listen to him,
and then it's 3
because it's these people who have something going on, who could be that Zodiac killer, and in their mind they've justified everything they've said, done, and every reason they exist, and who their next victim could be.
I'm trying to remember all how
they could be explaining it right here.
This narrative to go.
That's why you do this kind of stuff.
What they're saying. I'll get back to the top line because there's one final thing I want to mention about the 12th line up.
I just want to know if this guy is ever going to get to speaking on the Nancy case.
John Bonet's father's birth year, and the whole.
I think I sort of just answered it.
Was to take away it was to hit them where
we listened to him multiple times, Lori, on multiple different shows and multiple people talking to him and all that stuff. And it's
I keep saying my father.
It's hard.
You understand what I mean? Both Dick and his son, my brother, they understood where to.
Adam's trying his best to get there and let the guy.
I don't want to get
feel
too
comfortable to the point where
crazy on this,
we've heard him say different stuff about Nancy, and he's told Sleuth Intuition. If you don't, if you've never heard of Sleuth Intuition, go to his YouTube channel, Sleuth Intuition. Give him a follow, give him a subscribe there. And Richard did his very first interview with Sleuth, and Sleuth went out to the lake where he said that the body was located. And tried his best to locate information. It's a very restrictive.
I'm gonna have to stop apologizing. I just do that by habit.
You can't do certain things. You can't use unnatural bait to fish. You sure can't do certain things there. And Sleuth did his best to be able to get the information. But other things happened that's very, very
when I was a kid was in his
wild, to say the least.
Right between shit and syphilis. And
he said he got syphilis.
I mean, it was funny at the time, but now that I know everything he's done, I don't really smile or laugh at it anymore. It's pretty when I can put it in the proper context, it's pretty horrifying. Is what I'm trying to say.
It's not the way you say it. Anyhow, it's just the way you said it, Fin Fan. I'm sorry if I took it the wrong way. It's one way I read it. It may not be the way you wrote it. Type thing. That's why voice, you can hear my emphasis on what I'm saying, where I'm saying it, and where I put the emphasis on it. I don't have to use exclamation points, which everybody who knows me knows it. I'll poke the shit out of some exclamation points when I want to get my point across. I'll capitalize letters and all that stuff because I'm trying to make it so that you read it and understand it to the point where you understand where I'm trying to put my emphasis. You can do that when you're using voice because you sort of hear where my emphasis is at.
Over from right to left.
So, I'm sorry.
Which ironically, not counting
if I come over
not counting
rash
the line,
and
basically equates to line 3
abrasive. I've been told that.
6, if you know what I mean.
I learned that trade a long time ago.
Okay. Which is once again
you got to be harsh towards people if you need them to understand you mean damn business. So that's just the way I am. I'm sorry.
Important number, and that was ingrained into my
where's Nancy? We're trying to figure that out. We are trying to figure that out.
That's always been my lucky number, and that was because it was programmed into me.
I mean. Because it was just saying. I mean, again, I appreciate the comments and all that stuff, but I don't want to get too far. Now we're looking for John Bonet again.
Thing I want to point out here.
I mean, hey, we got to get there.
Those 6 characters.
I've forgotten about Nancy. I feel like I'm doing a word search.
It's upside
I keep
down
seeing all kinds of letters and stuff. That's why I quit looking.
It might take a little. You're a smart guy, Adam.
I quit looking up the Red River Trail there.
Just picture 2 words upside down and backwards right here, starting with the W.
Someone needs a Snickers.
And that W doubles as an M, and I believe Mike
I was some Honey Rush of peanuts.
Making the Burger Chef cipher than this cipher. But in the Burger Chef cipher, M and W.
What's he talking about? A bomb in Alabama?
Represent the same thing. They can represent both, if you know what I mean. Throughout
there's a lot of information.
Cipher. Okay. So that pattern was established here, is what I'm trying to say. Which this one was made.
Facts, bell bottom.
This one here was made 22 years before or something. The Burger Chef cipher.
Could you imagine? So I wish we could get Dr. Ricardo just to listen to that. And I don't know that he hasn't. You know,
upside down and backwards spells 2 words.
It's pretty wild,
words
though.
Are French. The first word is French, and it's moi, which means my, MOI. And the second word is
I'm not into true crime stuff at all. I spook easy.
And what that is the Latin word for egg. And
I only started paying attention to the Nancy case, and this is whoa.
Mike is his scion.
You're not alone, honey. I'm just saying, it's
7 down where he says that he's the golden child with the gold
it's pretty interesting.
Position 8 next to the musical symbol. So on line 7 down, where Mike's
I think the biggest thing takeaway here is, and I'm going to drop the volume down really low here to the point it's off. So, okay, so I told you a little bit about Richard Nolette here and his history and all the things that he's been saying. And I mean, to us normal-minded people, it's just chaotic. But I've heard him say the fact that I think he lives alone. And there's even been people that, after hearing about it, they found his address and all that stuff, and they went to his house, and people have walked up his stairs. He's got cameras. He's talked about his brother came to his house earlier tonight. He even stated about his brother coming to his house, and he hasn't spoken to him since 95, if I remember correctly. And he thinks that his brother was there to come kill him, to shut him up. And so there's just some wild stuff in this dude's mind. But as we have sat and listened to him multiple times, you know, it just keeps flowing. The information does. You know, for me, I have to sit here and go, okay, what do we want to talk about next, and keep the conversation going. And if I didn't have things over here, the comments from you guys to give us something to keep talking about, there'd be times when we'd be sitting here going, okay, what do we want to talk about? Y'all see, the dude has not, I mean, he can go from the square with the 4 circles and all that stuff to the damn, there is an answer for what all those symbols represent to this guy. And I mean, it's just so dang wild to listen to him. And then you sit there and you go, okay, when's he going to get to the information I want to truly hear? We don't know. That's the hardest part, is just getting him to the information. So it is wild. And he's been on, like I said, I don't know that he's been on any other ones. Even Adam's over there taking a drink.
The best, you did well. It's just, you can find more detailed versions of this. There's 2 figures in that box at position 7. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 7 from right to left. 1, 2, 3,
this is
4,
almost
5,
as bad
6.
as
I believe it's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4,
as a
5,
discussion
6,
with someone who's on drugs.
7,
And
14
I
is
asked
my
this question the other
birthday,
day.
Adam. So that
What
represents
is it
to
that
me,
people who are on drugs, what is it? When they say, there goes a
I
pink
was so
elephant,
horrifically beaten
are they
and
really seeing that pink
and
elephant?
these
Or
other
is their
things,
mind telling them there's a
including
pink
what
elephant
is being
there?
depicted in that
Not
box,
like
happens to
physically
me on
seeing
a
the
regular
pink
basis.
elephant.
That
We obviously know that because we're sitting there looking
a
going,
lot of
bro,
my
you are freaking
a
crazy.
lot
There
of
ain't
my
no damn pink
childhood,
elephant
even
over
after
there.
12,
But what is
14
it that
years of
makes them
therapy,
see this pink
I
elephant?
cannot
No
remember
different.
it, and that's
What
because
is it that
that's my brain
allows
protecting
this guy to
myself,
see this and read it and
But
understand it?
thank you. But we're not going to go into that. But
So,
I did want
you
to show
know,
you where Dick has drawn a portrait of himself
I'm
just
just
to
saying
the
right
left
here's
of the box on
this, or here's the
714.
Smallmore logo. I can
If you can
tell. I'm
zoom
about
in
to
a
call
little bit,
Roma and tell him this stuff is
you'll see
back
a
in the
bearded
early
man
90s.
with sunglasses. Do you see that?
Are we on the same line here?
Yeah, right above where your hand is. Just look at it a little closer. Just look at the closer.
Okay.
Maybe zoom out a little bit. It became at a certain point it becomes blurry, but that is supposed to represent himself with a beard and sunglasses, as we'll see later in the photo of him sitting in the vehicle.
Okay.
A lot of the CIA,
I don't see it, buddy. I don't see that at all.
Everyday, I don't know, just a way to blend
Beard
in
and
become.
sunglasses.
I'm sure you've heard of like the gray man.
Yeah.
You know, to blend
Hey,
in,
man,
a lot of them will wear a full-grown beard and sunglasses like almost all of the time, believe it or not. So
Right.
that's him depicting
Mike
himself,
just
is what
left
I'm
from
trying
up
to
there.
say.
I'm just saying. He's not gray. I got the gray.
Let's
Mike's
go
got
back to the 2
Some wild
words.
stuff,
It's
y'all.
really important that I finish that.
Let's see.
Okay.
Let me
So
turn him down because.
Have you seen what I'm describing?
Oh yeah, every bit of it, dude. Keep going. We've seen it all. We know exactly where you're at talking about.
So that than anywhere, that is actually spelling it out for everybody.
I see
it's
cheese pizza. There's some crackers up there.
Guess why they did that, Adam?
Why?
There's a circle and a dot.
Because they never wanted anybody to figure it out.
Y'all see the symbol right here?
It's
called circle and a dot.
Obfuscation. they wanted to hide their dirty deeds in plain sight, but still,
we used to use that
never be
term,
held
circle and
accountable
dot,
or anybody
on
to ever point it
citations
out to anybody, you know.
until it's found out what it meant.
Okay.
So
Wow.
it was a code to
so
the
let's finish up
prosecutor.
one more
Circle
detail
and
with
dot
the
means
John Benet Ramsey thing,
asshole
and then if we could move
on scene.
on, but we're going to come
And that
back
told
in a little bit. We'll come back
the
to
prosecutor that
this
this guy was a total jerk,
section, if you don't
or
mind.
gal was a jerk out on scene.
Just finishing
And they
up
made
the
us
John
stop
Benet
doing it,
Ramsey
or
line,
we got a
the
lawsuit.
fourth line down
So,
from the top.
Just saying.
Really quickly, I just want to mention that
yes, Justice Jane, he was on
the
another
three
channel doing the
characters in
same
the very
thing.
center,
And
beginning
that's what
with
we're talking about.
the
And I
angular
think
P,
it's sort of why it's important. I'm just glad it's not here, even though I'm sitting watching it. But, you know,
Masonic staff,
it can be compared and verified.
And then it's hard to see, but there's a angular symbol.
Saban says, I really wish law enforcement would not continue to discredit Richard and listen to him.
Represent the letter R being ripped apart by the sword or the staff. Does that make any sense?
You've just been deputized. It's your task to do it.
So
I would like a full report.
Excuse me.
By the end of next week, please.
What I'm trying to say here is, or point out, is the object of the thing went a lot further than killing John Benet Ramsey.
I'm behind on the comments here. Sodic Explorer Jen, Camp Swimmer Boat.
Quote unquote mission or hit
long, and now we're so invested. We got to keep listening to what he's going to keep spitting out. It's like being in a cold pot of water set to boil, but takes forever. Don't watch, because it will never boil.
And I'm sure when John Benet's mother went out of remission and got
we still motorboating up there. I'm just saying
that just gave them the greatest
pleasure. No, you are correct
pleasure.
about the motorized restrictions.
Yeah, there's
you can't have motor in there.
Right. That was literally a sadist wet dream.
Solace. I'm not sure if he's intelligent or has a screw loose, but he sure knows how to talk without taking a breath.
Systems are compromised.
Fact.
Imagine losing the thing that's most important to you.
You know, I think there's a little bit of fact in all those statements you just said there. I do think he's a highly intelligent dude. I really do. But I think
it's pretty undeniable that
not all the wires run to the damn final circuit.
Argue that their daughter was on a pedestal and meant everything to them is what I'm trying to say, you know?
Certainly, yeah, certainly.
He has
so I think I'm going to finish up with this, but
I'm really wondering if he's got paranoid schizophrenia type stuff, or you know,
they had done something similar to this before with the murder of.
I mean, because he has
somebody that did not commit another crime is serving.
He's had a 3 hour, what time? 2.5 hours. So he's over 3 hours with them.
The eve of Mike's
he's had a 3 hour conversation.
On August 22nd of 1984,
even with himself, he's had a 3 hour conversation.
A 3-year-old boy was abducted in Fairfield, California, just over the hill from Napa. And
thank you for clarifying, Sherry. Yeah, well, I'm not looking for Alex to motorboat my brain. Send Alex. I'm still looking for Alex to motorboat.
And
I'm going to take a picture of it and text it, send it to him. I'm just telling you right now.
17, a man that was already serving almost a 30-year sentence came forward and confessed to the boys. His name was Tosho Hondo.
Here we go. I sent it to him.
This person confessed to his murder, but he did not murder him. It's spelled out in the cipher that the first possibly the first murder
I did my part for you.
My brother Mike was ever involved in was the murder of Tosho Hondo, and it's hard for me to believe. I don't know if he actually murdered the boy or if he just was there when it happened.
Bomb in Alabama is a long time ago.
Says that he
flip it
like he was actually involved in the murder, and he was turning.
Talking about the paper, I said that a long time ago. Somebody needs to start looking at this thing upside down.
So what I'm trying to explain,
he and Chris have Dr. Mercado. As a matter of fact, that's who they thought Aaron was when he called into the show. Exactly, it did. And I was listening. I said, no, definitely not. Listen to him.
In 1996, and there was a ransom note for $25,000 and plans to meet at a certain location.
Definitely two distinctively different voices and
for abduction of Tosho Hondo.
The way they talk.
But no follow-up. Nobody ever materialized for the ransom.
Tie-dye, you run that shit through Google Image, and that shit's going to start smoking.
Nobody ever showed up.
That is just gonna Google image grok all of them together ain't gonna figure that shit out. That is a bunch of damn hieroglyphics from
like unimaginable.
I don't even know where.
And there's different kinds of sadism.
Try it, I guess.
Infliction of physical pain.
If you do, let me know.
Sometimes you can do worse by infliction.
If you follow me on X, tag me in that shit at Hotwire405.
Or giving
I want to see it.
Hope, and that's their
here. I'll put my link up there. I'll hit the button here and turn it off, turn it back on, and it'll come right back up. For anybody that doesn't follow me yet, there you go. Now you see it down the bottom right there. It's got my X handling and all that stuff. So
the time and the privacy, if you know what I mean, before killing them.
State name. 5-10 minutes ago, he was saying something about a bomb on a plane somewhere in Alabama, right?
Is what they did with JonBenet Ramsey and Tosho Honda, because they give the family false hope.
Sentence this reverse in Reddit. Sorry. What?
JonBenet Ramsey, obviously, they found her body right there in the basement, and it was nothing. You know, in one side, you could say it was a way to buy some time for them, but in the end, one of the big reasons they did it was to inflict more pain, you know?
Right.
So these are the kind of things that are important, y'all. This is why it's important to let him just talk.
That's what the Burger Chef cipher says that they did to
because
Nancy
there
Guthrie,
could be something that comes out that is highly important that nobody knows per se. And if he spits it out,
trying to get at.
Certainly, yeah.
You know, and that's with anybody. I'm not talking about just Richard. I'm talking about anybody.
Yeah,
when you have somebody who is weird to us.
I don't want to go into panic mode like I did.
You know what I mean?
It
could be very important, and it could come out, and it could prove something very distinctive they're looking for.
I'm just not gonna. I don't know. I don't want to do that.
No, take your time. You're fine.
Thank you. There's two more child victims
I'd
like to point out, and
thank you. Let's listen to this, y'all.
Maybe we can.
I know it's tough. If we don't need to listen to it, y'all let me know.
We can wrap this up in 45 minutes. That's 4 hours should be enough for one session, I would think, right?
Certainly.
Mab did go to his part. You are correct.
You have the floor.
Thank you for pointing that out.
If you want to go shorter, if you want to go 45 minutes.
Lori says, I feel like I'm in a college class of 1600 BC that I never understood and never will. Those were my nap classes.
Share this information. So 45 minutes
I believe multiple
Okay,
multiple personalities justify what the other personality does. It's very complex, complicated, and understudied.
So
exactly.
I might go back to speaking about JonBenet Ramsey, but right now I sort of want to transition into talking about Tosho Honda, which I started talking about. He's representing.
I'm listening to you. I'm just going to grab me a drink. So go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'll wait for you to come back because I sort of need you to point out things at him.
I'm here. Go ahead. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I've been playing dominoes.
I'm not going to show all of the points where Tosho Honda is represented because, for one, I'd have to try to remember them. It's like I said, it's been close to 9 months since I've worked on this. I'm surprised I'm remembering it this well. So I'm not.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not getting any younger, but it shows you how many times I've gone over this cipher that I sort of have a lot of it memorized, you know?
Sure.
Should be bottom to top. Read it from
the most important place where Tosho Honda is mentioned, and I'll point it out for you at the bottom. The bottom two lines.
DID, dissociative identity disorder.
There's an H on the bottom
Dr.
line.
Cheryl there.
It's yeah, right there. Okay, cool. Thank you. You're getting a lot quicker at this, Adam. Thank you.
I don't know if he holds a job or not.
I'm almost reading the cipher now, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's hard. Like, you're doing really well because without numbers on the side, it takes a while to remember what line is what, you know.
3 hours later, I'm still on the third line down, fifth letter from the right.
Put numbers on the side, even though I'm
still at the pitchforks.
It just makes it quicker and easier.
I'm at 1, 2.
But that H there is the beginning. How do I describe this? I think it's better if we start at the word taboo. On the fourth line up, counting, if you count the wild card line,
checked it yet.
Line 4 up to the left-hand side, basically go to the figure. Yeah, thank you, right there. That represents a letter T, believe it or not. And it spells the word taboo. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so that sets the precedent for what the house represents further down. You see how the letter A, the house represents the letter A?
Right.
So if we go down to the house, which
I got to
is
turn him
above
down.
the
He's
letter.
back to checking houses and stuff, y'all. I'm amazed that no one has commented on the named person in chat, and I don't mean anything specific because it could be like a real person. Either way, from his nanos. But she's got some information there. His brother Mike has a YouTube channel, and the man he claims is his biological dad has a daughter called Catherine who are still looking for answers about her dad. It's just wild, is it not? That's wild to think about. I mean, stop thinking about what if he could be involved in this stuff. I mean, based on everything he's telling us here, what if he actually could be involved in doing something to somebody else that, I mean, sort of what we're saying here. I mean, he's living his life out through this cipher, and he's gathering the answers to what he needs to do, and he's made it, acknowledged it in his brain that this is where the answers are at, and he has to do this, and he could be looking for his next victim or something like that. It's just wild to think about that. What if this guy really is someone that is good enough to get away with all this stuff? I mean, when you stop and think about the fact that he really focuses on details and information, and he says he spent over 10,000 hours studying and breaking this cipher and blah, blah, blah. God, could you imagine if he was going to, how much time he'd put in if he was going to damn commit some kind of crime? I mean, shit, I bet you he never stole a pack of cheese crackers because he would figure out the damn mathematical formula for the height of the crackers on the shelf divided by the weight of the crackers and how much force it's going to take to get them out the door if he ran or if he walked. I'm just saying. Why did Patriot put Nancy in his title? Well, because was the understanding of what they were going to talk about. But Richard has to build up to get there and talk about it. So
we'll find it boring also. But
well, I think everybody that's here is here to hear you. So, you know,
excuse me, I'm
if they
sorry.
don't want to hear you, then they're welcome to go somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so we want to hear you, man, and we want to give you the platform, and that's what we've asked you to come here for. And we appreciate you taking the time to do this.
Google will say,
thank you, Adam. Yeah, I got to get. I think I got to rid myself a lot more of that people pleaser
behind you,
thing in me. You know,
since the Patriot Pride show started. Oh my goodness,
yeah, because I mean,
that's the right topic.
I'm trying to be respectful when I say this, but Patrick, I'm not getting paid a dime for this. You know what I mean? Like,
I lost where we was at on which road.
I'm doing this because I want to.
See those 2 arrows?
Like I said, I want to give the especially the child victims a voice, and that's the only reason I'm here. Well, and to mention that I'm not suicidal, I'm not homicidal, and I really hope that if anything were to happen to me, that you and some of the guys like Alex and the Juice, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but there's still a few good guys that I don't know. People can say what they want about those guys, but I think their heart is in the right place, and I think they're good guys, even though I've never met or talked to them before. You know,
I can tell you this: they're both stand-up guys, and
I can see that.
No matter what anybody says about them, to me, they've been nothing but gracious, grateful people, and so I really appreciate them, and I think they're both great people.
Yeah, and by the way, I think you're a great guy too. I'm sort of glad I did this show because I know there's probably a lot of naysayers in the chat, but I'm not even I probably won't even read those. I'm just glad that you gave me the chance to to illuminate all of these things that took me so long to discover in here. You know.
Certainly. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. So where did we leave off? I guess I was describing the word taboo, or did we go somewhere else after that?
We went to the musical symbol for Dick.
Oh, yeah. And so basically I was just pointing out on one end, it represents Dick's birthday, which is 5/12. And then on the opposite side, it represents Tosho Hondo, or I'm not entirely sure about the symbol, but I believe that that's what that represents. And to be honest with you, I think the cherry represents my brother Mike's first kill. You know, the whole saying about
we don't know.
breaking your cherry. We don't need to get into that, but but anyhow, you know, I don't want to get into the whole description of what happened to Mike, by the way, but Mike was not always a heartless person. He in his early childhood, he was really good with animals, and there was no love in the house we grew up with in Adam, if you know what I mean.
Straight to Twitter.
I could describe it to you for hours, and it would just make everybody sad. But basically, the only love that you found in that house was where you could scrape it up. And for me, it was was the family dogs. But for my brother, it was his pig that he caught when he was a little kid. There was a rodeo in a place called Taylorsville. It's little tiny town. We used to go to this lake called Antelope Lake in the middle of nowhere in Plumas County. And anyhow, they had the 4th of July rodeo, and my brother Mike was just a little kid, but he went out there, and they had at the mid time, they have like the middle of the rodeo, like halftime entertainment thing.
Right.
And what they did was they lined up, they probably don't do it anymore, especially in California, because they sort of consider it animal abuse or whatever now. But back then, the entertainment was lining all the little kids up, and some of the kids were much bigger than my brother, but my brother was always tough as nails, basically. Tough as friggin' nails, I can say that. I didn't even swear. But
I'm proud of you.
well, thank you. But when he was a kid, he was actually my protector. I was a weak little kid, and he was 3 years younger than me. And if any kid ever bothered me, I'm not saying this literally, by the way, so don't everybody jump on my back over this, but he would beat them to the point where it was almost like, where did you put the body? Like, that was an early indication that there was no off button. Like, there were early indications that he was a sadist. And very early on, he when he was a very little kid, he would bite people to the point where they would literally bleed, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So there were indications, but what I'm trying to say is he protected me, and him and I, when we were little, got along really well. But I want to go back to the rodeo. I'm getting sidetracked. So the rodeo, they line all these little kids up, and my brother, I don't know if he was like 5 or 6 years old. He was really young, and some of the kids were towering over him. It was a really dusty, July 4th, and they say, I don't know if they used a starter pistol. Something tells me they used a starter pistol to say ready, set, and then the starter pistol, you know. But and I remember the rodeo clowns were involved in running the whole thing too. Makes me, oh man.
Take your time. You're okay, man. You've been through a lot, so I can only imagine. So you're perfectly good, brother. So
yeah, but I gotta stop. These people only see it as weakness that I still have any feelings for them. But I did love. Well, to sadist it is, Adam. But what I'm trying to say is I loved my brother a lot, and think people, our family pitted us against each other, and tried to make me look like the achiever and him like the loser for a lot of time. And I'm trying to say they made us hate each other, or especially made him hate me. And
right.
I don't know. I almost started.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh, thank you. I almost started crying there. But you got to remember, it's crazy. Like, I was born an empath, and I'm thankful I still have a lot of that. But also I'm thinking, dude, I have this guy on videotape coming up my stairs here, and he was literally here to kill me, Adam. like why? I don't know. I just don't know if a normal person would still have any fond memories, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Like, I don't know what normal is anymore, but let's move on. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's all right. Let's take 1 minute, and we probably got about 30 minutes or so left. So let me you catch your breath, and let me go back to full screen one more time.
All
and
right.
Just thank everybody again. You guys, if you're here for the first time, thank you guys so much for being here. We really appreciate your support. We're Patriot Pride. We're a nonprofit. We help out military families in need. So thank you guys for checking us out. Please hit the subscribe button. We've got a lot of people in here, so if you hadn't hit that subscribe button yet, please hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 9,000. I think we can do it tonight, but just if you'll hit the subscribe button,
if you're in here and you haven't hit that subscribe button,
and go check out Richard's channel over on YouTube at Monterey Spike. He's doing some good things with his videos over there. So
I think Bridget's saying pray that Nancy is found in Mexico.
Some of his videos as
I don't think she's saying
but
Nancy
and
was
everybody
found in
again, thank you so much for being here.
Because
we really
in that case,
you.
just like Bria is saying,
we're back, Richard.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
Source on that?
Thank you for mentioning my channel too. And by the way, before I forget to mention it, I do want to I don't know, to say I'm sorry about your nephew, and it's I don't know what more I can say about that, but it's horrible when you lose anybody for any reason. But
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So he
I don't know. I was gonna say thank you for your sacrifice, but it's like I don't know. I'm also thinking about as I go through this cipher. I'm sorry for I'm not trying to make this about me, Adam, by the way, but I'm thinking about all of the people that were lost in the Vietnam War, and when evil, powerful people have a plan, somebody. If it wasn't Dick, it would have been somebody else, is what I'm trying to say. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't know. Can you imagine one person was the cog in the, I don't know if you call it cog in the gear or the gear in the whole machinery that kicked that whole thing off? That so many people.
I know who that is.
Oh, they're either died or their lives were ruined by Agent Orange or PTSD, or what I mean? Like, we don't just, you know how they say some gave all. There really are different ways to give all. Like, if you come back with cancer and fight that for 20 years or whatever, you've still given it all. You know what I mean?
Certainly.
So he does have some sympathetic.
Sorry.
No, but thank you for that. Thank you for recognizing that.
Understanding. I mean, he's not just.
And you're right. I mean, just
straight hardcore.
From what you're saying,
it was wild how he laughed about his brother coming to kill him. Did y'all catch that?
Yeah. Well, thank you for your comment, Adam. I'm getting a little tired now, but I was thinking that I think early on in his life, especially after, I don't know, you got to remember the family was raised quote unquote Catholic, and I can just picture my grandmother, my father, Dick's mother going to a priest and asking her for forgiveness or whatever, and her telling the priest telling her, like, no, sorry, that's a grievous sin and there's no coming back from that, or something to that effect. But I think something must have clicked. I don't know. Some people that are sadists just simply enjoy other people's suffering. So maybe I have to come to grips. Maybe I have more progress to come to grips with that fully. But I'm always looking for answers, and why this happened and where did it happen, and with both my brother and with the man that I called my father. And
I wonder if he was adopted.
Sometimes I just wonder, like, did they get to a certain point and say, I'm already going to hell? Like, in for what's the saying? In for a penny, in for a pound, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
like I'm already going to hell, so why not just do whatever I want? Because I don't know if I finished that thought, but sometimes I don't finish my thoughts, and sorry if I'm repeating myself, but the primary principle that Aleister Crowley came away with from when he supposedly met with
he knows a lot about Satanism,
the devil, which he called Iwas, was quote unquote, do as thou wilt, then do no more. So basically, do whatever you want, regardless of who it hurts,
Right. So, certainly. Well, let's go back to the Scorpion cipher. And
okay, cool. So if I'm not mistaken, I just wanted to wrap up that and just say that C that's next to the antenna at position, once again, that's Dick represented as a modified.
That is not how you draw a dick.
Alchemy
I'm just
symbol,
saying.
which is a symbol for Uranus. And
I knew he was going to eventually get there, y'all.
Part of the reason he used that symbol is it's an inside joke because of the way they sexually assaulted JonBenet Ramsey, which I don't feel like talking about in detail, but a part of that symbol is an inside joke, I believe, from a very sadistic person who was proud of what he did. But going back,
I told you that circle and a dot.
Also, this symbol in different instances, I think I shared before, this symbol becomes an H, and in the murder of my best teenage friend, these two positions line up with 826, which was the birth date of him. His name was Kelly Heine. So that represents him. And once again, this symbol represents many different victims when viewed from different directions. In the case of JonBenet Ramsey,
did you say, Bria,
it corresponds to the radon element in the periodic chart, which is the atomic weight of 86. But also with the birth date of JonBenet Ramsey, which was 8/6, which was August 6th. And I think what he's saying, all of this goes back to the taking of souls. And if you can just picture when they kill somebody, I don't have a full understanding of this because thankfully I'm not a part of their religion, but I think he's basically taking over her whole being, especially her soul. That's what that symbol represents for a lot of different victims.
Language, just saying the word dick.
And before I forget, when we started going to this,
you really did it
because technically Toshio Hondo's real first name is Clark, or was Clark, and that C right there, I believe, aligns with his murder date, which was in August. And I don't remember exactly how it goes, but it was the 20-something between his abduction date, which was the 22nd, and the end of the month. But it's on this line.
If you hit that subscribe button,
represents August, if that makes any sense.
Right up on the screen, it'll pop right up. Do it. Watch.
But I'd like to go back to the bottom line again now, Adam, and that H.
But thanks for being here.
Right there. Yeah, thank you. So once again, the house represents the letter A because we established that from the word taboo, right?
Right.
Okay. So we begin with the H and we go to the house above, which is A, right?
Then I feel sorry for him. Then I feel he's making confessions in third party to pick he since Lou's
saying. Oh, yeah. I think you're getting tired with yeah, you're younger than me, but I think you're getting tired too.
It's wild stuff to try to figure out.
Yeah,
right?
Well, you're doing great, by the way. Thank you. So HAND is what we're spelling out. So from the house, we go back down to the letter H. But what we do here is we can connect the two dots in the center at an angle. If you see what I'm saying, like basically it creates an N because. Just imagine drawing a line over those two dots.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little tiny bit off center because in another instant, another way it's supposed to represent the letter K. But here we just draw a diagonal, basically from the lower right corner of the H to the top left corner, and what we get is a letter N. Is what I'm trying to say. That H becomes an N Okay.
How do you figure that shit out?
So from there, we go up to the right, and that triangle, believe it or not, becomes the letter D. Okay.
This one here?
Yeah. Okay. Then we finish the name by going to the right 2 spaces, and that completes his name. That, see the slash to the that's supposed to represent an A. All of this is modified and heavily we've shared the word, you understand that word, obfuscation, right, but right. hopefully the audience understands too. It just means heavily obscured or hidden in order to confuse the viewer's eyes and thereby their mind, so they're not able to comprehend what is being spoken about right. here.
You damn right we don't.
So basically, thankfully it's later. This is one of the more horrific images here, but what is being depicted here is Toshio Hondo is being decapitated, believe it or not, and this circular symbol in the center represents the head of the figure, and the final slash going to the right for the A represents the decapitation. But do you see the space between? Do you see how it's supposed to represent a figure with the
they put a bar between his legs
with the cross symbol below it?
Right.
You're yeah, right there. You see what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think it was intentionally put next to the Zodiac's symbol right here. This was Mike's whether he committed the murder himself,
because we don't
according to the cipher,
anything.
Mike committed the murder himself, believe it or not, on the day that either on the day he turned 10 or shortly after the day he turned 10.
Lori, I understand that.
Which once again was
it makes me wonder: is he the one who drew all this stuff so that he would know how to be able to tell people the stories?
I'll show you 2 characters that represent that at this time in 1998. They're saying that Mike killed 3 boys in the house that I grew up in. If you look at,
so
let's see,
1988.
You see over to the left side on the 9th from the top down. There'll 9 down will be.
I wonder if that's the Napa
basically
address.
It looks like a sideways M right there.
Because the address he does give.
Yeah, thank you. It took me forever to figure out
to his mother's
that
name.
Represents a 3, and then if you go just 2 lines down, a little bit to the right, there's another figure that looks like that represents stairs, which is the stairs inside the house, believe it or not. But it represents a lot of different things. Like I said, these symbols all throughout the puzzle represent different things in different situations.
It, honey.
But in these 2 instances, what he's saying is that Mike, by October 7th of 1992, as hard as it is to believe, Mike had only turned 18 years old. He had already murdered 3 boys in the house at Heather Lane, and it would take me forever to fully describe this. I know it's going to fall short as far as fully describing it. But there's so many details in this that links up and specifically describes the 3 boys that were killed. And we do have a little bit more time, but I'm going to tell you the three boys were Toshio Hondo was the first boy, the end of August of 1984 that we just described down here in the lower right.
We need to do research on these Toshio Hondo.
The second boy was my best childhood friend, which was Kelly Heine, which once again is represented in different places, but he's also represented right directly to the left of
somebody else's name, I swear.
That symbol in the center, once again, the radon symbol. But he's represented. Okay, let me show you this just really quickly.
Right, Lori?
A lot of times when they murder a child in this puzzle, it's represented by something what's the name? I think I call there's a term for it. I think I called it stringer or something, or actually the name is spanner. And what a spanner is it's a number of characters that matches a victim's age. So in this case, I'm going to show you my best friend as a teenager was 17 years old, and he's represented in the top two lines. If you look at the gun that represented the J and J. Edgar Hoover in the top left corner, and basically go all the way to the right, and that's 12, but then go on the second line
12.
and you go all the way to the gun at the 5th position, that's a little bit over to your left, Adam. I almost
next to the
for a second I thought I could move the cursor, and no go here. Right there.
Yeah.
Right there, thank you. So those 17 symbols represent the life of Kelly Heine, who was killed on the 26th of October of 1991, or no, he was actually killed on the 24th. And that in this instance, the skull, I know I said and pointed out that it represented JFK before, and in a different position it represents JFK, but in the way I'm going to show you, it represents my best friend. So the skull is at let's see, I'm trying to remember this right. So the 10 is represented here by the H, and those two dots, you draw out a K. Basically, you draw angular lines. Just picture a K. You draw from the corner there on the lower level, the inside corner out to the dot, and then, just like a K inside there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you. So that represents the Kelly Heine, but that's the 10th month, and then the H at the second position and the skull represent the 2 and the 4, and he was shot in his head, I think, with a .22 caliber pistol, and they made it look like a suicide. But and once again, I'm not suicidal or homicidal at all, and I haven't been for many years. I've had my struggles, but I believe I have a stronger relationship with God, and I don't ever plan to do anything like that. So I cannot reiterate how strongly I believe that at this point. Even if I were to get deathly sick, I'll probably fight through it until the bitter end. Okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, thank you. So Kelly Heine is also represented in the, okay, if you look down to the lower right-hand side, right above the W that represents, once again, that begins what represents Mike.
He believes it's a .22 caliber gun.
Yep.
That K represents Kelly Heine right above him. But the way it represents him is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So basically, if you count up 12 and then over to the left to the H,
he said 70.
You'll get Kelly Heine's initials. And the reason that it's aligned on the 5 and the 12 was Dick told Mike that Kelly might have said something that either offended him or offended my mother. It's been so long. It was 1991. Who remembers that far back,
Yeah.
But
that's why this is
I do know that my father was a really hard worker, and he had a altercation. Well, on top of this, he's a little bit more than a little bit racist, and he had an altercation. It's a long story, but basically, he had to go on leave after 30 years, and it resulted in him going on disability. And he was really conscientious about it, because even myself, it's no fun. It's a stigma. Okay. And Kelly might have made fun of that, or he might have said something about my mother, but whatever he did, it was not something at all that somebody should have been killed over. But my parents have always had a very thin skin. Like they can do literally anything they want to anybody or say anything they want, But if somebody says the same thing, if somebody says even a little thing about them, then they can literally turn it into something that, like, they don't even need a reason to kill people, though, Adam. I don't know why I'm describing this. These are people that kill people for fun. And Mike,
I'll be right back,
Mike,
folks.
Kelly, and myself were all supposed to be close friends. So this is why this was one of the earliest revelations that I made when I started deciphering this cipher years ago. And imagine my shock, like how could my brother ever do that to, like, I thought they were really good friends, but I don't know. I just don't understand it. But before I forget to explain this, the reason it's 12 up and 5 over, maybe I already explained that, is this was ordered by Dick, and it was like probably, it matches up with his birth date as far as the 5 and the 12. And I don't know what discussions they had, but maybe this was either, I don't know, a birthday gift of some kind to himself. But once again, everything is aligned with the as far as the H's and the skull, they all, and the K in the center of the H. And then as far as the 17 being the what I call the spanner, throughout this whole cipher, there's a lot of symbols that represent the lifespan of the victim, and that will be the case in the last one I'm going to describe really quickly, Adam.
Okay.
And I'm not going to do him justice. I'm sorry about this, but some of the most horrific things were done to Kevin Collins. I've already mentioned that he was held for 8 years and 8 months before he was shot in the upstairs bathtub by Mike. And what I didn't mention is that according to the cipher, they cooked him on the stove and ate his flesh, believe it or not. And I don't know why, but far and away, that was the most horrifying discovery in this whole cipher for me. Sorry to chuckle about it, but I've been away from this for probably about 9 months, partly because I've been working so much on the Scorpion cipher, but also, I don't know, I just can't handle it anymore. Any more of those kinds of, a person's got to know their limits, and a person can only handle so much,
Certainly. Yeah, I agree.
But throughout this whole, thank you, by the way, throughout this whole puzzle, Kevin Collins is mentioned. If you look on line 6, you see the 1 and the 2, and then the satanic victim, which represents multiple victims at 666. You see that? Well, Kevin Collins' birth date was January 24th of 1974, I believe. I'm sure it was January 24th, though. That 1, that 2, and the 4 combined with the symbols of the house. In this case, the house represents the house at 4012 Heather Lane, believe it or not. Okay, so the house represents 2 different houses. In one context, it represents the Ramsey home in Boulder, Colorado.
Right.
But in the case of Kevin Collins, it represents the house at Heather Lane. And all of that aligns with the musical symbols, like I pointed out towards the beginning. But going back to Kevin Collins, up above in their religion, they have a saying goes from the Hermetic Emerald Tablet, and it's a longer saying, but it's basically a religious principle, and it also has one of those cards that I printed out for you, a tarot card, has a man pointing up.
It's just wild to listen to him. But the saying goes, and everything's flat and level about all this stuff until he gets to the point of
in this puzzle, but especially
the actual act of, and there's a giggle and talking about how he cooked somebody on the stove and ate their flesh and all this stuff. I'm glad y'all noticed that also. But he does have a lot of details about stuff that we don't know, because those are old cases. but he has details that somebody really close to a case would only know those specific details. Now, can he be making it up? All this could be on his own story. That's why I'm saying it's important to hear these names and dates of births and these locations and all that stuff so that we can go back, do some research, and try to vet it out. And that's exactly why Adam is letting him talk, because I think it's important that this information is vetted and found out, and Adam's willing to take the deep dive into this, because just like y'all are saying, how in the hell could you sit here? Granted, we've been here, but I'm talking and you're not hearing him the whole time type deal. Because there's, in my own mind, I don't even know y'all. So, but yeah, I mean, people were saying, somebody said a comment about taking all the letters out of the alphabet soup and something. So, but yeah, I mean, just interesting stuff. The only Kevin Collins I know is a character Kevin Collins on General Hospital, says Bria.
That C begins the spelling of Collins, and it goes downwards.
At Sarah Fire. Sorry if I have trouble your name. It's like he created alphabet soup by taking all the global symbols, right? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It's just crazy.
And then a space and an S. But once again, this is where
Lori goes, going back up a little bit. Lori says, according to Richard Nolette, the guy that was killed would have been 19 years old. Why would his brother kill him and make it look like one of those unalive deals for degrading his dad for being disabled?
Believe it or not, they're both in San Francisco.
I caught something there too, that was said in that section, and I was seeing about it also, but I let it play just so we could get the information and hear it. But yeah, there's just things like that comes out, and you wonder if there's this whole sentence he says, but this little section right here, is that the real truth of something that occurred, or is he just bullshitting the whole damn thing and just, it's wild. But like we've all said, I still think it's important that this comes out. He could be telling us a lot of bullcrap about people that this occurred to, but yet the details is details he personally knows, because let's say he's involved in something else in some other location, but he's just not telling the truth about the location of where it has occurred, that type thing. You just never know. It's just wild, the details the guy speaks of and all that stuff. So,
but it's tilted to the right because he was sacrificed because of satanic and Masonic.
I don't know where he's at. So I messaged him. I don't know. He could be in Patriot Pride's chat still.
Sorry to repeat myself, but Church of Satan. Left
I sent the message to him though.
To left,
Lori.
Saint Agnes Church. That's where he was abducted.
No, I'm just saying.
Let's.
You notice that East Coast Karen? He does speak in a monotone voice until there's a part where.
One other thing though, down here at the bottom.
See, he's one other thing did again.
Remember, I mentioned the other day the pod that he was held in, the pain pod. Can you hear me, Adam?
Adam, did you fall asleep?
I'm here by myself.
I'm here, Richard. Don't go nowhere, Richard. Hang tight, Richard. Wonder what happened. How is Richard still on, but Patriot Pride's not the host? I bet you he hangs it up now. It's gonna be wild. Justice Jane, that is correct. This is the same house.
Hope it's not my connection.
This is important to listen to him right now. See if he's a different person back here. But Patriot Pride's spinning, so.
Hey, Adam. Hello?
Still there, Richard?
Yeah. Don't trigger my abandonment issues like that, Adam.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm just kidding with you. Sorry.
Chat, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, Adam?
We can hear you. Mab is a
I can hear you.
A YouTuber. Mab investigates.
Right. Richard, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
He's on Patriot Pride's channel here.
I can't
He's
hear
not
you,
on Patriot
Richard.
Pride channel. He's his
Oh,
own
no.
channel. He's a YouTuber that went
Richard.
to
Okay.
I don't know.
Richard's
Something
house
just happened to my StreamYard. Sorry, guys.
to verify.
So everybody can hear me now, but Richard, they can't hear you. So
Patriot
I'm gonna try something real quick.
Lord, Richard, we're here. Keep talking. Spill the beans, Richard.
Richard, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Richard, go out and come back in if you don't mind. If you can hear me.
Okay.
I can't hear you, but yeah, just come back in.
We can hear him, Adam.
Sorry, guys. I don't know. StreamYard just dropped me.
Yeah,
but
thank
you guys so much for being here. I'll take the time to say that. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out so long.
Dr. Gary,
it's been a great night. It's been a very interesting night. Hopefully Richard will jump back in. Yeah, here we go. We got Richard back. Let's see if we can hear him.
Is that any better?
I think Adam.
StreamYard messes up sometimes, so I'm not sure what's going on, but sorry about that, man.
Yeah, that's okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay, awesome. If you got just a few more minutes, Adam, I promise I'm almost done.
No, certainly. I don't know what happened. Like I said, StreamYard just kicked me out for some reason. So I'm not sure exactly what happened. But let me get the cipher pull back up here.
Shit, Mike's already ran down to the damn local FBI office.
About me talking about this, you know?
It definitely could be, man. It definitely could be. You never know. But let me get back here. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. I did my best. I left and I came back. So hopefully that fixed it somehow.
Yeah, sometimes StreamYard does things like that. It's finicky, and it happens all the time. So I'm just glad you hung out, and I'm glad it didn't end the stream. So let me bring it back up real quick. And thank you so much for doing this again tonight, Richard. Everybody's thanking you so much, and they're very interested. And so again, thank you for that. But
yeah, you're welcome, Adam.
We'll pull this back up.
And thanks for not telling me about the naysayers.
Everybody's been pretty tame tonight, honestly, from what I've seen. So, I mean, we have a really good.
They're all over here.
Patriot Pride.
They're violent.
A great community
on my side.
We love our family, and they're pretty respectful people most of the time. And we've got great.
Show y'all my helicopter.
They take care of that stuff as well. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you for that. I noticed your mods were not playing around, so I appreciate that.
Certainly. So yeah, we'll jump back on this, and then we'll
definitely.
Go ahead. I'm back now, so hopefully you won't lose me again.
Okay.
Another print about finish print.
I guess I'll just describe things. It would take a lot more time to explain all of this, to be honest with you, Adam. But there are symbols at the top that also represent Kevin Collins, and a couple of those symbols are. If you see that on the second line down, there's like a right to the left of a red line on the second line down. Yeah, thank you. Believe it or not, that's supposed to represent Kevin Collins and him being shot in the bathtub. And it's very, very, very complicated to explain. It would take me forever to explain, but I just thought I'd point out that's one of the places where they talk about shooting him in the bathtub. But it's spelled out to the lower left here. Let me show you. If you go to the bottom left,
it's because they don't get blocked over here.
You see the word taboo?
No, I mean opinions are welcome.
Yeah,
we encourage it.
Right there. Look at start at the B.
People were being rude.
And go from right to left, but stop at the T, and then go up.
Can't have that crap.
And that letter is supposed to represent an H, but also a gun, and the bullet is supposed to be. The dot is supposed to be the bullet.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And it's very hard to explain, but that represents Mike shooting my best friend in the bathtub, or does it represent Kevin Collins?
A lot of people reported him to the FBI.
It's spelled out that he's shooting one of the two, and I don't know if he shot them both in the bathtub. I know that they didn't do anything horrible to my best friend's body, thank God, afterwards. But I believe that they shot all of the boys in the bathtub, and Tosho Hondo was beheaded. According to the cipher, he was beheaded, and obviously what they did to Kevin Collins was even worse because they literally butchered him in the bathtub. So
please don't.
Wow.
Possibly all three boys were killed in the bathtub this is over the course of 1984 through 1992. And once again, the cipher is from 1998.
Have somebody over here talk
so let me ask you a quick question. I don't mean to cut you off. So because your dad allegedly got the quote unquote hall pass, does that follow down to other family members as well? Is that kind of how this is? Because is that why nobody's tried to do anything with anybody?
Well, I'm assuming so because normally when I don't want to seem like a big shot or anything, Adam, but a lot of when I did that thing with Sleuth, I was pretty triggered, and I sounded pretty out there. Even I'm trying to be honest with myself and you and everybody,
Well, y'all think y'all like my Marine Corps hymn?
And part of it was fear because I was just realizing that literally Mike was on video coming up to my door, Right. Let me try to answer the question. Don't you think it would be more normal if somebody that had 500 to 1,000, there might have been a million people that have seen my video or spread that. It's been on Twitter, Facebook, things I've never even heard of, to be honest with you, Adam. Okay. It's been 2 months and it's still being spread. Cause like I said, in part because I was very triggered,
and then we've got to check it and
it does discuss some very graphic things, but
if it works,
but aside from that, don't you think in normal situation the FBI would have been out to knock on somebody's door?
Bathtub, but he could just mean, shower.
So you don't have to answer this if you don't want to.
Houses back then had a combined shower bathtub deal.
Nobody,
and the bathtub was where the shower was at also.
Two people came out from the Watsonville Police Department, and it seemed more like a welfare check than anything. They didn't ask me any questions regarding Nancy Guthrie, and they would not. They told me they'd like to talk to me down at the station, but they refused to give me a date or a time. And right now I'm without a vehicle, and it's sort of a little bit of a walk for me. And the station's every time I've been by it, you have to make an appointment. Like they don't have open hours, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I'm sure they'll give your ass.
Never seen those two guys again. Never heard from them, and they were only local people. And like I said, it seemed more like a welfare check than anything. But no FBI whatsoever, like nothing. And by the way, Adam, I've said this before, and I just want to reiterate it. I don't think every agent in the FBI is a part of this conspiracy. I'm not that black and white to think. I think there's a lot of people that are just doing their job and know nothing about this, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Wow. That's crazy to me. And again, I want you to reveal whatever you want to reveal or not, but that's a question I did have for you, has FBI contacted you at all? And that seems very odd to me.
Just because.
Yeah, to me too. I mean, it's been at least 2 months since I did that thing with Patrick, and even by my standards, like I told you before, I was just trying. I was sort of in panic mode. I felt like that might be my only chance to share the story. And thankfully, you've given me a space where I can let my guard down a lot more and show the real me. I really appreciate that, by the way.
See,
well, we appreciate you. We really do. And so So yeah, so let's finish up on this one, and
Okay.
then we'll show a couple pictures, and we'll wrap it up.
Okay.
We want to see what these pictures
I just wanted to show that the spelling of Collins leads down to this thing that throughout the cipher they call the pain pod, and it's mentioned elsewhere, but I'd like to show. I showed it to you the other night, but right up on the line, just above where you're at right now, Adam, just one, right there over to the right.
Always
the word
everything
with the P, fourth character from the right, beginning with the K. Yeah, right there. That begins the word pod, and it's spelled with a square O from right to left. You see how it says P-O-D?
Yeah.
So in another direction, if you go upwards, it spells the Spanish word for pain. So it's D-O with the once
Things
again,
have been checked.
that
Information he
4
has told
represents
2
Kevin
months ago.
Collins. It represents his birth date. Okay, that's going from bottom to top, though. This represents an
was
O
checked and verified
in the
to
word
see,
dolor, D-O-L-O-R.
Again, you're gonna have to go watch Sleuth's Intuition to see
we
that
continue
information
going up
on
to
that.
the
There was some
L,
weird shit that happened.
and that's the third letter.
Sleuth's.
Yeah, it's backwards, but that's the letter L.
After he
Then
gave
we
his
go to
first
the
interview
right,
and the information came out,
and
it's some wild stuff.
what you have there, that's supposed to
Sleuth
be
Intuition.
another O, but it also represents, you see the tiny little figure inside of that's supposed to be inside of a torture chamber. And the dark circle up above it is
up out of the hole.
What's called a death head. And so it means that victim was both tortured and then killed. That's what's being said right there.
Okay.
But we continue the spelling. That's the second to last letter is the actual one where the figure is in. Right down below.
Yeah, Cheryl's
it looks like an L, but that letter can represent a 7, an L, or an upside down lowercase r. And in this case, it represents an upside down lowercase r. So altogether, these 3 things all linked together. You have Kevin Collins' birth date, 1/2/4. You have the word dolor, which means pain, and then you have pod at the bottom. So it's describing what they did to him. He was held in what they call a pain pod, which I imagine was a very confined space, for all that time. And one final thing I want to show you, and I swear we're going to be done after this. The spanner for Kevin Collins was one of the most confusing things to me, because most people would assume that most killers, sorry to be graphic here, but if they're pedophiles, they rape their victim and then they murder them pretty quickly afterwards most of the time. And so I was always looking for if there was a spanner for Kevin Collins, I thought it would be around the age that he was when he was abducted, which was 10. So I thought it would be about 10 characters,
Right.
Well, in reality, the spanner, I believe, is 18 characters, but it begins with the crescent moon.
Jane,
if you look at the I sort of got emotional here. This stuff with Kevin Collins really bugs me. I'm sorry.
Okay, take your time.
Thank you. But the crescent moon on the line below the collector symbol, right there. Yeah, thank you. You saw that right away.
And he
that begins
a long time ago.
Kevin Collins, what I call I think Dick himself may have called it a spanner on the website I showed you where he posts every day. But that is the beginning of Kevin Collins. And this symbol in black magic represents like a mystery, an unsolved mystery. But I can never prove it. This is going to sound horrific too. Everything they did to Kevin Collins was horrific, by the way. They indicate that they disabled him and made it to where he could not escape. But I may be incorrect about this assumption. But I think they may have blinded him, because these 2 crescent shapes remind me of eye slits. And once again, I'm not sure of that conclusion. So I I have a hard time even believing he was on the property, but according to this cipher, it would take me much longer to describe it, and we don't have time tonight, Adam, but they say that the torture chamber, they indicate that the torture chamber was, the house is a 2-story house.
Just for the record.
They indicate that it was beneath
Allegedly.
my father's master bedroom floor, and there was a space between the floor and the ceiling of the garage below, if you can picture that. And they indicate that that's where this so-called pain pod was. So I don't know. And there's a chance it could have been somewhere else on the property, but that's the way I interpreted it. And I'm pretty sure I'm getting that right. But once again, I'm not sure about if they did anything with his eyes. But once again, I just want to point out the 2 crescent shapes. And am I getting 17 or 18? I think that's 18, right? Counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 18 from crescent shape. And by the way, I want to point out where the last crescent shape ends. Remember, I pointed out that this line represents the Church of Satan from left to right, but then from right to left, it represents the place where he was abducted, the St. Agnes Church.
Okay.
Because this is the line 10 down. Back to the right side, Adam. To the yeah, right, a little bit.
Bro,
over.
how do you see that shit? Because I ain't seeing shit that you're talking about.
A church steeple.
Okay, I see the curtains.
But it also represents the triangle from the all-seeing eye from the from the satanic
over by the
from
moon.
The Church of Satan. It represents one thing. It represents the all-seeing third eye. You know.
Right.
But from
all I can say is I'm glad I ain't got to work
right
tomorrow.
To left, it represents the Catholic Church, which is St. Agnes Church, and that is the bus stop where Kevin was abducted from. And it spells it out in the top left corner, but we don't have time. And another time, maybe I can describe it to you. But
it's coming, y'all. Listen,
he was waiting for bus 43. So if you go to the top left corner and go down 4 lines, there's a square right there.
I was beginning to wonder if this was like the code for a nice camping spot.
That is supposed to represent Kevin Collins
too, for those that don't know.
Waiting for a bus stop.
There's stories about this guy camping.
That the man I called my father represented himself to be a cop, because I don't know if you can see the word hidden in the right edge of the X. That becomes the letter C. It's hard to
the very edge.
It's hard to see.
X.
Right there, yeah.
O-P.
You see how there's a slight curve right there?
Yeah. That
becomes a C. The letter to the right, which is position, well, actually, 4-3. The position that you're at right now, I think represents the bus stop. So I was mistaken there for a second. Sorry, I'm human. I'm tired.
That's okay. No, you're good.
Thank you. But can you see how it spells out cop right here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And remember, I told you that Dick is badge man. Remember down just below to the left, there's the badge.
Yep.
So what is a kid going to trust before anything? If a cop comes and says, hey, something happened to your mother, she's at the hospital, I need to take you to the hospital.
Yeah.
A 10-year-old kid is not going to question authority, right?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not certain of this, but that's what that seems to indicate. As far as
funny about those shapes.
If we ever get to the Burger Chef cipher, one of the big things that's stressed in the Burger Chef cipher is the word con, and these people probably delight just as much in conning people.
This is the Scorpion cipher he's working
as they do in murdering people.
The Burger Chef like cipher is a whole
almost like
cipher.
Professional actors. So
wow. Great information, man. It's so interesting. Again, thank you so much for all of this, man. It's
supposedly the Zodiac
it's a lot
killer,
to take in, but
which
it's
he says is his father.
To see how you've sat down and taken hours and
Dick.
hours to try
with
to
the name of Richard Nolette.
Oh yeah, well, thank you, Adam, and I hope I'm not interrupting you, but I'm just looking at my clock, and you know what time it is?
What time?
It just passed 11:22. That's the date of the Kennedy thing, ironically,
Oh,
but
yeah, that is true. Yeah.
But thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it.
He was not even alive during that time,
certainly.
but he keeps.
Maybe it's time to wrap things up. Do you think we can quickly go through some of the photos though? Like
sure.
November 22nd, 1963.
The one I'd really like to mention more than there's a few of them I'd like to show for sure, but I don't want to. I'd like to talk a little bit about where he writes every day.
Certainly. Can we just briefly? I've got 3 of them set up, or 4 of them set up. So we'll just briefly discuss each one of them if you want to.
Okay, cool.
For those that weren't here for that,
that one you,
I hope
yeah,
they go
the one
back
you just
to
passed, I think, is the one with the writing on it.
Look at that. That looks like a meerschaum pipe.
Let me hold on one second. I wanted to show the. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
I thought I put it in the sequential order, but I guess I did not. I wanted to show the one, the older photo, if I can. Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about, but any of them is fine.
Okay.
Oh, you mean the three tramps one, huh?
Yeah. Because that one is
that's
very interesting right there.
Yeah. So, do you want me to describe it a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, certainly describe it.
Okay, so this photo was taken after Kennedy was shot on the 22nd of November of 1963. It's called the Three Tramps photo. It's a pretty famous photo.
I've never
but
seen
what you have here is 3 people who a lot of people have described as being undercover CIA agents, and there were a lot of people involved in this real conspiracy to kill Kennedy. It wasn't just the 3 shooters. There were a lot of additional people all over the place that were involved in this. But the 3 men that are walking behind the police officer, I can't remember their names, but they have all been identified as CIA officers. And some people say that's true, and some people debate it. But one thing you can't debate is that they're way too clean to be so-called tramps, which was the word for homeless people back then. This guy is clean shaven. At least the first 2 guys, they're all clean shaven, and they're clean. And I don't see how there's any way that they would call them homeless or tramps, so to speak.
Right.
And another thing I want to point out is if you look at the guy that's not the guy directly, starting with the guy directly behind the one that you have the arrow on, if you could zoom in on his eyeballs a little bit and look what direction they're looking at. I don't know if you can see it in this photo. Only the guy in the back is not looking over, but this second guy, look at his right eye and look at what direction it's his right eye is literally torqued as far as it can go to the right-hand side. And he's doing everything he can not to turn his head to the right side. But that's because their partner in crime has just shown up. And he's doing everything he can too, not to smile or grin. But he still has a little bit of a grin. But the guy that's really grinning is the guy behind him, the younger guy. But the right there, if you can focus in a little bit, Adam, look at how that guy is smirking. You see the guy that's second in line, the younger guy right here?
Mm-hmm. This guy?
See how he's smirking? To look at, and what they're smirking about. Yeah, what they're smirking about is the person that we've just discussed for hours about in the cipher, the man that made it and the man that committed all the crimes that he outlines in the cipher. And we've only discussed a handful of them here, by the way. The man that's did all this is Dick, and he's standing there in the back. At this time, his weight is running a little high. He's probably under stress, but you see when he's stressed out, his face bloats up, and anyhow, that's the man that raised me. That's Dick. And I only found this photo way after I did a lot of work on the cipher. I was just looking through some photos of that day in Dallas and came across this. But if you look at how the car door is swung open, it's really apparent that he's raced over here, and
he has studied.
He's a high-level narcissist, and at this time, I don't believe that he had the self-control. Like later in life, he became much more cunning, but at this time, this was right after his high school years, and he wanted to be a part of the action, and he wanted to be a part of the photo, and like he's so into that he's raced from wherever he was down here, still has the car door open, but he's posed for the photo. I mean, I don't know if you agree, but it's pretty, yeah, to me, it's pretty apparent that he's hamming it up, and
I don't know
that these guys find him to be amusing and almost impossible not to look over and smirk at,
Yeah, certainly. Wow.
But also the last image the last detail in this image I want to focus on is, maybe we'll have it, we'll discuss it another time, maybe, if you want to have me back. But to the right rear, I think that's the police station. I could be mistaken, but it's seen in different photos. There's a diamond shape on this cyclone fence, in the very back.
But the building.
Later on, when Dick becomes the Zodiac, he uses a triangle symbol that's it's a satanic symbol from what's called the Key of Solomon.
Because the road goes around through here
and it's a triangle, and he puts it in his letters to Melvin Belli and to in a letter called the Exorcist Letter from 1974. But what that magical symbol is supposed to do is it's supposed to grant, you can either write it on paper, which is called a sigil, or you can wear it like a metal charm around your neck. But either way you do it, it's supposed to convey powers, special magical powers, to the person that's either wearing it or has it in their possession. And it's supposed to give them power to basically achieve glory. And I always forget, I think it's called kingdom.
Hand there in the front.
You're going to own
either
a lot
he's got
of
a
property.
Cigarette in his hands right
you're
there
going
between his
to,
fingers. I think so.
Be very.
It almost looks like his hand's bloody.
You're going to be successful and have glory in whatever you undertake, right?
Y'all see that?
But the most important thing that it gives the person
way too much shadows
is
on his
supposedly
hand.
it gives them invisibility, the cloak of invisibility.
Can you tell if he's got a cigarette in his hand?
If you imagine a serial killer, what
fingers there?
You can't ask for much more than invisibility. That would be at the top of your list, right?
Right.
So maybe we can get into that another time, but I just thought it's interesting that symbol appears there. Thank you.
Very. And did you want to?
I think that guy in the middle was
find
George Bush Sr.
that we were going to look at.
There was the Meerschaum pipe. See that? That is wild. I might have to look at that.
Yeah, please, with the writing, if we could. Yeah, that I can talk about that last if you don't mind, Adam.
Certainly, yeah, certainly.
Thank you.
Not me in that car.
So this is very interesting right here, guys. So, go ahead and explain it to me to them, Richard.
Okay. Well, for an unknown amount of time, at least the last 10 years, maybe it could be 12 or 15 years, Dick likes writing about himself and the Zodiac, but using a writer name or a pseudonym. And his writer's name is called Ruby Slaw 32, I believe. And that's hard to describe, but it relates to some murders that he committed. It's a reconfiguration of a word called Rollins, which was where he committed a bunch of murders of young girls in the early 1970s. And the number 32 relates to the number of years between different numbers. It's all really hard to explain, but basically between some murders he committed at it's called the Rollins Little Britches Rodeo. He murdered some girls in 1974 and maybe before and after, but I think this refers to that specific year. But he's
got some wild ass
juggled
stories, y'all.
he's done a word scramble on this, and that's hard to describe too. But basically, the word relates to Rollins. The 32 relates to the year between the murders in Rollins and another murder, which I think was he murdered Mike might have been involved too. I don't know, but I don't know who did the murder, to tell you the truth. But one or both of them did commit it. It was a double murder of a mother and a daughter hikers up at place called Pinnacle Lake, Washington, in Snohomish County. And all of this ties into their magical beliefs. And what they wanted to do was create, believe it or not, they wanted to murder people in the shape of a diamond or a shape of a triangle. But the triangle spans all the way from Pinnacle Lake, Washington to Rollins, what is that? Rollins, Wyoming, I believe. I think I'm getting that right. Rollins, Wyoming, and then from there to either Napa or San Diego. And
that's a big distance.
It's all about equal distances. And he murdered
8 hours.
Dick murdered. There was a
San Diego and Napa?
A petite woman that was a guard at Mare Island, and perhaps he never liked women in charge, and that's a whole 4-hour episode in itself. But apparently she rubbed him the wrong way, or he just decided to kill her. But either way, she lived in Napa, just blocks away from where our family house was. And he abducted her, and I believe he killed her at a place called Oak Knoll Avenue. And before I forget to mention it, or why I'm mentioning this, the distance from Oak Knoll Avenue, I believe, is equal in a straight line to the distance from Pinnacle Lake when you go.
One's going to come out saying one is not.
To the tip of a triangle in Rollins, Wyoming. And it's all about triangles and what they call it. It's satanic geometry. They call it infernal geometry. So believe it or not, he's killed people all over the country, and I believe he has similar reasons. And he's killed people in different places because of his beliefs and how it ties into Satanism, and
we also
geometry
Richard
and
has
angles
a
and distance.
camper.
So
I know travels around the country.
I know that's hard to believe, but let me get to the point on describing this. This site that he writes on it almost every day is called Zodiac Killer Mystery.com, I believe. And once again, the username is RubySlaw32. And probably 80% of the time he makes things up, and it's all about misinformation. But hidden within these lines, a lot of times, are nuggets of truth. And on the 13th February of this year was the Friday the 13th.
The misinformation.
And he either intentionally posted this or made a mistake. But either way, I caught onto it and did a screenshot, because the person who he's referring to is his son, Mike, my brother. And he online, I'd like to mention what he says about the Geiger knots right there. I don't know if that's a separate
2026. He can't be writing this
because that ties into it.
If this
there's two lines that are important here, Adam. So it says, what will they all say to any love? Any they love.
Dad is
what he's
actually
mentioning
alive.
there is he keeps repeatedly, basically he's holding something over the whole entire FBI. That's how powerful he's been for 63 years. Like, he's held this over the FBI. Like, basically he knows their secret, and he can do anything he wants, because he says, if you harm me or any that I love, which are the next generation of satanic serial killers in the family, then I'm going to basically release everything about you guys in power that I know. And he knows, I'm not sure about this, but the way he repeats this threat, I think he knows who all of the people that are in the shadows, like way above Cash Patel. There are, believe it or not, Adam, there are people so powerful in this country that don't have a face or a name. They're the people that actually run the show.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Yeah, there's different. I know this, to some people this might sound totally paranoid, but it's the truth. And just as now, in sharing this, just as much I have them to fear, in addition to my family of serial killers. But I can't go through my life just holding all these secrets anymore. It's made me really sick, like even physically sick, mentally and physically sick over the last 4 years. And thank you again for giving me a spot to share this. I really do appreciate it.
Certainly.
So if we could just read that second to the line down, what is it? It says, it begins with the threat.
Has anybody ran this dude's background check?
Once again, what will they
I'm just
say
curious.
to
Has anybody found out if he's certified or not?
Reality TV, Dave, Dan, the hoaxer of the century, Jason and the Geikernuts. What he's saying is he was mad about the translation. He's really irate about how some years ago, I don't know if it's been 3 or 5 years ago, the FBI announced that the Z340 had been solved. And I've never worked on that one, but Dick is really mad that they made it seem much, basically it's an erroneous, according to him, it's not a correct solve. And they gave credit to the guy's name is, I forget his last name, but it's Dave. He's one of the team of people that solved it. And Dick is really irate that they basically butchered his cipher.
Same year as me.
And to the point of killing people. It may actually have be one of the reasons that he did the Burger Chef cipher, but I don't think it's one of the primary reasons, because that happened after the Burger Chef cipher was published. But what he's mentioning here is Jason and the Geikernauts is his, it's sort of funny the way he worded that, but this guy is a professional level writer. He may have never gone to college, but he's one of the people that taught me how to write, to be honest with you. And I told you I graduated from Davis, so he gave me a great start. But between him and UC Davis, believe it or not, Adam, I don't want to toot my own bell, but I'm not a very good verbal communicator, but you'd be surprised. Like,
I guess
I've written legal letters for friends.
I'm on a
and
computer, not on a phone.
Not intentionally fooled people to be pretending to be a lawyer, but I've written letters for them and let them do what they want with it. And they've basically believed that it came from a legal team. So anyhow, that felt good to do. The last girl that I dated, I thought I was in love, but basically I defended her with a few letters, and she got a great severance package and all kinds of money, and went to Costa Rica and dumped me a few days later.
Dang.
Said the hell with this. I ain't even staying in the same damn country as this guy.
Man.
Oh yeah, and but I don't regret it. Everything is a learning experience, and I still.
Oh no, honey.
I don't know. I don't hold any ill will towards her. I'm glad I didn't get married, and I'm glad I didn't have kids, because there's a lot about my life and the secrets I didn't know about.
Cheryl.
Honestly,
Cheryl, quick on the draw,
I'm at
y'all.
the point now. I've always wanted to have my own son, but now I'm pretty sure I carry. Thank God I'm not a psychopath, but
Shit. Prove it, God damn it. We want to know. We want to see.
Kids, it's like it's a roll of the dice as far as whether I have a psychopath or not, and psycho.
I vote yes. Yes, you are.
People that are really successful in business are test positive for the psychopath gene. Believe it or not, they don't necessarily need to turn into serial killers. Some of them can be really successful people, like Elon Musk. I mean, I'm not saying he's a psychopath, by the way, but some people have taken the test and been really surprised that they carry the gene for psychopathy, you know?
Right.
So,
Certainly.
it's,
So what's he talking
I
about?
think he's
here
trying
with
to tell us he is
the toy
certified out there,
tattoo?
y'all.
What is that?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure completely, but I think that has to do with some cop that was involved in something in Vallejo, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the details of that, but what's important in this line is Jason and the Geikernauts. He calls Porch Guy, which is, you know, according to me, once again, all of this is allegedly, right?
They're talking.
That's right.
Jason is the name he gives to Porch Guy,
you can bless him and say,
allegedly is Mike.
Are certified, sir.
Anyhow, he's making a joke out of it, but part joke and part not, because the Geikernauts is what he calls the whole group that went to get Nancy. You know, this was I don't know if it was 2 or 3 people. I believe it was 3 people.
First sign, right?
Well, 4 technically. I don't know if Dick was there or not, but he's the one that was the main quote unquote chef. He's the guy that I believe he's the one that put together this whole plan. And then, you know, the 3 younger people are the ones that went and executed the plan. But before I'm getting off topic, what he's referring to is
the chef?
There was a person that was called, I believe his last name was Gaikowski. I could be getting that name wrong.
Dr. Mercado has talked about
he looks a little bit like Dick, especially in his grinning photos. Not incredibly so, but enough to fool a person from a distance.
He's been playing the whole time. His damn fingers are bleeding.
But for a long time, he's been one of the top suspects as far as being the Zodiac.
He's camping
and a part of Dick has always wanted to take credit and just face the world and come out and say,
his father.
I'm the Zodiac. What are you going to do about it? You know?
Right.
So is weird. I know that sounds weird, but I don't know. You got to remember, I was the quote unquote counselor for both of my parents, and in some way I didn't know anything about these secrets, but in some ways I know, on some levels I know how they operate or how they think, if that makes any sense. On other levels, I had no clue as far as the viciousness of all of my family, you know?
Right, certainly.
So did you want to just finish up with that one line, Adam? I think it's the top line.
Yeah, let's
I guess we'll have to add Dick to the
allowed
and once
words
again, or something.
This was published on the Friday the 13th of February, and the photos of Porch Guy had just been released.
Don't worry about it.
What I think that was a miscommunication between the younger, more modern group of FBI, which is on the surface led by Cash Patel.
But I highly recommend that you cuss it back out if you need to.
We're trying to do the right thing, and maybe they don't know about all of these older secrets. Like I'm not a part of the FBI, and I'm no longer even a part of this family, so to speak. Technically I never was, because I was always technically, my mother and she was, I believe her to be a full-on serial killer, by the way. Whether she's alive or passed, no disrespect. I just need to speak the truth. And I believe she's every bit a part of this. Maybe not quite the killer that Dick was, but every bit as merciless as Dick was. But I'm getting off the point.
Some crazy shit when you start talking about his mom like that.
What was my point?
We were about to go over this.
I guess the point that I'm trying to, well, the point that I wanted to make, Adam, was I think there's different levels of understanding in the FBI. And for some reason, I have the impression that maybe Cash Patel was not updated as far as the Zodiac and how he's a protected person, and their longstanding agreement. Like, I doubt that any of this is in writing, of course. That would be dangerous, you know. But but you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, who would have saw an 84-year-old man as a threat to release some really wild cipher that targets 6 people for murder? Like, most people, when they get that age, they mellow out, and I would think the serial killer in
Supposedly
them
his brother came
fades away, if you know what I mean.
Video after the sleuth
certainly.
interview.
But do you get what I'm saying? As far as
Showed up at his house.
I think that
That's what
those
he says.
images were released by people that were not in the know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. So let me just read this line, I guess. So he calls the name that he has for Zodiac is, he pretends that he's speaking third person, and he pretends that he's speaking to his friend Zodiac. And the word that he often uses to call his outlaw friend Zodiac is poop, P-O-O-P, which is short for
y'all see that
nincompoop.
message where it says,
Okay.
It tells me by name.
And anyhow, I guess he's
that
trying to be funny, or I don't know, maybe self-deprecating, or a little bit of both.
Or did that just come to
But
me?
anyhow, this says, "Hey poop, remember the $400 you spent on the Seattle Times March 25th, 2021 ad that he put in there? Quote, if anything dire happens to me or any I love, what I gave Hoodwinker and the FBI gets published." I think that's what it says. Gets published immediately. Should have given the money to quote unquote Jason instead. He's desperate. So the things that I guess you need to understand is, supposedly in 2021, he published an ad in the Seattle Times, and I don't know if it was like a veiled ad or if it specifically said this. I think it was more of like probably
84 now.
Probably had it in veiled language, if you know what I mean. It wasn't this direct, but what it was supposed to be was a message to the FBI that said, basically, if you F with me or any of my family, all of your secrets are going to be on the news, and all of your asses are going to be in jail. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow.
So, and you got to remember, these are powerful people, and I would venture to say that a lot of these people, their names are not even known. That's how powerful and just behind the curtain they are, you know.
Certainly, yeah.
So
I was hoping to see
I don't know
how Adam's going to end
this.
this.
I think that's a good enough description, I guess, right?
Very interesting. Well, the thing you told me about the word Jason last night, you know, and how that maybe correlates to, you know, the photos that we're seeing is just, you know, it's pretty interesting. You know, as you were telling me, who does the porch guy resemble with the mask on, or maybe the guy from the 11th, who does that resemble? And yeah. It resembles, you know, Jason Voorhees from the first Friday the 13th.
Yeah, exactly. And thank you, because I'm getting tired, and thank you for getting back to that point. I appreciate that, Adam. Yeah, that's why he made this joke on Friday the 13th, because with the whole mask, it's pretty undeniable that there is some similarities between him and the
I think
character from the horror movie, you know.
4.5, 5 hours on history.
Amazing. But yeah, I think we can. You wanna end up on this last photo real quick?
Sure.
We're almost there.
I have it.
Yes, that symbol, by the way, is the 8th card of the 8th card of the tarot deck, which represents as above, so below.
I got you.
But this, sorry, it's not a better photo, but it's not horrible either.
No, it's not.
This photo was taken in September, towards September 27th, or the 2nd or 3rd week, at least, of September of 2024. And what it depicts is Dick was gifting my brother Mike. This is all allegedly, by the way, too. We should mention that at the end.
Allegedly, y'all.
Certainly.
You mentioned it at the beginning, so I'll mention it at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
You're welcome. But either way, I have to speak my truth, and regardless, and I'll continue to do so. And thank you again for giving me this platform, Adam. I appreciate it more than you can imagine. here he is meeting with Mike, and I don't know the exact road, but there's machinery in the background, and I believe it's over the hill in the Fairfield area, over the hill from Napa. I could be mistaken on that, but where they travel next, the distance and the time, it all lines up to them being over the hill on the backside of the mountain on the Fairfield side. But long story short, I've examined the photos, and in the reflection on the SUV, it took me a while, but you can see a tow trailer. The motorcycle was a big Harley touring bike with the bags, and the bike had a Montana license plate, but so previously it had been registered at least in Montana. I don't know where Dick has his headquarters or where he is exactly. I mean, I hope he's not in my apartment complex, but
yeah, let's hope not.
But either any of that is a possibility, to be honest with you, Adam. I don't want to sound too paranoid, but everything is on the table, so to speak. Right. But if you look in the rear view mirror, you might be able to see the tow trailer. If you
no, it's not Aaron. I promise it's not Aaron.
On the passenger side window, if you zoom in, that may be where you see the tow trailer. And I could be mistaken. It took me a while to find it.
Aaron's
maybe not.
Business and
but off to that
and all kind of stuff.
Yeah, but
and it's
one
definitely
of the
not Mike.
Yeah, you can't really see it too clearly in that photo, but in one of the photos, it's really clear. So they took his bike and had it delivered to him on this back road. So I believe Mike and Dick rode out in this little SUV together and met the guy that was delivering the trailer from probably a further distance away. But long story short, at the 30-second mark of this video, by the way, it's entitled, they call him El Chapo in the video. And
hell no,
I don't
he's
know if
in
that means
prison.
he has connections to the Mexican mafia. I wouldn't be surprised about that at all. But I think it also refers to, I haven't seen him standing up, but by the way he's sitting in the video, it seems like he's lost a significant amount of his former height. He used to be, right around 6 feet tall, maybe a little bit shorter, but in this video he looks like much smaller. So I don't know. I think part of
Don't lose that much, but it is possible.
Part of the reason they refer to him as El Chapo, I'm just making assumptions, but he's an outlaw, and El Chapo was short and stocky, and Dick is probably short. Dick is probably short and stocky, but I think I'm getting tired, Adam. I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm forgetting something, but
I think you've done a great job. I just want to be clear. So you're saying this is Dick here in the vehicle?
Yeah, most definitely. And this occurs at the 30-second mark. If they did something by accident or intentionally, but I believe that my brother Mike was new to having the helmet cam.
Right.
May have just made an accident, and check behind him before he took off on the motorcycle, because the bike and the helmet cam or everything was new to him, and maybe he just accidentally missed. But there's always,
we're gonna have to get DGL to go up there to
with these guys. You never know. There's always a chance that they did this intentionally. So
their address. I
don't know.
Check that shit out.
But
or somebody.
Yeah.
Martin
Richard,
Sharp, maybe.
This has been a great show, and I just want to thank you so much, man. I can only imagine again what you've had to go through in your life, and then kind of retelling it, what that can trigger, and the things you went through a couple months ago, and hopefully you've got a better feeling about things tonight. And I think everybody really enjoyed having you. I haven't been able to look at the chats a lot tonight, but it's been a very good performing show, and I think people are just very interested in what you have to say, and in your truth, and in your ability to do these things. And hopefully if you're up for it, then I'm hoping that we can do another episode. Maybe
hell no, bro.
Maybe next week sometime or whenever you're able. And we'll get into that Burger Chef cipher, because I think that one's the really the one that everybody is going to really be interested in. And I think it was a great night to kind of see where all this stuff came from, and to try to understand how this came about.
The family house in Napa.
And if you're up for it, I'd love to do another episode
up off of Heather Lane.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I think I would appreciate that if you could just give me a little while to rest up. I usually don't even talk for this long. My voice is going to take a few days to come back, but
his dad still
but yeah, I would love to be back on your show is what I'm trying to say. And thank you for that. And thank you for everybody that hopefully this has given everybody a chance to hear the real me and figure out that I'm not some sort of criminal. And I don't know. That wasn't the purpose of this. The purpose of this was to give, especially the child victims mentioned in the Scorpion Cipher, their voice back. And I've been through so much in my life, Adam. If people can, I don't want people to think the worst about me, but I've been through much worse than that, if you know what I mean.
Certainly.
They're not paying my rent and they're not calling to see how I am. So in a lot of ways, I don't want to be rude to the mean people, but I don't know. My skin has gotten thicker, and I don't, for the most part, I don't really care. I could not have come on this show if I didn't believe in God, if I didn't believe in the story of David versus Goliath, and nobody has ever won against the FBI, let alone against the man that raised me, the Zodiac. And I'm in a really dangerous. For most people, this is just entertainment, Adam. It's just the way they spend 4 or 5 hours on their Sunday. This has been my life, and I've literally been under the threat of death since 1990, if not before.
Calling in sick.
Dick is 84. He has nothing to lose. And I don't know. Once again, I don't want to think the worst. God has protected me my whole life and given me strength to fight the battles that I've fought throughout my life. And hopefully that will continue. And if not, hopefully he'll judge me good enough to go to a good place. But if anything were to happen to me, I guess I want to mention this. I'm sorry.
No, I just said amen. I love it.
I bet you say he's not suicidal.
Thank you. I just want to encourage you guys to please press on with things if anything were to happen to me. And I do want to reiterate that I've never been, well, I can't say never. So very rarely been homicidal in my whole life. Okay. Some people have done some things to push me there, as far as having those thoughts.
Right.
But I've never murdered anybody, never planned to murder anybody. Thank God. And it's been many, many, many years before, since I've been anywhere close to being suicidal, and I can deal with this a lot. Don't get me wrong. This has stressed me out immensely, but compared to a lot of things I've been through in my life, like this is like a cakewalk. Okay. So
certainly.
So,
well, hey, you just keep, I don't want to cut you off, but you just keep putting your faith in God, and he's always going to have his hand on you, man. So just keep that faith, and he'll always guide you, direct you, and protect you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I amen, Adam. I really do believe that. And earlier today, before this, that actually just gave me chills. I feel like God when I get that, and I don't feel like I'm God. I feel like God is in me, if that makes any sense to you. But
the Holy Spirit.
But I read a lot about David and Goliath, or before I went and did this show today, and it was just something I had to confront my fear. And in our talks, thank you for talking to me a few times this week. You've shown me that you're not at all what I thought you were a couple months ago, and thank you again for being a good guy and an upfront guy and somebody that's trustworthy. I really do appreciate that more than you know. So,
well, thank you for saying that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask you 3 questions, and kind of put something to bed? And
yeah, definitely.
You're welcome to answer or not, but I think this would really help some things out. So, have you ever been on that road that Nancy lives on? Have you been in that area at all?
No, absolutely not. And there's a photo of a guy walking a dog, and
very important.
I have no plans of putting the photo of my dog up on here, either my past dog or my current dog. But I can tell you, I don't even want to describe my dog, to tell you the truth.
No, you don't.
My dogs are my kids, so they don't. They mean everything to me,
Certainly.
and I would literally die for them, Adam. So, if you saw a picture privately, I'll describe my dog to you sometime, or maybe I'll show you a picture of him. He looks absolutely nothing like the dog that's being walked by that guy. And also, you've seen a picture of me. That guy is a younger guy. I don't look like this picture that I have up right now. I'm just being honest with you. And I don't look like the picture you put of me on the thumbnail either. Like I have hazel green eyes, and you guys always put. I don't know. Part of me likes the mystery because it makes me look a little bit like somebody not to mess with, but I don't have as evil, dark looking eyes as you guys put up. I was just thankful that you didn't add the devil horns today.
No. I didn't do that. To be clear, that wasn't me that did that. So that was somebody else. No, I didn't do that at all. Not at all. But thank you for answering that. I mean, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I do want to reiterate too. I've only been through Arizona one time in my whole life, and back in the 2012 to 2013, I traveled the whole country with a teardrop trailer and my last dog for a year. And only on my way back did I drive through Arizona, and I don't remember if it took 1 day or 2 days. It wasn't a long drive. It wasn't like Texas, so it was probably just 1 day. But I went through 1 or 2 of the major cities. But like I said, February of 2013 was the one and only time I've ever been there. So.
Okay, and so you answered that, but I just want to be clear, so it'll put some things to bed. So you also were not at Rose Canyon Lake anytime either, or near Rose Canyon Lake.
No, and I don't own a cab over camper from the 1970s either. That was a misunderstanding. I don't know how that got started, but people said I was out there stalking Sleuth and that I baited him out there and that I was camping out. Apparently he thought that somebody that was sitting in a vehicle that looked like me. So I don't know if it was what he saw or what somebody told him or combination thereof. I don't know. But what I can tell you is, with the money that I have, I don't have the money to drive to Arizona. I don't have the money for a bus ticket to Arizona. I barely have enough to pay my bills and my PG&E bill and have enough for food. So, and on top of that, my vehicle has not been running in a longer time than I want to admit on here. So, yeah, but going, one thing I want to clarify too is, I have computer receipts and paper receipts from the evening that happened to Nancy that show that I was here in Watsonville doing shopping at 3 different stores. And ironically, one of the places was a pack and ship where I get the copies done for my ciphers. I work on these constantly. And the girl, her name is Tanya. She was helping me for many months, and even on that particular day, she helped me on that afternoon. So she's a person that I could use as a witness, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, and you live how far away?
It's close to 1,000 miles away. I think the drive is supposed to take 12 or 13 hours.
Right.
And my receipts show that I was here the receipts are spread out between 4 and 9 o'clock on the preceding evening. So
right.
What I'm trying to say is, thank God I have those,
James
Yeah,
just dropped
certainly,
it for everybody.
Well, hey,
You wanna
Richard,
go check
again,
out
man, I
and
just
dig
want to
in,
thank
try
you
to
so
find some
much. This has
information.
been a great, incredible night. You've been a great guest, and I hope you enjoyed it, and you've told us some very, very interesting information. And again, I think everybody's really enjoyed this. So
Yeah.
rest up, and maybe a week or so from now, maybe next Sunday, or we'll get together offline. And
Okay.
we'll
sounds good.
We'll dedicate that entire episode to the Burger Chef Cipher.
Thank you. That would be fun. And well, I don't know about fun, but it'll be definitely something I think a lot of people will be interested in. And before I forget to mention it, the Scorpion cipher is much more confusing and hard to follow because of the complexity of the symbols. The Burger Chef cipher, I'm not going to waste. We need to get going, Adam, and you need to get some sleep. But basically, everything is letters, and it's much more easy to follow along. Like it was hard to decipher because they use a lot of complicated techniques, including the removal of letters on various lines.
I'm sure
like most of the lines have letters removed. I'll show you what that means whenever we get to it.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's more straightforward, is what I'm trying to say. It's very complex in its own way, but in a different way than the Scorpion cipher
said it was always hard to get in touch with him and took forever to get a response back.
It's more cut and dry and very easy to follow along. Like once I explain everything, the only really hard part to follow along with is the I don't know what you call it, but it's letter removal and substitution. You at certain places, depending on the number of the line, it corresponds to the letter number in the alphabet, if that makes any sense. And you have to replace the certain letters on different lines. I'll explain it more to you when we get into it, though. But can I just end with one? I didn't share one thing about Dick's photo at the end there. I just want to mention, for one thing, that's on my brother's and nephew's website. They mostly feature rides that they do all over California on their Harley Davidsons, but it's called Dynamike, DYNAMIKE, then the numbers 97, and it might be good for people to go on there and check out their videos. The video that they took, the title of the video that right before the thing happened to Nancy, ironically, the title of their video right before that happened was called Tres Pendejos on the Prowl. And some people say the word pendejos means effers, and some people say it means idiots. But either way, I find it to be incredibly ironic that days before that happened, that they had a video entitled with that, so. Yeah. But one other thing I forgot to mention about that last photo, Adam, this will be it. There's two parts to that video, and where they go after that is they go to a place called Turtle Rock, which is very close to Lake Berryessa. And the reason that's important is even my mother, who was ill at the time, showed up for that. The whole family met up there, and this was in order to celebrate both Mike's birthday, which happened the month before, but also it coincided with the 55th anniversary of the Zodiac's attack at Lake Berryessa, which was September 27th of 1969. So I think that'll be the end, Adam, but thank you so much.
Hey, again, Richard, thank you so much. I'm so proud of you, man, for stepping outside of your comfort zone and coming on here. And again, I can only imagine the anxiety, of doing something like this, especially, what you've been through, not only in your life, but the past few months. So again, I think this is answered a lot of questions for us. And I thank you so much. I'm proud of you. And I look forward to hopefully getting together again in a week or so.
Thank you so much. And once again, I appreciate you being in my corner, Adam, and from the moderators and the talks we've had before this and everything. It's allowed me to relax a little bit, and hopefully for the people to see the real side of me,
and go see if I can see 100%. Anything.
And I think they got a good idea of that tonight.
Dynamite 97.
I'll contact you next couple of days offline, and we'll get together.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Adam. Get some rest.
You too, Richard. Thank you so much.
Oh, bye,
Thank
Richard.
You. Bye-bye.
Good seeing you again. Thanks for that long-ass story.
Right, guys. What a great show. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was so
Adam,
interesting.
how in the hell you sat through that,
and
man?
Richard is so interesting. He's so intelligent. Sometimes things fly over my head, but I try to hang in there with him. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's 3:12 a.m. Here in Georgia. So again, I can't thank you guys enough. Everybody that donated, I'm sorry I didn't see a lot. I know Mr. and Mrs. Long, again, thank you guys so much. We love you. Misty, thank you so much for coming over and for your generosity, and for everybody else that I may have missed. Thank you guys so much, whether you generated monetarily or just with your time. If you hit the subscribe button, or the
Misty,
like button,
if you're out there listening,
thank you guys so much. And speaking of those, on the way
feel
out,
free to come over anytime you
make
want,
sure you
even
hit
though
the
you can't
subscribe button if you
drop
haven't, please. It helps us out.
tips and
It
hints
helps get
and
the
all
name
that
Patriot
stuff.
Pride out
'cause
there. So hopefully we can
I
help out
can't do
more
that
military
yet.
families in need. So hit that subscribe button on your way out. Hit the like button.
Just
And
now,
you guys
my
go over to
print finally
Richard's channel.
finished.
Check out Monterey Spike. If you haven't subscribed to that, if you're interested, subscribe to that and check out some of his videos and like those as well. So mods, you guys are unbelievable. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much.
Yeah,
I couldn't do it
the
without all of you
Dynamite
guys. And again, just thank you for spending your time with us.
YouTube is what he
We
said.
love you guys.
And that would be
and
Richard's
hope
brother.
you guys have a great week. And God willing, we will be back on Wednesday. And we'll get with Richard offline, and hopefully we'll be able to dedicate one entire episode to the Burger Chef Cipher. So again, thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. We love you guys, and we will see you next time. God bless and have a good week.
Peace out, Adam. Okay. I don't know how we managed to pull that off, y'all, but we did it. We sat through what we could of all that again. From a same but different perspective, I guess you could say. So very interesting. What's y'all's thoughts on it? Pretty wild, huh? Hey, y'all see my little helicopter right there? I guess I should point to it, huh? Right there. Did I show y'all that last night? For anybody that wasn't here? Pretty neat helicopter. Thought it was pretty cool. Hey, thanks for making those smiley faces fly. I see that over there. Turtle Rock is in Irvine. Irvine in Northern California. I thought it's Southern, but I'll check and see. That was definitely a lot. Justice, I agree. It makes you wonder what's really on board, what's going on. And you can sort of hear him talking about things that he endured. So it really makes you wonder if something did happen. I agree. I mean, there's just too much stuff that's just interestingly wild in his statements and stuff. You didn't see my 3D printed helicopter? You don't see it right there on the ground? Irvine is south, is it? I thought it's down by going towards LA and all that stuff. See my big ass 3D printed helicopter? This is my Black Hawk. Some people own ones they can actually fly. I can fly this too. I just can't get my fat ass in it. I'm just saying. But I do have my own helicopter. It's right here though. I just got mine made the other night. It took me 2 days to print that out. So one of these days I'll be doing a little artwork, paint, and all that stuff on it on a stream. So, but yeah, I just finished another print there earlier. Hello, Miss Tori. I hope you're Miss Tori. Punky, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think those are all the same person. But sorry, I was going to grab this while I was over there. But notice how he was pretty adamant about not showing his dog on stream or pictures or whatever, because we've seen that dog that was in front of Nancy's house, right? Did anybody else find that strange that he wasn't willing to? I mean, if I was going to prove to you it wasn't me, I would show my dog to clear my name. So, here's a sniper statue I just was working on the other day. Thank you. There you go. Denise Vianney, yeah, that's subscribed. Thank you, Denise. Yeah, so I worked on this one and got it finished. So, yeah, I do other stuff on my channel here. You know, I don't do just true crime. I do. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments here because I got my mic right in front of my face now because people couldn't hear me, and then now my camera's over there, and it was working out great. But now I got this microphone I'm gonna have to do something with. So, yeah, right here's where I do airbrushing and stuff like that, and I've got multiple cameras up there that shows you what I'm airbrushing while I'm working on it and all that stuff, and just try to be something different. I don't just sit and do true crime and all that good stuff. So I attempt to. I haven't in a little bit, but I need to get back out there and do some video. I want to get the streaming thing from my phone down so I can do a stream while I'm out riding a bicycle. Yeah, I wouldn't my e-bike. It's not like I'd be able to talk a lot in the comments or read them and all that stuff. I mean, I guess I could, and if I wrap it around a tree, then maybe y'all can come get me or something. But you know, take y'all over to the state park. I live right across the street from the state park here in Norman, Oklahoma. So you know, just different things. I want to be able to take y'all out on one of my photography expeditions. I was working on I shot over 1,000 images other day, and I was working on processing them today. I posted one of them up on X just to give people an idea what it was I was going to be posting to my subscribers, which most of the time I post to them, the people who actually subscribe to my page on X as paid subscribers. There's a section there for subscribers, different than what it is for YouTube and stuff like that, but they actually pay and support me in my efforts to bring images to them and all that stuff. So I try to bring good quality images of wildlife, birds, and stuff like that. So, but I've got something on my sleeve that I'm going to try to do here and head out to one of the national wildlife refuges here out at Sequoia National Wildlife Refuge. I'd love to ride my e-bike there, which has got a nice big place all around it, and do a live stream from it while I'm out shooting wildlife photography. There's a bunch of wildlife there, so I think it'd be cool if I could work that out and make that happen. So, you know, once I get people watching and it's you know, I haven't become monetized yet, so I've still got to build that up so that people can do their super chats and all that stuff, donations if they want to donate. You know, it's not a requirement at all, but that's what, you know, that's what helps supports doing these things. As soon as all those things start coming in, it's an additional means of support for me to be able to drive and go all these different places, and I'll definitely be doing a lot of that stuff. So I might take y'all on a Can-Am off-road adventure also. I have a Can-Am off-road machine. So, hey, since it just popped up, I mean, y'all can see all my, if I get my hand to work there, y'all can see all my information there. There's my X handle. If you don't follow me on X and you're only finding me because of YouTube from whatever means, there's how you find me on X, Twitter. That's my handle, which is Hotwire405, Captain Kevman. So, and then there's, if you wanted to leave a tip right there, you can go to those because I can't do super chats and all that stuff yet, but you can go to my PayPal or any of those things and leave a tip if you wanted to. So, and that's how we grow and get there. So, let me see what we got here in the comments real quick. Right, and he didn't say that was his brother's dog. So I missed, where did he say the brother was deceased? I don't think I've ever heard him say the brother was deceased, because the brother came 2 months ago after his Sleuth's Intuition interview. Supposedly, the brother showed up at his house, and he says brother's only intent was to come there to kill him. So we don't know. We're going to figure all that out. It's strange, but the clicking in the background is strange. I also believe in 4 to 5 hours you would hear a dog. Mine can't be quite that long. I'm telling you, that's why I got my door closed tonight. It's because my wife's not here. She went to stay at her dog sit at her best friend's house while they're on a trip. So my wife went over there and left me with her little yappy asses. I mean, her dogs. Our little doorbell, she runs around the house and she'll bark at everything. So I haven't heard her. She's been actually quiet tonight. So, just saying. Are you saying I got a clicking noise in my background? A lot of sentences that end up being very emotional that he doesn't want to talk about or finish. Yeah, there's things about him that we've just watched and trying to figure out. Truth Warrior, I understand not showing your own face in this situation, but the dog too? Come on. I want to believe him so badly, but even thinking of what his channel showed before it was scrubbed, I don't know. And that I didn't get to see any of that stuff. I don't know. I just never went to his channel, and I've always wondered if it's always him and all these people's comments and all that stuff. So now we know he's out there actually watching and paying attention to what people are saying. Hell, he may have jumped over here and started watching what I'm saying right now on his live, but he definitely is seeing what people are saying about him for sure. The man he claims to be his real dad's Charles Hollingsworth has a daughter who just last year was on a podcast wanting answers about her dad's disappearance May 29th, 2025. Hollingsworth. I know some Hollingsworth people. That's wild. I better look into that. I heard his dog shake his collar. He definitely has a dog. That's not fake. That's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. I heard it in the background also. So he definitely, and I swear he said it. He said what breed of dog it was, and I think it was I don't remember what he said it was. Gosh, top of my head. It's like a pit bull breed, but it's like a American Stratfordshire Terrier or whatever it is. Yeah. My nephew lives in Norman. I do too. How about T-Bird? That's if he knows where T-Bird's at. If he lives in Norman, he knows where Thunderbird's at. I'm just saying. Oh my gosh, y'all really throwing the comments out to me now. Where am I at here? No, I didn't lock her out. Don't be calling my wife telling her I locked her dog out. She'll drive her ass down here just to make sure. Maybe she don't have a tracker on that little thing. Heard his dog shake your collar. I mean, that's interesting. Liz Norman heard it too. That'd be cool. Yeah, that would be awesome. Get a Starlink just for taking us with you. I thought about getting a Starlink, but it's that damn extra $80 a month. I mean, I make enough off of my ex to afford to buy the Starlink, but it's just that ongoing extra $80 a month, which I already have internet and I've got amazing internet. It's just I can't find a long enough cord. I just heard that dog bark. One of y'all are at the front door, aren't you? So I'm just saying, she'll let me know. Yeah, if I had, that's one of the biggest things, especially going down to Sequoia and all that stuff, the wildlife refuge. I'm wondering about internet down there. That's a big thing. So, Truth Warrior, I appreciate you. She says, let's give him some donations so he can get Starlink to take us on these trips. you close by? You have a Can-Am too? I have a Maverick X3 RR XRC. Yeah, 2-seater. The one with the 200 horsepower turbo. It's so much flies. It'll burn the wheels off on the streets, y'all. My street legal too, by the way. Turn signals, all that stuff. Just for the record. I don't think I could give that validity in chat, but I think the perp is still around the area. We're gonna have to do a show on that one night, and I'll do it on, instead of being on Streamlabs here, I'll do it on StreamYard, where people can come on and join me and all that stuff. Show up on and talk and all that stuff. And you'll be welcome to come on and we'll discuss it. Even Truth Warrior says, I'm very interested to hear what you have to say about that. Could you call in sometime with, which I do have a call-in ability right here, right now. But for me, it's already 2:30 in the morning. Just saying. Not like I got to be anywhere tomorrow, but I got to watch a dog, right? I don't believe that was his brother, and I think that was a harmless mistake of someone getting the wrong apartment. Yeah, I don't either. I mean, it just don't. So again, that's why we probably need to go watch the video and see if we can. I mean, because that dude looked pretty skinny going up those stairs, and it wasn't Mabs. So even though we know Mabs is pretty skinny too, but that wasn't Mabs on the video that we saw going upstairs. So. Multiple personalities, you can tell he is lacking attention. There's a daggum good reason why he probably lives by himself. I'm just saying. Oh geez, let me go back up here. I see. Again, I did not lock the dog out. She just locked out right here, out of my room here. She's not locked out of the house. She's got a key. I don't. Just to be fair to everybody, all the animals seem to have keys to my house. Hell, I was standing here in the living room the other day, and damn goat come running through. I'm like, they come to the doggy door, which, yeah, goats. I'm telling you, it won't be long for I'll be in the barn, and my wife will have the animals in the house. Yes, I'd agree with you. I've got screenshots I can email to you. It was bad. Send them, honey. I don't remember what the hell we're talking about now. I'm 3 questions down later, and I already forgot. It's very disturbing. Yes, I would share what was on his channel, but you can find it on X, and it's disgusting. I won't share what was on his channel. Look, I mean, just for the record, if Cheryl's telling me that, y'all, I trust that woman's. She ain't steered me wrong yet. I've known her for a couple days now, so. It was proven that the guy lives in Nancy's neighborhood. It was proven that the guy walking the dog, lives in Nancy's neighborhood. See, I thought it said about a pit bull mix. Something in there. Maybe someday. His collar and tag sounded heavy, right? That wasn't a collar and tags that it's on my wife's little damn ankle biter. That was a damn hefty chain sounding. Big old tag on it, because it probably had to write a lot of information on it. Is that what the target dog is? No, target dog is, well, you might be right there. American Staffordshire Terrier. I don't know. You might be right though. It's kind of broad. It kind of bothers we're giving him air. He could be listening. Something just really fell off. You could feel it in your gut. Feel. some things just really feel off. You can feel it in your gut. We all agree. We all agree. Every time I feel like he's telling the truth, something else reminds me why I'm questioning. I'm so torn, truly. I just pray for him, and the situation is all I can do. Agreed. I mean, that's we just, not just in the case of the Nancy Guthrie information stuff, but God, the guy has so much information just running around in there that daily he has a battle every day. I mean, can you just imagine if that cipher stuff that he works on daily, if he's having to fight that, what else he's arguing with himself about type deal. It's got to be tough. Here, I thought I was at the bottom. Y'all just keep rolling them in there. Let me see here. Now I got to scroll all the way back up and find out where I was at. Okay, I'm right there. His story was similar to Stephen Stainer, who was held 47 years by Kenneth Parnell. Jerry Stainer was convicted of unaliving multiple women. You know what's crazy? I don't know a lot of back history stuff. Back then, stuff just wasn't something I focused on, all that stuff, Yeah, I mean, granted, you've heard of different serial killers and stuff like that, and gruesome cases and all that stuff, but a lot of them, in my mind, a lot of them just didn't stick. So whereas for a lot of you, some of y'all are walking books of all kind of knowledge and memories of these cases and stuff like that. So that's why I rely on you guys, because back then, I mean, I just wasn't interested in it, because when you're working all that stuff, you just try to remember the biggest facts and go, hey, this is the case I got here, but none of the other things were just, it didn't involve you per se. Question is, why did he insert himself in the Nancy Guthrie case? His brother, he says, is a porch guy. And he made a very distinctive thing to point it out tonight, that he wasn't there, but his brother made a video 3 days, or talking about the Tres Amigos, the Tres Pendejos. Okay. If there's a video, he can only be one of those characters if all three are on the same screen. He can only be one of the characters at a time. Unless he knows how to fool us with that. I'm just saying. Justice, I forgot about that. Everything aside from his own childhood situations are online somewhere to be proven and discussed. Anyone could pull that information and say it was someone they know. He just splashes some youth. Yeah. Where can we find the video? You talking about the Brothers channel? What was it? Dino, not Dino, which is Dyno. It's Dino, like Harley Dino White Glide type Dino. Talking about motorcycles, Harleys. Dyna Mike, Mike 97, I think is what it was. If that's what you're talking about. Challenges in there to make it more personal. Sleuth's Intuition had some interviews with him, and tonight's was on Patriot's Pride channel. That's all. Yeah, that's the only places I know that he has been so far. But like he said about the sleuth stuff, I mean, there was some wild stuff that occurred in the end of all that stuff. So, Aunt Chell says, thank you. You're welcome. To whoever you were saying it to. Goats in the house. I have a farm too. It's not unusual for something strange to be in the house here. telling you, those goats, and they're full grown ass goats, come in through the doggy door, and you'll have a damn goat sitting there waiting you, and you look over and you're like, "What the hell are you doing in here?" And you scare the hell out of them, and they haul ass and go right back out the door. You love animals? I'll sure send you some. My question would be, what does the person wish to gain from the notoriety of his stepdad's horror events? Well, I mean, first of all, he's claiming his dad is the Zodiac killer. So, I mean, starting there, the rest of it, I don't know how you can top that. Just being the Zodiac killer. I just find it interesting that his dad is laying on an operating table having a heart attack and drawing out these damn letters, scribbling symbols and stuff. So, allegedly. If it's even true when nothing is provable yet. If it's even true when nothing is provable yet. True. We have 8 parrots inside, plus a bunch of dogs, cats, rabbits, chicken, and more. I'm also a wildlife rehabber. Excuse me. So I got a lot of wild animals too. Love my animals. That's a lot of damn animals. I love animals. Don't get me wrong. I love animals and enjoy. I've got cats and dogs, and we've had chickens. It seems like the neighboring fox or something come up here and killed our chickens a little while back. So, and we got goats, and we had horses. We got rid of our horses after my niece and her daughter moved out. They couldn't take them with them, so we sold them to some friends. So miniature horses, because I didn't want them. I'll see if I can find it for you. It also seemed to him truly. Thank you so much. Welcome so much. He's getting more comfortable. Nothing like when he was on Sleuth Channel before. It's a little disturbing, in my opinion. That's the whole point, to get him talking and get more information. I think there's more that came out tonight than has ever been told any other time. So, don't tell him I said that, but that's the objective, is to keep him talking, get more info. Show he is disturbing, and so was his YouTube before he deleted everything. Now y'all damn really got me interested in knowing what the hell is going on there. Lily? Lily? There's a bunch of hearts flying for you, Lily. From Just Jaylene. Just Jaylene, I don't know if I've seen your name flying up through there anywhere, so hello. Thanks for stopping in. She says, this guy's disturbing. Talking about me? Talking about the guy who was watching. Hope you're talking about the guy who was watching. In my opinion, either he's a psycho or about to pull off the biggest troll ever. There's a fine line between both of those. Just we're trying to establish which side it falls on. And I don't want to discourage him from talking, so just got to be sort of careful. I could be wrong, but wasn't he supposed to go meet with the FBI a little while back? He says they have not contacted him. You heard it. Him say he would have thought 2 months ago that they would have come and contact him, and they've never reached out. So we don't know, but he said that again. So now, they could have verified information that made them say, no, we're not going to go talk to him. Let's say whatever records or whatever could have made them believe that they probably shouldn't go talk to him, type thing. So I don't know. I suppose my thinking was most people seeking therapy and healthy living wouldn't want to associate themselves with the horrible events. They would want a new life. some people can't differentiate all that stuff. So, gosh, I swear I thought I was at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, I love y'all and I appreciate all the comments. I'm trying to get to the bottom of them. We're almost about to hit a 5-hour stream, just for them there viewers out there. A 5-hour stream. That's wild. I don't know if we've done a 5-hour stream yet. I don't know, Cheryl. Tell me. Hey, Shell, this is a video link when Mab went to look for him. Yep. Do you know if he ever did? I don't know what that question's in question to. You would think his family was Zodiac killers. They would have taught him how to ready the hieroglyphics. I think how to read them. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is just his interpretation. Just yelling, hello, I see your comment there, and you were responding to my comment way up there, so, not you, Captain. TB investigates. Most of us are psychos. He's actually right, and the deciphers seem correct. There you go. TB investigates said it, and it's the damn truth. That's all I'm saying. Most of us are psychos. In order to heal, a person has to unpack the hell they live by talking about it, often over and over again. It's like purging poison. That's fact, Connie. Connie, I don't think I've seen your name in here, or TV Investigates. Thanks for stopping in, y'all. I appreciate y'all stopping in. I thought IR? My glasses failing me? I thought IR was interesting when he talked about Kevin Collins. I think it was interesting when he talked about Kevin Collins being his neighbor and he wished he had done something. Yeah, I mean, again, it's those crazy little parts about details that start coming out, and you're like, I wonder what he really knows. Because some of those things that's said makes me really go, I wonder if they've looked into this guy. I mean, maybe some of them, he was a juvenile when these things occurred. Or somebody was a juvenile when they occurred, and they know the story. Because he'd say he was in weekly therapy in the interview. Yeah, and that's where I was making the comment something about. Did he say he had to cut ties with his former doctor, but yet he gave her sort of a shout out tonight, but at the same time he's saying that she and him are both targets of the cipher. So it makes me wonder if that's just a planned thing that he's already putting it out there, that if something happens to her, that the cipher is what did it, and it's a way of telling the suspect, which could be himself or somebody within, there's your target. You know what I mean? Y'all got me damn thinking about some shit now. Because he say he was in week 30 for the interview, we have been close, maybe just live on X. Maybe just live on X. No, I don't know. We've been on X at times for like 18 hours before. Not doing a live stream and watching the live stream like JLR was streaming back in the very beginning of Nancy Guthrie case. I was damn clipping the shit out of some stuff. Every call, every interview, and all that stuff. I finally said, the hell with this. I'm going to start my own. Do it for me. Just kidding, JLR. I appreciate you, buddy. Oh, no, I missed that. He said he wished he had done something. Someone said he slipped a few times, but I never heard what he slipped. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he slipped up because he's the only one providing us the answers to the truth. So we don't know what those answers are. Gosh, let me go back up here. Thank you. Very true. That's what's come on. You wish the game for going public on YouTube. He's an interesting fellow, though, huh? Here, not to my knowledge. Connie McKenzie, I've watched you in Criminal Network. First time on your channel. Well, thank you, Miss Connie, for being here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button because we're only getting started, and we have a bunch of entertaining folks around here. And with all you guys in the comments, it only keeps the entertainment going. Some days we have some great days. Some days we have some wild days. And then, it only gets funner from there. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you, Miss Connie. Jaylene, he makes my head spin. She definitely talking about me on that one. Speaking of that, where's Lisa at? Anybody seen Lisa? She was off to go get bobbleheaded. That's to put it nice. I better check on Alex. Network, Jaylene, welcome. We're glad you're here. See, Miss Cheryl told Miss Connie that. As far he's also said in Sleuth's Live before that he had ended his relationship with his therapist, so he currently has a therapist. Did he say it like that, or did he mean it like they had a more of an intimate relationship outside of the professional? That's the way I was understanding and taking it, that they had another relationship going. Maybe he had a relationship and the other guy, you know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows? I think that's why he had cut ties because of all of this. It was like 2 weeks prior to Sleuth's stream when he quit seeing that therapist. Maybe this is his therapy. Oh Lord, let me find out here. I wish this would stay in the same damn location instead of like going all the way back up. Then I got to come all the way back down here and try to figure out where in the hell you're. Right here. I think I did figure out how to do something about the comments. I could pin somebody's message, but I could put your ass in timeout. Hide user on this channel. I can make you a mod right here from the comments. That's awesome. I didn't know that. I was going over into YouTube and doing it because I thought it's the only way I could play. I could, but I'm over here on YouTube's chat. Sounded to me like his family separated and Doctor since Doctor was helping. There's yeah. Casey, I see your name down there, case 28. He said Kevin was 10 when he went missing, but he was only 7, really. And it makes me wonder if some of the information, because it's coming from him, and he wouldn't truthfully know the information as Richard, but maybe he knows the information as Mike. Does that make sense? So Mike knows the information, but yet Richard doesn't know the information because Richard's not the one who did any of this stuff, and Richard wasn't there. It was Mike there. So Mike would be the one who knows the truthful time. And does that make sense? Well, if it didn't make sense, then ask him. He'll have to tell you later. Yeah. Oh boy, look at all these orange comments here. Let me go up here and figure out where I'm at now. Thank you for hitting subscribe, Connie. I see that comment. You should watch this fully. It's worth listening to, I think, much more than today's. So many follow-up questions. So many. Y'all start taking them, writing them down, and we're going to see what we can figure out with them. There you go, Miss Connie. We're just a continuation of all your other fellow faithful YouTubers that you watch. We're not here for any of that drama stuff, and we don't go for all that hate and discontent. So if you see anybody being hateful, You can either block them or let one of the mods know, and the mods will take care of them because they do it right. When I get further in my schooling, I'm going to write a paper on educational, yeah, sounds great. I think it's a great thing to study. I think you should write a long thesis on it. Truth Warrior, it wasn't an intimate relationship, but I think she was the only person he ever spoke to, and it really messed him up when they ended their therapy. Okay, then maybe so. I don't know where I got the impression that it was more of an intimate and a lot more closer relationship than just be a patient therapist type relationship. But I swear that's what I remembered from it. But y'all know how my memory is. Just saying. Seashell Lee, you having a problem hearing me? I've done everything. Look, I've even pulled this microphone down here and stuck it in my face today. I've changed all the dials. I've done all kind of stuff, and people are still saying that they can't hear me. I'm sorry. Truth Warrior says she's got her volume on 100 too. Let me get in here and make sure everything's turned. Chat box volume, microphone, all these volumes, blah, blah, blah. I swear everything is turned up. Now, are you listening on YouTube? Or you, I guess you got to listen to me on YouTube or X or something, right? Strange. Microphone, voice mod here. I'm going to turn it all the way up. Ready? Okay, that's on 100. Is that changed? I just don't want it. Oh, damn. I seen all them hundreds drop. I'm sorry. I had it on, it was on like 80 something, but so there's like when you're using your microphone, you watch to see where your levels are at, and it's peaking in the reds right now on my end. So you don't normally want to run your microphone that way. So you turn it down a little bit into where it just peaks right above the green before it goes into yellow before it hits the red. And that's where it's been. Well, I've made some adjustments earlier, and now I've got it back 100%. So I'm pinging over in the red. So don't let me blow out your speakers. Okay, I still see them hundreds flying. So y'all are telling me that it's much better now. So maybe I just need to twist my ear and crank myself up or something. There's some dials back here. Maybe I need to adjust or something like that. I'll test it out again tomorrow. I've got a hear myself button over here, and yeah, I can hear myself talking. Okay, so let's see here. Saith no moreth, mammoth in the blueth dretheth. See, Shelly, to you specifically, can you hear me better now? Because I don't want you to have to stick your earbuds down in your ear so dang far. Into her eardrums, y'all. So that answer will be way down there now because we're trying to get to the bottom so that we can wrap this up. Because hell, I don't know how long I've been streaming today. Was I on Dad's or on Alex? I was on Alex's stream earlier and watched some of JLR's and all that stuff. So, but it's not like I got to be anywhere tomorrow. I just need a shot of tea because my mouth's getting a little dry. Damn, Damien pulling all-nighters the other night. I mean, what did he do? Like a 16-hour stream or 12 and restarted or something? So if a person has so much to unpack, their memory isn't always exact. Who's this? Yeah, but mine's failing. I'll be straight up tell you. There's time whenever mine just fails me. Are you saying as in multiple personalities? Talking about me? Yeah. Yes, but the multiple personalities get to be so confusing. Lord, my brain can't. That's why I have to have a bunch of friends. Because if y'all just see me sitting here looking at y'all going, what'd they say? Is that the truth? I'm relying on you to answer me. That's what it is. I changed it on purpose. I changed it on purpose. Okay. Do you think it's coming out is next step of therapy? Do you think this coming out is next step of therapy? No. I think it's, well, I mean, no, I think he's still in just wanting to be heard phase of it. You got to have that person to talk to, and anybody that's willing to listen, he's willing to tell the whole story over and over again. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It can be taken as therapy, but I don't know if it's like a scheduled therapy where someone else says this is how you need to do it in order to get past it, whatever. I think it's just a matter of people are not hearing my story, and I still want to get my story out, and they're willing to talk to anyone. So when I get that email, unfortunately, look, I've heard the story, and I'm gonna have to skip because I would not be able to do what Adam just did on Patriot Pride and sit there and do that. He did a hell of a job. So, Adam, if you're out there listening from Patriot Pride, good job, buddy. That was a great interview session you did with Richard. Do you think this is coming out next step? Everybody, hey, Kevin, yes, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree. It makes a lot of damn sense, Casey. I agree. I don't remember what it's for, but I agree. In my opinion, Richard came from a different planet. It was not a Elon Musk sponsored ride. Just for the record. The way he was sounding on his first interview, yes, I believe it's part of him figuring out how to make his own therapy without a therapist to lead him. You got a valid point there. That's quite possible. You know, I'll check on it tomorrow. I'm not gonna mess with it now just because I was reading your comment. It's got to be in your settings. It's always low for your channel for some reason. So, you know, I'll have to go through there and validate and verify everything. So, just because I don't want to blow the eardrums out of anybody for sure. So, YouTube, yeah, YouTube, we hear fine. Somebody's got a better TV than others because some people are saying they hear me fine. So, I don't know. So, I don't know. Gosh, there's a ton of comments there. Y'all are saying the hell with this when he letting him off here. I'm just gonna keep them commenting, right? I'm honored. No, I'm not even saying it. I was gonna make a joke, but it could be taken the wrong way. I was gonna tell y'all, you know, it's been 5 hours and 17 minutes. And y'all sat and watched me drink tea, and I haven't went anywhere. I was gonna tell y'all, Alex taught me a trick, and he just put a bucket down here. But I don't know if that would go over well. Some people might say, "See, I told you he peed in the jug." No, I don't use jug. I just pee in the floor, I guess, then, right? Crazy asses. A normally okay way. Let's see. A normally. Hold on. I got to back up here. Shots, everybody. Ta-da! Aha, just checking. Congrats, Truth. Congrats, Truth. I normally okay ways here. You just fine. Whatever stream you're on. That's why I asked if anyone else was having problems here. See, now you done. Thank you, Spirits and Fur Babies, for hitting that subscribe button. Good old Marine Corps him. If anybody don't know. Oh my God, yes, I spent the whole night watching him. We all did. We always did. We just got to watch him for 5 hours and 18 minutes also. Connie says she agrees that he wants to be heard and validated. I think that's has a lot to do with it. Oh my God. I'm seeing all the comments here. Let's see here. Gosh, y'all really went crazy after I made some comment, and now it's like really blowing up down there. Is that what it is? It's because I'm too far away from the mic. Maybe this thing is not as good as hell. I guess I'll just buy a new mic for y'all. I'll buy a high-tech redneck one. And I don't know. I don't know if I should because my printer and all that stuff's always going. Sometimes I have a door open and I don't know. I'll look into it. If I have to buy another one, I'll buy another one. See, there you go. Ellie tells me the answer. You are talking with your head turned away from the microphone. Is that what my problem is? I'm sorry. Maybe I just need to put the mic right here. I had it here originally, trying to keep it out of the like stream view and all that stuff, but I guess I'm gonna have to put it right in front of my face. Maybe mount it down low and have it come up here as a microphone, like a vlogger or something. So, hey, I'm figuring this out, but it's because of y'all that I'm figuring it out, and with y'all's help, I'm figuring it out. 5x5. I think you should build your house out of 4x4s instead of 5x5s. It'll save you a couple dollars on lumbers. I don't remember what we're talking about, but 5x5 is what C. Shelley says. Casey says, I think he's a schizophrenic and believes his own stories are real. The hell do you mean? They are real. My dad was schizophrenic and believed his lies were true, and he heard voices and they told him to do things, just my opinion. You have inside information on what we're all feeling and how these things occur. Alex says, yes, thank you, sir. I'm honored. Oh, you're welcome. Very possible, Casey. Shots, everybody. Congrats, Truth. They're all telling you hello and thank you and congrats. And they're trying to let you know that so you don't swat their ass. Mod swat. Maybe we should change the name to that. Mod swat. So they don't get mod swatted. I normally am okay. I see the hearts flying. I normally am okay. Wait, here's you just fine whatever stream you're on. That's why I asked if I already read that. I need a mod to help control the chat over here for me. Since I turned my head and obviously stuff's moving and changing. Like all kind of stuff. Damn. Let's see. Truthware says, yeah, he does want to be heard, and the more he gets approval and attention, the more he's going to want to stream and connect. He's alone with no one to talk to and doesn't leave his home often. Can y'all imagine the conversations that dog has had to hear? I'm going to quit asking y'all questions because y'all just keep throwing them out there. Again, not that I want to end the stream or anything. I'm just saying, but it's 3:07 in Oklahoma. Patriot has 16,000 views. Many people are very interested in what Richard is saying. I agree. I mean, and I think it's only going to get, as more of these stories come out, then more people are going to start being interested. And a lot of people go over to Richard's channel and watch his videos on other stuff now. So, just saying. Adam, are you in here? I don't know. Just saw your comment. Thank you, Lily. Hey, Adam is here. Adam must be in here. I haven't got down that far yet. But if you're here, Adam, hello. While I'm here. Oh, it must be because there's a bunch of comments for Adam and Patriot Pride official. Mike's already gone, passed out somewhere. So, yeah, I'm just down to the where it depends. Seriously, I ain't there yet. I won't do that. I'm just telling you. Hallberg, PA, 1997. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Thank you very much. Adam, patient of a saint. I'm telling you, there ain't no way in hell I could have just pulled that off if you're still here listening. Ready to interview Patriot Pride. Hold in chair. I don't give up my secrets. Mods, wait. See, okay, I'm gonna scroll to the bottom, okay, because I was told to come to the bottom by one of my mods, and I'm gonna do what I was told. So if I missed your comment, I am sorry. I was told to get my ass down here to the bottom. Scroll to the bottom. Okay, I'm at the bottom. Today marks 5 years since Summer Wells was missing. That's wild, ain't it? TV Investigators, I'm going to go up and read their comment. Didn't the JFK and Hoover deciphers, the spelling of the words cop, bound, bathtub, and the correlations he put together all make sense to anyone else besides me? Are you saying you understood all that shit? Because I think the majority of us are saying not a lot of it. I won't say it didn't make sense. I mean, when you sit and listen to him, it definitely made sense. It's just that you got to have the open mind of being willing to listen to what he is saying. And unfortunately, when you hit a 4-hour mark, you sort of lose it. We're going to have to make sure he keeps it cut down just a smidgen so we can take it in a lot less data in small chunks so that we can understand it and try to decipher his decipher in our own terms and then get some more information, because he's different level. He's level. Well, I'm going to say at least, how many letters was there? 18 and 12? Whatever the numbers were. Don't math me. I'm just saying. Should be found for 5 of those years. Breaks my heart, right? Missing 1,824 days. Some Wells from Rogersville, Tennessee. The Wells reported their 5-year-old missing around 6:30 p.m. on June 15th, 2021. She was last seen with her pink shirt and gray shorts. 1-800-TBI find if you have information on the Summer Wells case. apply to any case. I think very specific clues will be more profound to that one case. Truth Warrior, her house is 45 minutes from me. Wow. Am I not seeing Patriot? I'm not seeing Patriot Pride. Let me check over here on the other side here. Because on my side, I've got YouTube stream and multi-stream chat. So I'm not seeing them. But, oh, there they are. I do see Patriot Pride official in the multi-stream side of it, but they're not showing up. Oh, there they are. It's weird that it's doing that. That I went out and came back in, switching things, and now I see Adam over there in the comments. So great job, not Adam. You did a hell of a job there, and in keeping him on track, but also keeping Mike going. The same thing I was doing was going, oh, what? Okay, so me and Mike think alike. I'm just saying. But yeah, you did a great job keeping the story flowing and getting the information and trying to keep, those last 5 minutes was the important part for a lot of people. And I'm still not convinced. I'm just saying. Not that I'm denying anything he says, but the fact is, there's still questions and proof needed. Yeah, that was definitely one more call, a few more hours, and all that stuff. So, Michelle Shining Lights Taro. Okay, I had to read that for a minute there. I was thought you were talking about tater tots or something like that, because it's just what I saw. I understood it, and I was interested to hear more. Maybe my mind works differently. I wouldn't have been able to figure it out without his explanation. Well, then, I request that you give me a Cliff Notes edition, please, on some of the breakdowns of the decipher of the decipher. Just saying, because I saw symbols and I could see things, but I didn't get it all. I'm going to need a lot more time to review it. Damn, I got to the bottom and y'all just took off and ran off and left me. So I got to figure out where I'm at here. Oh, well, that's local for you then. Adam, thank you. You're respectful. Much love. Yes, me too. I was able to follow for the most part, but definitely takes some focus. Ms. Michelle Taro. You're welcome, Adam. I see your comment there. Again, great job, man. Great job. Carrie Lynn, 67. I live in Hawkins County. I pray that our newly elected sheriff will do something to find Summer Wells. Yeah. It's it's always good to have a fresh set of eyes come in and see what has been found and what information has been provided, and then get a new set of eyes and a new set of, even if the detectives and all that changed, most of the time it don't. A lot of times, some of the times it does change. Whenever a new sheriff comes in, they bring in some of their own people, or people come back because this person's gone and now a new person's there, and it just happens. It's the politics of a sheriff's office. So, oh boy. Well, now that Adam stopped in, here comes the comments again. Adam, go back live. Go ahead and throw all these questions. They're all for you, buddy. Adam, what do you think happened to Kevin Collins? And he was his neighbor, right? Yeah. Richard was Kevin Collins' neighbor, I think is what he said. The last 5 minutes, what did he say? There was just things that Adam asked him questions and he answered. He gave replies and all that stuff. But if you've been following a little bit and know a little bit of the stuff, then it makes you ask more questions. I mean, for me anyway, it made me wonder about some things. So, Truth Warrior says, have y'all heard of the Tyler Doyle case in Little River, South Carolina, the missing duck hunter? I saw something on it, but I haven't heard anything on it. But he wasn't. Well, he's missing, so there's no proof of any other thing. So, Cliff Note, not possible. Hell no, there wasn't not possible. Adam, you're going to have to give us a 5-minute recap video tomorrow. That's all we ask for. 5 minutes, please. If you can't get it in there in those 5 minutes in that recap, and we can't be looking at any ciphers. I have seen more symbols tonight that I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make it down my hallway. I won't even know what the symbols mean anymore. I think it's more reading between the lines from East Coast Karen there. So there's a lot. There's a lot of lines in there. Pray so. Definitely an interesting conversation. I find the cipher stuff very interesting. It's interesting, but yeah. I don't have no 2,000 people in here. Give me that stuff now. He pulled my leg because he probably had something thousand people in his thing. Not like he sent him over here, I don't think. I don't know. I didn't hear it. He says, how are you going to keep up with your chats when you have 2,000 people in here? I don't think I have to worry about it anytime soon. I mean, the other night we had a couple thousand people. I don't know. Normally, if I was in StreamYard, it's much, I won't say it's much easier. I can see the stuff better than I can using Streamlabs tonight, and it's a little bit more difficult because of just the whole setup and all that stuff. But I'm trying it out, and I want to get used to this because you can do a lot more things with Streamlabs than you can with StreamYard. There's things you can do with StreamYard that's much funner to do. So I mean, it's a toss up still, right? May need to download the transcript. You're going to put out a transcript. No, I can't read that much. Michelle says, after 6 hours, my earbuds are powering down. So we got 25 minutes to be done with this. And well, she probably started over on yours because on Adam's, on Patriot Pride channel. And I missed like the first 25 minutes because I was doing other stuff. So reword that, TBI, whatever that means. Per the blue suited lady there. You'll be there before you know it. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's we're growing, and I have some great people that are always here supporting me, and people come from the followers over there support you and that follow JLR. I've got a ton of friends from JLR's channel that he sent over here. Alex, 857 Tucson, all those guys. It's just a matter of putting in your time. Once I'm to the point where we get to the 3,000 hours and all that stuff, and YouTube helps push you out and all that stuff. Plus, with all my friends helping push my name out there and everybody on X and all that stuff, I don't have a doubt that we won't get there because it's not just me. It's all these people here with me that is what does it. And I know you know that. I mean, you have your own channel and you've grown exponentially here in the last 2 months that I've been following you guys, so yeah, I remember whenever you're just trying to get to that 1,500 one night, and now look at you. So, I appreciate you guys for sure. Y'all never keep up chat. Normally, I mean, it's not something that, I used to try to read every comment back when it was just me and my friend too. And those kind of things. But yeah, it definitely has changed. So and I know I can't read every comment. You know, it's people know to tag me if they want to get my attention type deal. A little lesson for those who don't know how to do it. If you want to get someone specific, whenever you make out your comment, whatever, you can type their @ and then that name that's at the beginning. Let's say, for instance, there's Justice Jane 24. You would type, you know, @ Justice Jane 24, and then thank you, and it'll highlight it, and it'll show on their end, and their name will be orange that you highlighted them, the comment to them. So they see it on their screen as a highlighted comment. So just for the record. Patriot Pride is a great community. Good night, everyone. Thanks for the love. Keep up the good work. Again, Patriot Pride, great job tonight. And make sure everybody here, obviously a lot of people here, do follow Patriot Pride, but give them a shout out, even though I'm sure Mike's already gone home and gone to bed. Make sure, let him know that I appreciate him, and all these people over here, they sure love watching you guys also. So thank you, and I'll see you guys on the next one. And I'm not too far behind. We're pushing 5 hours and 38 minutes. So I think with that, I think we'll shut it down. Unless somebody else has something. I can't believe most of y'all are still up either. It's 3:30 in the damn morning, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep me awake at night in a good way. Just because y'all are here and y'all are showing me the love and helping me out and building this dream that I have, you know, of doing this. And a couple of months ago, I don't know that it ever was going to be this until I started watching streamers. Again, JLR, you know, I started watching his stuff and went, hey, I could do that stuff. Not realizing it wasn't as easy as he makes it look. So, you know, it's a fear that I've overcome, and it's a challenge that I've accepted, and we're past all that stuff. So now it's just a matter of getting people to sit and listen to me. You know, I just like the sit in here and listen to me thing. I'm not into all that producing and all that stuff. You know, your normal YouTubers who put out video content that they went out and shot, and then the editor does all that stuff. I like to just sit here and talking to people. So, you know, much love to all y'all. So, Truth Warrior says, thanks for the great live tonight also. She said, go potty. Yes, ma'am. I will do that. Get some fresh tea shots. Get some rest. Got tea. I'll wait just a second. I'll drink some more. And again, thank you all for stopping in and hanging out with me and being here for me and showing the love. One day we'll get there to the point where, you know, we can do all the monetization and all that fun stuff that everybody gets to see. But I know I can still count on y'all to be here even before we get that. So I appreciate all you guys, and I will see y'all on the next one. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, and I will see you on the next live stream.
Thank you to everyone that supports my adventures with your subscription to my photography content on X at Hotwire405.